Chapter 276 Yungxiangxian. Although Chen Wanrong's master, Yun Xian, kept saying that men were all the same and seemed to hate men, she never forbade the male and female disciples of Suanyu Palace from falling in love, let alone having sex between men and women. On the one hand, she knows very well that people have 7 emotions and 6 desires, and the path to immortality is the loneliest journey. If a person suppresses his 7 emotions and 6 desires for a long time, it will inevitably lead to a large amount of negative emotions accumulating in the heart, which can easily cause practitioners to go wrong during practice. Possessed. On the other hand, she naturally told Chen Wanrong that she wanted to see if any of the disciples of Suanyu Palace could understand the method of dual cultivation. For now, no disciple has understood the method of dual cultivation, but some disciples who have a Taoist companion can practice significantly faster than those without a Taoist companion. This is something Yungxiangxian has long noticed. The phenomenon. Of course, compared with some ascetic disciples, it is difficult for disciples with Taoist companions to perform particularly well. For example, a woman she took up the mountain with her before put all her thoughts on practice. Moreover, she was not her direct disciple like Chen Wanrong. She just gave her the exercises and gave her some pointers. She was not optimistic about the female disciple at first, but in the end, the female disciple broke through to the realm of heaven and humanity in a short period of time. Of course, even if abstinence can speed up cultivation and go further, Yungxiangxian has never had the idea of prohibiting Suanyu Palace disciples from finding Taoist companions. In her opinion, some people are destined to be on this road. Far. However, these people do not include her 2 direct disciples, Chu Yu and Chen Wanrong. As a result, her 2 direct disciples didn't listen to her and insisted on finding a man, which made her very angry. After checking Chen Wanrong's body and confirming that there was no evil spirit in Chen Wanrong's body, Yun Xian basically confirmed that Lu Chen practiced some kind of authentic dual cultivation method, which also made Yungxian feel a little more relieved. As long as Lu Chen doesn't use evil heretics, and doesn't use women's yu and yin to practice like the demons in this world. No wonder Chen Wanrong said just now that Lu Chen is very good to his women. The method of dual cultivation emphasizes the mental connection between men and women, so Lu Chen will naturally be good to his wives and concubines. Being able to communicate with each other also shows that Lu Chen probably really likes his wives, otherwise he would not be able to use the authentic method of dual cultivation. Thinking of this, Yun Xian thought in her heart, but she didn't expect that Yuer's child was still a passionate person. At this time, Chen Wanrong said, "Master, since the disciple and Bei Wang are practicing the authentic dual cultivation method, can you let the disciple resign as the palace master, let the disciple marry Bei Wang, and practice in the Bei Wang palace?" Seeing that Chen Wanrong still wanted to go to the North Kingdom, Yun Xian said indifferently, "What if you practice the authentic dual cultivation method? The most taboo thing about the dual cultivation method is lack of single-minded love. He is a vassal king and has so many as much as your wife and concubine can focus on you, sooner or later he will go crazy." Hearing Yun Xiangxian's words, Chen Wanrong felt desperate. It seemed that she was destined to be imprisoned in Suanyu Palace by her master. She didn't know if what Lu Chen said back then was serious. Lu Chen told her that if she didn't go back, he would take her back. In her heart, she hoped that what Lu Chen said was not serious. Although she might never see Lu Chen again in her life, she did not want a conflict between Baiguo and Suanyu Palace. Just when Chen Wanrong thought that she would probably never see Lu Chen again in this life, Yun Xian said, "Well, since things have happened and your body of pure yin has been broken, you can only make mistakes." Hearing these words, Chen Wanrong couldn't believe her ears. She stared at Yun Xiangxian's cold face, and then asked, "Master, do you mean you want to let me go down the mountain?" Yun Xian snorted coldly and said, "You have a good idea. Since you are the master of Suanyu Palace designated by the master, you must always sit in this position. After I have recovered some strength, I will personally test your lover. If she has feelings for you, I can allow you to improve your cultivation through dual cultivation in the future. But if he just likes your body, if I have no feelings for you, then from now on you will stay in Swanyu Palace for me and never think of looking for him. This. Chen Wanrong was a little anxious. She didn't expect that her master really planned to go find Lu Chen. What if her master found out that Lu Chen was a womanizer who spent all day sleeping with women and not doing his job properly? Wouldn't her relationship with Lu Chen be over? To be honest, Chen Wanrong now has no confidence in Lu Chen at all. She does not think that Lu Chen can withstand the test of her master. After her time with Lu Chen, in her opinion, Lu Chen was completely a lustful person. Although he could indeed improve his skills through dual cultivation, Lu Chen only did it more for enjoyment. When doing things between men and women, she didn't think Lu Chen was focusing on dual cultivation. Although she was anxious, Chen Wanrong did not dare to say no directly. If she tried her best to prevent her master from going down the mountain to test Lu Chen, then her master would definitely directly conclude that there was something wrong with Lu Chen. Now she can only hope that during the time when her master comes down the mountain, Lu Chen can focus on his real career and stop doing that kind of thing with his wives and concubines all day long. At this time, Yun Xian said, "Okay, you go and do your business." Chen Wanrong then stood up and said, "Yes, master." After the words fell, Chen Wanrong turned around and walked towards the door of the hall. Just as she was about to reach the door, Yun Xian continued, "If he is a person with excellent talent, like your senior sister, then this book you may also consider accepting him as your personal disciple." Hearing these words, Chen Wanrong was slightly stunned. If her master really accepted Lu Chen as his direct disciple, then her relationship with Lu Chen would be justified. Chen Wanrong instantly understood her master's intention. Her master had basically agreed to their being together, and it was up to her to see if Lu Chen could pass her master's test. Chen Wanrong then turned around and saluted Yun Xian and said, "Thank you, master, for your support." Yun Xian said coldly, "Get out quickly, my master will be upset just looking at you. Disciple, please leave." After Chen Wanrong said this, she turned around again and left the hall. Looking at Chen Wanrong's back, Yun Xian sighed slightly and said to himself, "Cultivation as an immortal is destined to be lonely. The improvement brought by dual cultivation is only temporary after all. I hope you will not regret it in the future." Then Yungxian closed her eyes, the cold air on her body emerged, and the entire hall was even more severely frozen. Yungxian continued to talk to herself. A strong man in the heavenly realm appeared in the north. This time, his aura was the same as that of the previous one. It seems that it is not the same person who caused the vision of heaven and earth for the first time. The king of the north, a man with an immortal destiny, is also in the North Kingdom. Is there any causal relationship between this? It seems that I have to hurry up and regain my strength and find a time to go to the North Country. Half a month later. North. In the early morning, Lu Chen lay in the warm nephrite fragrance of yellow Nanyan. He looked very relaxed. Xian Yuan Keoj was already on his way to Yancheng, and it was estimated that he would arrive in Yancheng in a short time. Ever since he learned that Xian Yuan Keoj had broken through to the heavenly realm, Lu Chen felt no pressure at all. With a strong heavenly realm person in charge, he could do what he wanted to do with confidence and boldness, as long as he didn't provoke other people. A strong person in the heavenly realm will do. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought about the Kaiwan pill, then he stood up, looked into Yellow Nanyan's eyes and said, "By the way, Nanyan, I want to ask you a question." Yellow Nanyan asked curiously, "Excuse me, your majesty." Lu Chen immediately said, "I have two kinds of elixirs here. One elixir can make you stay young forever, and the other elixir can help you improve your strength. If you were asked to choose one, you would choose to stay young forever." or choose to improve your strength? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Yellow Nyan suddenly remembered something she had observed recently, that is, Music Xuan and Dezhou Xiaozhou seemed to have become a lot more beautiful, and their skin also looked better. Their faces have become even more delicate, and even the three of them no longer apply makeup. Apart from arranging their hair in the morning, there is no rouge on their faces at all. Yellow Nyan thought to himself that it seemed that the reason why the princess and Dezhou and Xiaozhou became more beautiful was because they took the elixir that could keep them young forever. Yellow Nyan asked at this time, "My lord, when you say eternal youth, do you mean that you will never grow old throughout your life?" Lu Chen replied, "Yes, except for the graying of the hair, there will be no changes in other places, and there will be no wrinkles on the face." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yellow Nyan said without hesitation, "I choose the elixir that can keep you young forever." Hearing Yellow Nyan's choice, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I thought you wanted to choose a pill to enhance your strength." Yellow Nyan smiled slightly, and then said, "If I were still in the Serious King's tribe, I would most likely choose the elixir to increase my strength." In the past, although Yellow Nyan valued her beauty, in an environment like the grassland, she hoped to improve her strength so that she could have the ability to protect herself. But now that she is the woman of the Northern King, her living environment is different, and she no longer needs to be too powerful. Of course, she also knows that the stronger she is, the slower she will age, but no matter how slowly she ages, she will still age. She is now in her 30s and will be 40 in a few years. According to her, her strength may still be charming at the age of 40, but at the age of 50, there will be signs of aging on her body no matter what. And she has someone she cares about. Once a woman has someone she cares about, she will pay special attention to her appearance. From Yellow Nyan's point of view, even if her strength could slow down her aging process, her strength might not be able to improve too much, and she didn't have much confidence in herself. One is a sure way to keep her young forever, while the other requires hard work and involves great risks. The most important thing is that she will still grow old in the end. There is no need to think too much about how to choose between the two. Lu Chen initially thought that Yellow Nyan was a relatively independent woman, so she would probably choose Kaiwan Dan, so he said it and let Yellow Nyan choose by herself. But having said that, it's not surprising that Yellow Nyan would choose Xuan Dan. That woman doesn't like beauty. Lu Chen smiled, then took out a small porcelain bottle out of thin air, and said to Yellow Nyan, "What's inside is the beauty elixir that can keep women young forever." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yellow Nyan was slightly surprised and asked, "Your Majesty, does such a pill really exist in this world?" Lu Chen said, "Of course it exists, but this is an elixir, which is extremely precious." Having said this, Lu Chen directly placed the small porcelain bottle in the nephrite warm fragrance, and then said, "This is for you. After taking it, impurities will be discharged. Let the maid get some hot water and take a bath later." Var. Yellow Nyan immediately said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the elixir." Lu Chen got up from Yellow Nyan at this time. He glanced at Yellow Nyan Fenjiun's body and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really difficult to get a warrior pregnant. Another half-month passed, and the bellies of Yellow Nyan and the other warriors didn't react at all, but Chu Yukan became pregnant all of a sudden. Lu Chen didn't think any more and got out of bed immediately. Yellow Nyan also quickly got up and dressed Lu Chen. Half an hour later. Government Hall. Today's morning meeting was mainly about Princess Dahu's mission to the Northern Kingdom. Regarding this matter, more than half of the northern officials were opposed to it. The eldest princess of Dahu is such an important figure in Dahu. How could no one know what her intentions are when she comes to the Northern Kingdom? Obviously, Dahu wanted Wu Yunwan to provoke a civil war between the Northern Kingdom and Daxia, and then take the opportunity to split Daxia, and Dahu took the opportunity to reap the benefits. At this time, an official from the Huanyu Academy said, "Your Majesty, I believe that the Northern Kingdom does not yet have the ability to be independent. Although the Northern Kingdom has signed a business cooperation agreement with Dayu and has trade relations with other dynasties, there are some important matters in the Northern Kingdom. The resources basically come from other places in Daxia, especially weapons-related ores. If there is a stalemate with the Daxia court at this time, once the court completely cuts off relations with the Northern Kingdom, it will be difficult for the Northern Kingdom to find a way to obtain those resources in a short period of time. Although the Northern Kingdom has powerful people in the heavenly realm, no one knows whether His Majesty has a trump card that can fight against the heavenly realm. I heard some time ago that the royal family obtained a Swanyu Palace sacred object, which can temporarily defeat the strength of the Grand Master, raised to the same level as the heavenly realm. Officials from the Huanyu Academy faction knew more. Because they were one of their own, Lu Chen basically arranged for officials from the Huanyu Academy faction to be responsible for purchasing weapons-making materials. They knew the current details of the Northern Kingdom very well. In the view of officials from the Huanyu faction, once a war breaks out with the Daxia court at this time, the Northern King will not only be unable to win the throne in a short period of time, but they will also likely lose a lot of resources due to the outbreak of the war. In addition, Dao has now put down the rebellion in the southeast, and they are watching eagerly from the side. At this time, the North Kingdom and Daxia are going to war. Wouldn't it be playing into Dao's plans? The key is that the Northern Kingdom has powerful people in the heavenly realm, and the Great Xia court also has ways to deal with the heavenly realm. If two powerful forces collide, it is likely that both will suffer losses, which will actually benefit the third party. The signing of the business cooperation agreement between Lu Chen and Dayu had already stimulated the imperial court. If he continued to have close contact with the Dao dynasty, it would probably stimulate the Daxia imperial court even more and make the imperial court do something drastic. Although the current Northern Kingdom has a certain strength, it is not strong enough to overthrow a dynasty, so most officials believe that it is better not to let the eldest princess of Dao come to the Northern Kingdom at this time. Seeing that the officials of the Huanyu Academy thought so, Li Rui also stood up at this time. Your Majesty, I also think that it is indeed inappropriate to continue to stimulate the court now. Although being powerful in the heavenly realm boosted the confidence of the officials in the Northern Kingdom, most officials still kept their minds clear. Everyone could see that Lu Chen had no plans to have a direct conflict with the imperial court in the short term. After hearing what they said, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then looked at Zhuge Chongguang, and asked, "What do you think, Grand Scholar?" Zhuge Chongguang said, "I think that since Dao's eldest princess wants to come, then let her come. Didn't the prince say before that not only will she come this time, but Dao's second prince will also come? Dawu wants to drive a wedge between the Northern Kingdom and the Great Xia court, and the Northern Kingdom can also drive a wedge between their eldest princess and the prince." Hearing Zhuge Chongguang's words, Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "What the bachelor said makes sense. If that's the case, let them do it." Lu Chen also saw that Emperor Wu asked Dawu's second prince to follow Wu Yunwan on a mission to the North Kingdom. The purpose was to contain Wu Yunwan and prevent Wu Yunwan from taking all the credit alone. Wu Yunwan is a woman who always competes with the princes for merit. The princes of Dao must be very disgusted with Wu Yunwan, the eldest princess. In this case, we can take advantage of this at that time to sow discord between Prince Dawu and Wu Yunwan, preferably to intensify Dawu's political infighting. Seeing that Zhuge Chongguang and Lu Chen both said that they wanted Dao's eldest princess to come, the officials in the hall said nothing more. The matter was basically settled, and the next step was to prepare for the reception. Wu Yunwan is different from Daiyu's mission. After all, Wu Yunwan is the eldest princess of Dao, and she is also a princess with great power in Dao, so the reception standards must be high. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Dao's mission finally arrived at Yancheng in the Northern Kingdom. Wu Yunwan was sitting in the carriage, thinking about the scene when she left Yancheng in a hurry last time. She couldn't help but feel a little want to laugh. When she left Yancheng, she thought she would not come to the North Country for a while, but she didn't expect he came to Yancheng again so quickly. At this time, Wu Yunhuan opened the curtain of the carriage window and glanced at the welcoming crowd outside. She couldn't help but feel a little expectant. She left Yancheng in a hurry last time and didn't have time to see what kind of person Bei Wang was. This time finally, I had a chance to meet Bei Wang head-on. Wu Yunhuan said to herself, I hope you will not disappoint me. Chapter 277 Wu Junhuan is on a mission to the Northern Kingdom. Wu Yunhuan had become interested in Lu Chen a long time ago. After a teenage boy brought dozens of people to the Northern Kingdom, he gave the poor Northern Kingdom the strength to defeat the barbarian army of 300,000 in a short period of time. What's more, the palace owner of Swanyu Palace was unwilling to leave after living in Buwang Palace. All this made Wu Yunhuan curious. She was curious about what special thing Lu Chen had, or what kind of value Lu Chen had, so that he could bring the superpowers who supported Lu Chen, Swanyu Palace, and even Huanyu Academy. They were all attracted to the Northern Kingdom. In the past, she had only heard about what kind of person Bei Wang was, but she had never seen him in person. Wu Yunhuan knew very well that a lot of the information that came to her was based on hearsay and rumors. But her people don't know what the actual situation is. If you want to know what kind of person the real King Bei is, you still have to meet him in person. Now is your chance. When Wu Yunhuan's motorcade arrived at the gate of the southern city of Baiguo, Lu Chen rode a horse and came to the gate in person to greet them. Wu Yunhuan is the eldest princess of the dynasty, and Lu Chen is just the vassal king of a dynasty. It is normal for him to go out of the city to greet her in person. However, this makes Wu Yunhuan feel that something is wrong. Is the standard of reception in the North Kingdom too high? It was enough for King Bei to go out of the city to greet him in person. Both sides of the road were crowded with people from the whole city. This kind of reception was a bit too much. When the motorcade stopped, Wu Yunhuan directly opened the carriage curtain, and what came into view was a handsome face. Although the skin still looked a bit immature, Bei Wang already had the temperament of a mature man, especially King Bei's eyes were piercing and extremely deep. After just one glance, Wu Yunhuan's eyes were attracted by his appearance. Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The information was indeed correct, King Bei was indeed a rare handsome man in the world. Just when Wu Yunhuan was lost in thought, Wu Yunhuan suddenly noticed something was wrong. She came back to her senses instantly. Although Lu Chen was deliberately hiding the power of the warrior in his body, Wu Yunhuan still felt it. The two were now more than 10 meters apart, but she still felt oppressed. Lu Chen seemed to have reached the realm of a grand master. This. How can this be? King Bei is only 17 or 18 years old, and he is already a great master? Is there something wrong with my perception? Wu Yunhuan even began to suspect that she was hallucinating. After all, she was already a very talented warrior, but it took her more than 20 years to break through to the master realm, and King Bei was only 17 or 18 years old, and he is a great master. This is really an exaggeration. At this time, Pei Hong, who was beside the carriage, also reminded him in a low voice, Your Highness, King Bei is very powerful and is a great master. After hearing Pei Hong's words, Wu Yunhuan confirmed that there was nothing wrong with her perception. The young man not far away was indeed the Grand Master. Is he really the Northern King? Could it be that King Bei randomly sent someone to greet them? After all, she has never seen what the real King Bei looks like. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, Welcome Princess Wu to visit the Northern Kingdom. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly when she heard Lu Chen's words. This king? So, this young man is indeed King Bei himself? Bei Wang's martial arts talent is so terrifying. According to Bei Wang's growth rate, I am afraid that Bei Wang will be able to break through to the heavenly realm before he is 50 or even 30 years old. 30-year-old heaven and human realm. Wu Yunhuan couldn't even think about it. Among the people she knew, even a martial arts genius like Queen Daiyao could not keep up with King Bei. She used to believe that Queen Daiyao was the most talented person in the world in martial arts. There could be no one in this world who was more talented than Queen Daiyao. I didn't expect that a monster like King Bei existed. It seems that the rumors about the lecherous King Bei are all false. To be able to break through to the Grand Master realm at this age, even if one has talent, he must have put in more effort than the average person. This is the case with Queen Daiyao. In order to compete for that position decades ago, Queen Daiyao closed all her emotions and desires and put all her thoughts on martial arts training, and finally achieved the strength she has today. Others may not know how terrifying Queen Daiyao's strength is, but Wu Yunwan knows it in her heart. Of course, even a proud woman like Queen Daiyao was completely incomparable to Lu Chen in the eyes of Wu Yunwan at this time. Wu Yunwan instantly listed Lu Chen as the #1 enemy of the Dahou dynasty. Compared with the Xia Dynasty and the Daqian Dynasty, Lu Chen was Dahou's real enemy. King Bei grew up too fast, and he was young enough and very ambitious. King Bei's hiding place is really deep. After the Northern Kingdom defeated the 300,000 strong army of the Serious King, some people said that the Northern King also knew martial arts, but no one had ever said how powerful the Northern King was. In people's eyes, the success of King Bei depends on the heavy cavalry behind him, or the forces that support King Bei. Without the forces behind him to support him, he would not be what he is today. Now it seems that people may have thought wrongly. The Northern King may have relied on the power behind him, but the Northern King himself is definitely not simple. Wu Yunwan thought to herself, no wonder the superpower behind King Bei wanted to support King Bei. The owner of Swanyu Palace also came to the North Kingdom and did not leave for a long time. Even Zhuge Chongguang came to the North Kingdom. The reason why Bei Wang's strength has improved so quickly is partly because he has a very high martial arts talent, and partly because Bei Wang has a secret. Moreover, Zhuge Chongguang has not broken through to the realm of heaven and man for so many years. He has broken through to the realm of heaven and man in less than a year since he came to the Northern Kingdom. It is difficult not to make people doubt that this has something to do with the King of the North. Wu Yunwan became more and more curious about the little man not far away. She wanted to know what kind of secret that little man held. At this time, Wu Yunwan said with a smile, "It is rumored that King Bei is very handsome. When I saw him today, he certainly lived up to his reputation." Hearing Wu Yunwan's praise, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Thank you, Princess, for the compliment. It is my honor for the eldest princess and everyone from the envoy to come to the Northern Kingdom. I have already prepared a lunch. If you want anything, let's chat while we eat." After saying this, Lu Chen turned around on horseback, and then said, "Go back to the city." After the words fell, the reception team entered the city, and Wu Yunwan and his team continued to move forward behind the reception team. At this time, Pei Hong looked at Bei Wang's back and always felt that Bei Wang's back was a bit familiar, especially Bei Wang's voice. He always felt that he had heard Bei Wang's voice somewhere. Pei Hong thought to himself that this was his second time coming to the North Country and he had never seen King Bei before. How could he feel that King Bei's voice was familiar? Just when Pei Hong was thinking about where he had heard this voice, Wu Yunwan's voice came from the carriage. "Does Mr. Pei feel that King Bei's voice is familiar?" Not only Pei Hong, but also Wu Yunwan had the same feeling. Wu Yunwan was engaged in intelligence, so she was a person who paid more attention to details and could remember small details for a long time. She always felt that Bei Wang's voice was very familiar, and she vaguely felt that Bei Wang looked like someone she had met before. Pei Hong frowned when he discovered that Wu Yunwan had the same feeling as him. He suddenly felt that this might not be their illusion. If one person feels that Bei Wang's voice is familiar, it can be said to be his illusion, but now both of them feel that Bei Wang's voice is familiar, which most likely means that they have really heard Lu Chen's voice somewhere. Pei Hong's brain quickly filtered through the people they met last time they came to Yanchinj. Since they felt familiar, and the Northern King was in the Northern Kingdom, if they had heard the northern king's voice somewhere, it was probably the last time I came to Yancheng. After just thinking for a moment, Pei Hong suddenly remembered where they had heard a voice similar to that of King Bei. At this time, Pei Hong's face became a little ugly. He then said to Wu Yunwan on the carriage, "Your Highness, I am afraid that King Bei is the owner of Tingyu Tower." Although they did not see the appearance of Ting Yulu's poster when they came to Yancheng last time. At that time, Ting Yulu's poster was wearing a mask, but they also guessed Ting Yulu's poster from his voice and body shape. The poster was a very young man. At that time, they thought that the poster of Tingyu Tower was the mysterious force behind King Bei. Now it seems that the power behind Bei Wang in Tingyu Tower is clearly the power of Bei Wang himself. They were all deceived by King Bei. After hearing Pei Hong's prompt, Wu Yunwan also thought of the last time she saw the owner of Tingyu Tower in Yancheng. After Wu Yunwan's recollection, she also discovered that the voices of Buwang and Ting Yulu's master were exactly the same, and their bodies were basically the same. The key is that the owner of Tingyu Tower and Bei Wang are also very young. Wu Yunwan's face suddenly became serious, and she murmured, "It seems that King Bei recognized us last time we came to Yancheng." If you think about it this way, King Bei probably already knew that Qunhai Chamber of Commerce was her power. King Bei asked Ting Yulu to cooperate with Qunhai Chamber of Commerce because he wanted to find out information about Dao in turn. Thinking of this, Wu Yunwan felt very uncomfortable. She didn't expect that she would be tricked. Compared with Wu Yunwan, there was another person who felt uncomfortable at this time, and that person had greater resentment in his heart. That person was Wu Ming, the second prince of Dao. Wu Ming's carriage was right behind Wu Yunwan. At this moment, the expression on Wu Ming's face, who was sitting in the carriage, was a little distorted, his fists were clenched, and the anger in his heart could not be calmed down. As the second prince of Dao, he and the eldest princess Wu Yunwan went on a mission to the northern kingdom. However, when they arrived in the northern kingdom, the vassal king of the northern kingdom only said that he welcomed the eldest princess Wu Yunwan and completely forgot about his existence. Before they went on a mission to the northern kingdom, De Wu informed the northern kingdom. It was impossible for the northern kingdom not to know that he, the second prince, was also on a mission to the northern kingdom together with Wu Yunwan. But King Bei didn't mention his name just now. King Bei didn't put him in his eyes at all. It seemed that in front of Wu Yunwan, or as long as he and Wu Yunwan were put together, he, the second prince, would dispensable. Wu Ming also saw that the high-level reception in the North Kingdom was entirely for the purpose of receiving Wu Yunwan, the eldest princess. All of this had nothing to do with him, the second prince. Wu Yunwan is obviously a woman, how can she receive such a high standard of reception? He is obviously the prince and the one who is qualified to inherit the throne, yet he is ignored like this. Wu Yunwan is just a woman, why should she steal the limelight from a prince like him? It was okay to take credit when the rebels were put down. This time she was on the mission to the northern kingdom, and she came to take credit again. At first, his father only planned to let him go to the northern kingdom on behalf of Dao. When he heard about this, he was very excited. In his opinion, his father wanted to train him to be his successor, so he thought let him accumulate more achievements. In the end, he didn't expect that Wu Yunwan would come out halfway. This was Chai Jiliang, that bitch. If Chai Jiliang hadn't persuaded his father, how could his father let Wu Yunwan go on a mission to the north with him? The more Wu Ming thought about it, the angrier he became. Finally, he couldn't bear it anymore and cursed directly, "This couple of bitches." As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, the old man sitting in the carriage reminded him, "Your Highness, be careful what you say." After hearing this, Wu Ming calmed down a little. Soon, Lu Chen and the others arrived at the council hall, and everyone from the Dao envoy also took their seats. After taking his seat, Lu Chen asked the dancer and piano player to perform. However, the people of the great military envoy did not pay attention to the performance. Their eyes kept scanning around the government hall, as if they were looking for something. Their little movements were all seen by Lu Chen, who also knew what they were looking for. Obviously, they wanted to see if Zhuge Chongguang attended today's luncheon, so as to determine whether Zhuge Chongguang's realm had broken through to heaven territory. Lu Chen did not give them this opportunity. Zhuge Chongguang did not attend this luncheon. At this time, Lu Chen also noticed the fair-skinned man sitting next to Wu Yunhuan. The man was wearing a white gold silk brocade dress. He had a very noble temperament and looked like a young man. Lu Chen naturally knew who this person was, but he still pretended not to know anything and asked, "Eldest princess, who is this young master sitting next to you?" Hearing this question, Wu Yunhuan was slightly stunned. After she came to her senses, she replied with a smile, "I forgot to introduce to King Bei. This is the second prince of Dao, named Wu Ming." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It turns out to be His Highness Wu Ming, whose name I have admired for a long time." Hearing the conversation between the two, Wu Ming suddenly felt a fire in his heart. King Bei couldn't tell that he was Dawu's second prince, and he actually needed the introduction of Wu Yunhuan. If Wu Yunhuan didn't introduce him, would it mean that in the end the king of the north didn't even know that he was on a mission to the north? No, this mission to the north is an opportunity for him to accumulate merit, and he must not let the woman next to him take away all the credit. He must take the initiative. Although he will always feel an inexplicable sense of oppression in front of a woman like Wu Yunhuan, for the sake of his position as the prince, he cannot be suppressed by a woman like Wu Yunhuan. Thinking of this, Wu Ming said with a smile, "King Bei is joking. I am not very popular in Dao. How could King Bei have heard of me? But King Bei's name has long been resounding throughout Dao. Now almost every household in Dao, everyone knows that there is a great hero in Daxia who has resisted the barbarians' southward march many times." Lu Chen smiled, and then said, "I am a great hero, I am just trying to protect my 3/4 of an acre of land." Wu Yunhuan was about to say something when Wu Ming suddenly said, "I heard that Senior Zhuge is now holding an important position in the Northern Kingdom, but why don't you see Senior Zhuge today?" Lu Chen replied calmly, "You should also know that he just broke through not long ago and his realm has not yet been stabilized, so he has been practicing in seclusion recently." Wu Ming said, "Speaking of Senior Zhuge, I suddenly remembered that I have not yet congratulated King Bei for recruiting a powerful person like Senior Zhuge in the heavenly realm." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and did not continue the topic. Regarding Zhuge Chongguang's affairs, he did not intend to mention more. He wanted to keep Zhuge Chongguang's mystery and let them guess whether Zhuge Chongguang had broken through to the realm of heaven and man. At this time, Wu Yunhuan also noticed that Wu Ming seemed to be anxious to let Lu Chen remember him, trying to seize more opportunities to speak. She smiled slightly, and then said, "King Bei, you should have received the letter from me." "Is there a letter?" Before the official mission to the Northern Kingdom, Dahu's credentials were issued, as well as a letter from Wu Junhuan. Of course, the content of the letter was mainly about some of the topics that Dahu wanted to discuss during his mission to the Northern Kingdom. As for why Wu Yunhuan wrote to Lu Chen in advance, the purpose was obvious. Lu Chen replied at this time, "This is natural." Wu Ming was stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. "Letter? What letter?" Wu Yunhuan, a despicable woman, actually wrote a letter to King Bei in advance. He knows nothing. I don't know what's in the letter either. How could he interrupt? Wu Yunhuan continued, "Now that the Northern Kingdom has powerful people in the heavenly realm, the military strength of the Northern Kingdom has also surpassed that of the Great Xia court. I wonder if the Northern King has ever thought about the location of the Great Xia capital? What if the Northern King wants that location? Dao is willing to do his best to help King Bei." Seeing that Wu Yunhuan said this so directly, Lu Chen said, "I thought the eldest princess would be a little more tactful, but I didn't expect the eldest princess to say it so directly." Wu Yunhuan said, the rise of the Northern Kingdom is visible to everyone, and it is only a matter of time before the Northern King ascends to the supreme position. Therefore, I believe that there is no need to hide some things, and it is better to speak directly. When the Northern King ascends to that position, Dao is willing to sign an alliance with Daxia and be friends with Daxia for generations. Hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen took a sip of wine, and then asked with a smile, "Why doesn't Dao sign an alliance with Daxia now?" Wu Yunwan replied, "If we sign an alliance with the Daxia court now, the alliance will be invalidated when the Northern King ascends to that position. Since the Northern King will ascend to that position soon, then Dao should naturally find the Northern King directly." The king discusses the covenant. Chapter 278 I fell in love with Miss Qian at first sight. After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "Eldest princess, you must have misunderstood, I have never coveted that position in the capital. My father loves the people like his son, is kind and wise, and he loves and cares about his children. I am his proudest child. How could I do such an unfilial thing as seeking power and usurping the throne?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan chuckled, and then said, "King Bei is really good at joking. If the relationship between you and Emperor Xia is really as harmonious as you said, the Great Xia court will not be in Qi dynasty. Even if the country garrisoned troops, the Northern Kingdom would not send 100,000 troops to confront the army of the Great Xia court at the border of Qi Kingdom." Lu Chen said, "This topic does not need to be discussed. I will never take the initiative to provoke a civil war in Daxia. I would like to thank Dao for his kindness here." Seeing Lu Chen blocking the road with just one sentence, Wu Yunwan basically understood that Lu Chen would most likely not provoke a civil war in Daxia in a short time. If Lu Chen is really the owner of Tingyu Tower, it means that Lu Chen has been very concerned about intelligence work from the beginning. Now Tingyu Tower has been spread over several dynasties, and it is easy to collect intelligence. The more the rulers pay attention to the intelligence of the major dynasties, the smarter they are and not so easy to fool. What's more, after the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce and Ting Yulu cooperated, Ting Yulu may have found out a lot of internal information about Dao through the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce. The purpose of their mission to the North Kingdom was probably already known to the King of Bei. At this time, it is basically impossible to deceive the Northern King into civil war with the Daxia court. The snipe and the clam compete for the fisherman's profit. It is not easy for Dao to become a fisherman. Now we can only settle for the next best thing, which is to reach some cooperation with the Northern Kingdom, and then stimulate the Great Xia court to send troops to the Northern Kingdom." Then Wu Yunwan said with a smile, "I heard that King Bei and Dayu dynasty signed a business cooperation agreement, which strengthened the trade between the two parties. I think you should pay great attention to business development when you come to King Bei. In my opinion, Dao should also have what the Northern Kingdom needs. I wonder if Dao can sign a business cooperation agreement with the Northern Kingdom like Dayu." After hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Lu Chen knew that Wu Yunwan had not given up yet and still wanted to mess up Daxia, but he didn't care at all. Dao wants to sign a business cooperation agreement with them, so just sign it. For the current Northern Kingdom, the import of some resources is still too single. Although Northland has now added Northland to its own map, they have not started to exploit the resources owned by Northland on a large scale. They have not yet found some ore resources and have no idea where to mine them. Now they still have to rely on trade transactions. Dao has a vast territory and numerous resources. Since Dao is willing to conduct trade cooperation with the Northern Kingdom, it is definitely a good thing for the Northern Kingdom. In this way, the Northern Kingdom would not be so dependent on Daxia's resources. Of course, this is just a transitional period in the north, and it won't last long. Lu Chen smiled and said at this time, "Of course there is no problem, but the eldest princess has only arrived in the North Kingdom today. It is not appropriate to discuss too many political affairs today. Let's leave the business cooperation letter to tomorrow." Just as Wu Yunwan was about to say something, Lu Chen continued, I heard that Dao was able to quell the civil strife in the dynasty because of the eldest princess. It is Dao's great fortune to have a woman like the eldest princess who can be both literary and military. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan smiled slightly, and then said, King Bei is joking. I was able to put down the rebellion in the southeast of Dao only because the soldiers fought hard for Dao and the rebels. How can I compete with the soldiers? Achievement. Lu Chen said with a smile, the eldest princess is humble. No matter how good the soldiers are, they need excellent commanders and command to be able to exert their combat effectiveness. I heard that before the eldest princess led the troops, there were 2 princes in Dao who led Dao's elite troops. Encircling and suppressing the rebels, the 2 princes not only failed to destroy the rebels, but instead caused Dao to lose many elite soldiers. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Ming's face turned dark instantly next to Wu Yunwan. One of the 2 princes Lu Chen mentioned was Wu Ming himself, which made Wu Ming feel that Lu Chen was trying to blame him. Although he felt very unhappy, considering that their mission to the North Kingdom was for a purpose, Wu Ming had no choice but to endure it no matter how uncomfortable he felt. At this time, Wu Yunwan was also aware of Lu Chen's intention. She didn't believe that Lu Chen didn't know that Wu Ming was one of the 2 princes. However, Lu Chen brought up the matter at this time, and even used it to she is a woman compared to Wu Ming. Obviously, Lu Chen was trying to drive a wedge between her and Wu Ming. In order to prevent Lu Chen from continuing to sow discord, Wu Yunwan said quickly, by the way, there is something I forgot to tell King Bei. I heard that King Bei likes beautiful women, so when I came to the north this time, I specially prepared something for King Bei. A great gift. Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, Oh? Is the gift that the eldest princess prepared for me a beautiful woman? Wu Yunwan smiled slightly, and then said, Of course there is not just one, but 10 stunning dancers. I wonder if we can let them in. Lu Chen said, Of course. After hearing this, Wu Yunwan then said to the members of the mission next to her, Go and bring them in. After a while, the members of the mission next to Wu Yunwan entered the hall with 10 stunning dancers. Wu Yunwan asked, What does King Bei think of them? Lu Chen did not answer immediately. He swept his eyes around the girls and used the system to identify their ratings. He found that basically the ratings were above 80, but did not reach 90. The highest one was only 89, it fails to meet the standards specified by the system. These dancers are beautiful, but they don't have much effect on him. Lu Chen then said with a smile, These dancers are all beautiful, but... Having said this, Lu Chen paused for a moment, and then continued, It's just that they are not the type that I like. Thank you to the eldest princess for your kindness. Seeing that Lu Chen refused directly, Wu Yunwan was slightly stunned. She thought that even if Lu Chen didn't like these dancers, he would accept them because they were gifts from the Dao mission. She didn't expect that Lu Chen actually refused. However, this also shows that Lu Chen is indeed different from the rumors. He is not a lecherous person. If you think about it, if he is really a lecherous person, how could he break through to the Grand Master realm at this age? Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking this, Lu Chen said, I like one of your Dao women. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan came back to her senses and asked with a smile, I wonder who this woman is, and she can be favored by King Bei. When I return to Dao, I will definitely send that woman to Prince Bei's mansion. Lu Chen sighed and looked very sad, I once met the daughter of the president of the Qian family chamber of commerce. I fell in love with Miss Qian at first sight. It's a pity that the beauty is unlucky. I want to find a way to make her. After the Qian family moved to the north, they heard from President Qian that his daughter had passed away. As soon as these words came out, Pei Hong, who was sitting behind Wu Yunwan, instantly clenched the sword in his hand, and Wu Yunwan's eyebrows also slightly raised. Although she had already guessed that Lu Chen was the owner of Tingyu Tower when she entered the city, she did not expect that Lu Chen would actually talk about it at this time, and also said that he fell in love with her at first sight. Could it be that King Bei was teasing her? Wu Yunhuan laughed in her heart. A young man of 17 or 18 years old actually teased her, a eldest sister in her 30s. Ha, that's interesting. Then Wu Yunhuan said, King Bei, please express your condolences. There are countless beautiful women in the world. With your ability, King Bei, you can get any kind of beautiful woman. There is no need to mourn for a beauty who has passed away. Lu Chen took a sip of wine and said, the eldest princess is saying that this king is too pretentious. But having said that, I discovered that the eldest princess looks very similar to Miss Jian. Wu Yunhuan was not very touched in her heart. She said calmly, perhaps King Bei misses Miss Jian too much and has an illusion. Lu Chen smiled and then said, okay, this is the first time the eldest princess has come to the North Country. Let's not talk about these sad things. Let's continue drinking and tasting delicious food. Having said this, Lu Chen said to the piano player and dancer in the hall, keep playing music, keep dancing. The luncheon finally lasted for about an hour, which was an extremely long hour for Pei Hong. He was always worried that King Bei would do something detrimental to Wu Yunhuan. Wu Yunhuan also felt that Lu Chen's eyes were staring at her from time to time, especially after Lu Chen said that he fell in love with Miss Jian at first sight. Lu Chen's eyes seemed to be scanning her body all the time. Wu Yunhuan suspected that she was too nervous and had an illusion. After the luncheon, Wu Yunhuan couldn't help laughing at herself. It was really ridiculous that she would be so nervous because of a word from a 17 or 18-year-old man. Lu Chen was obviously reminding her that he already knew that Qinghai Chamber of Commerce was hers, and asked her not to try to play tricks. As for the words falling in love with Miss Jian at first sight, it was obviously false. After the luncheon, the Northern Palace arranged the members of the Dao mission in a residence in the north city of Yancheng, and they would all live here in the next few days. At this time, Wu Yunhuan was sitting in the pavilion in the courtyard, seeming to be thinking about something. At this time, Pei Hong said to the side, Your Highness, I'm afraid the Qian family can no longer be trusted. Hearing Pei Hong's words, Wu Yunhuan thought for a moment, and then said, Not necessarily. Although King Bei knew that Qian Dahai was from the palace from the beginning, he still dared to use Qian Dahai, which proved that King Bei was very confident in himself. Now Qian Dahai has moved the Qian family to the north, and it seems that he has completely surrendered to him. Baiguo, this may seem to the king of the north that he has poached Qian Dahai from my hands. Of course, whether the Qian family can be trusted depends on what kind of information they can provide us. Now that Qian Dahai's two sons are still in the Qinghai Chamber of Commerce, Qian Dahai can only listen to me. I believe that he will not dare to betray me. It depends on whether the king of Bei will let Qian Dahai have access to the secrets of the north. In Wu Yunhuan's view, Qian Dahai's two sons are still in his hands, and his two sons have secretly expressed their allegiance to him. Qian Dahai will not betray easily. The key is to look at the attitude of King Bei. Let's see if King Bei really trusts Qian Dahai. If King Bei really trusts Qian Dahai, then the Qian family can continue to play a role. If King Bei doesn't trust Qian Dahai, then the Qian family can still help Qianhai Chamber of Commerce run various businesses in Baiguo. In other words, for Wu Yunhuan, no matter whether Qian Dahai can obtain more information from Buwang Mansion, Qian Dahai and the Qian family are of great use to her, and she has no plans to give up Qian Dahai yet. Home. After hearing Wu Yunhuan's words, Pei Hong also realized that the Qian family was still useful to Wu Yunhuan, so he stopped mentioning the Qian family's affairs. At this time, he thought of what the other King Bei said at the luncheon. Then he reminded, Your Highness, I saw King Bei staring at you many times at the luncheon. In addition, he said that he fell in love with Miss Jian at first sight. I think he is really coveting your beauty. It's better for us to guard against him. The reputation of the Northern King was not very good to begin with. People said that he was a womanizer. Even the people of the Northern Kingdom thought that the Northern King was more romantic. Wu Yunhuan smiled lightly, and then said, Pei Gong is worrying too much. What he said at the luncheon was just to remind me that he already knew that Jianhai Chamber of Commerce belongs to me, and to warn me not to use Jianhai. The Chamber of Commerce is just causing chaos in the North Country. Pei Hong did not continue to speak, he fell into silence. At first, Pei Hong thought that Lu Chen's words were just to warn them not to use the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce to cause destruction in the North Kingdom. However, as a person who has experienced this, he always felt that there was something wrong with the way Lu Chen looked at Wu Yunhuan. Maybe he was overthinking it. Wu Yunhuan said at this time, what we should be most careful about now is that King Bei takes this opportunity to sow discord between me and the second prince. Wu Yunhuan saw it at the luncheon. Lu Chen had been belittling Wu Ming in various ways. It was obvious that he was sowing discord and trying to make Wu Ming hate her. As a woman, she not only led this visit, but Wu Ming, as a fellow traveler, was also compared in various ways. Wu Ming must be very unhappy now. Pei Hong reminded, in order to prevent His Highness the Second Prince from having a grudge against you, I think it would be better for you to have a few words with His Highness the Second Prince to prevent him from stumbling upon you when we negotiate a business cooperation agreement with the Northern Kingdom. Wu Yunhuan said, there are people watching around him, so he won't bother me just because of this matter, unless... Before Wu Yunhuan could finish her words, a soldier from the mission hurriedly entered the courtyard. Eldest princess, I'm sorry, the second prince went to the prince's mansion to meet with the prince. Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan's face instantly darkened, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, and then she asked, did the old man next to him follow him? The soldier replied, we went together too. Wu Yunhuan pondered for a moment, and then said, it seems that my father still doesn't want me to accumulate too many achievements. Forget it, since the old man is also by Wu Ming's side, he probably won't do anything detrimental to Wu. Wu Yunhuan did not know the old man next to Wu Ming, but she found out through various channels that the old man was the Grand Master sent by her father to protect Wu Ming. Of course, while protecting him, he was also controlling Wu Ming to prevent Wu Ming from doing anything outrageous. Pei Hong said at this time, His Royal Highness the Second Prince is a little too anxious. They had just arrived in Yanqing today, and the luncheon had just ended. As a result, Wu Ming ran to find King Bei. What else could Wu Ming do if he went to find King Bei? Obviously he went to see King Bei to discuss the business cooperation letter, and he wanted to take credit. Going to find King Bei in such a hurry will give people the feeling that they are begging Bei Kingdom to sign a business cooperation agreement. At the same time, North Prince's mansion, inside the pavilion in the outer courtyard. Wu Ming and Lu Chen were sitting opposite each other. Lu Chen poured a cup of tea for Wu Ming, and then said with a smile, I didn't expect Wu Ming to come to see me so soon. Wu Ming came to see me for the business cooperation letter, right? Wu Ming said, it seems that the Northern King has long expected that I will come. Lu Chen picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip of tea, and then said, Dao has such a strong eldest princess, and you younger brothers will have a hard time. Wu Ming said, King Bei seems to know Dawu's situation very well. Lu Chen said, I can't say that I understand him very well, I can only say that I know a little bit. Having said this, Lu Chen asked, tell me, how does His Highness Wu Ming want me to help you? Wu Ming was stunned when he heard Lu Chen's question. Help? King Bei said he wanted to help him? There is no free lunch in the world. Although he does not have as strong a personal ability as Wu Yunhuan, he is not a fool either. Wu Ming said, King Bei, please tell me what you want first. Lu Chen said, to be honest, I don't have many requirements. It's just that your eldest princess has brought a lot of trouble to me, so I can't stand her. Speaking of this, Lu Chen asked, Your Highness Wu Ming should know who the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce belongs to, right? Wu Ming replied, this is natural. Lu Chen continued, Princess Dao asked the Qianhai Chamber of Commerce to infiltrate the Northern Kingdom and unscrupulously inquire about the secrets of the Northern Kingdom, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. Wu Ming said, "Why do I feel that you think she is a difficult woman to deal with, so you want to cooperate with me?" Lu Chen smiled and then said, "Your Highness Wu Ming can also think so. Compared with a woman who is proficient in calculations, I prefer to deal with honest people like your Highness Wu Ming." Lu Chen's words instantly made Wu Ming feel insulted, but Wu Ming didn't care. Since the North King was afraid of Wu Yunhuan, it was a good thing for him. He could take advantage of this to fight with the North King. Reach cooperation and then seize the credit for this mission to the north. Lu Chen continued, "This business cooperation book will be signed by His Highness Wu Ming. I wonder what Wu Ming thinks." Wu Ming was startled. If he could sign the business cooperation letter, then the results of this mission would be his. Wu Ming immediately said, "Thank you very much, King Bei. I will update once every few days, take a short break, and wait for the update on the third depending on the situation. In addition, my first update also has 5,000 words, which is more than those authors who have 2 updates. I am not lazy." Chapter 279. Sooner or later she will become his woman. Wu Ming talked with Lu Chen for half an hour at Buwang Mansion, and roughly discussed the contents of the business cooperation letter. After Wu Ming left Buwang Mansion, he was still extremely excited. He felt much more comfortable as he sat in the carriage. At this time, he heard the words Lu Chen said before. He couldn't help but clenched his fists, and then said to himself, "How dare a mere vassal king dare to humiliate me like this? When I get on that position, the first one to be wiped out is the North Country." Wu Ming also didn't expect that Lu Chen would actually tell Beiguo's fear of Wu Yunhuan, and in front of him. The Bei Kingdom was afraid of Wu Yunhuan, so they chose to cooperate with him, the second prince. Doesn't this mean that in the eyes of the Bei Kingdom, the second prince himself was no threat at all? When he thought of King Bei praising him for being an honest person, Wu Ming felt a ball of anger burning crazily in his heart. What a bullshit honest man, King Bei just wants to say that Wu Ming is a fool. I really thought he couldn't hear it. The more Wu Ming thought about it, the angrier he became, and the joy he felt just now gradually disappeared. He continued to talk to himself, "Today's humiliation, I will definitely repay in every possible way in the future." The next morning, Lu Chen sent someone to tell Wu Yunhuan that they wanted Wu Ming to sign the business cooperation agreement this time. Wu Yunhuan instantly guessed Lu Chen's purpose for doing this. Lu Chen made it clear that he wanted to sow discord between her and Wu Ming. Wu Yunhuan felt that this was not going to work, so she went directly to Wu Ming and planned to have a good chat with him to prevent Wu Ming from being taken advantage of by Lu Chen. Hearing that Wu Yunhuan was looking for him, Wu Ming basically guessed what was going on, but he still went to Wu Yunhuan's yard. After entering the courtyard, Wu Ming asked, "I wonder what Sister Huang wants to see me for?" Although the two of them do not have the same mother, Wu Ming still behaves relatively modestly in front of the eldest princess Wu Yunhuan, and even calls himself I instead of my king. Wu Yunhuan said calmly, "Did you meet with King Bei alone yesterday?" Wu Ming smiled and replied, "Sure enough, I can't hide anything from Sister Huang." Wu Yunhuan said, "King Bei just sent someone to tell me that he wants you to sign this business cooperation agreement by name." Wu Ming showed a surprised expression, "Is this happening?" Wu Yunhuan continued, "Third brother, you should understand that the reason why King Bei did this is to sow discord between you and me, so as to seek more benefits. If you agree to it in order to sign the business cooperation letter, if you fail to meet some of his conditions, it would be tantamount to betraying Dao." Faced with Wu Yunhuan's warning, Wu Ming didn't take it to heart. He said with a smile, "Sister Huang, you don't have to scare me, and I am the Prince of Dao. What I should do and what I should not do, I still have confidence in my heart. My father has sent people around me to monitor my every move, how could I possibly betray Dao? The reason why King Bei asked me to sign the business cooperation letter, Doesn't Sister Huang think it's because I'm a man? Wu Ming's words were very direct. What he meant was that Wu Yunwan was a woman and was not qualified to inherit the throne. To sign a certain contract with a country, of course, one must choose someone who is qualified to inherit the throne. Wu Yunwan was not angry when she heard Wu Ming's words. She smiled and said, "It seems that I misunderstood the third brother. As long as the third brother did not betray to Wu." Wu Ming said at this time, "If Sister Huang has nothing else to do, I will leave first. Yancheng is very prosperous, and I want to visit Yancheng." Wu Yunwan said, "Okay." Wu Ming then turned and left. Seeing his leaving figure, Pei Hong next to Wu Yunwan said, "Perhaps King Bei did not put any additional conditions." Wu Yunwan said, "For the Northern King, no matter how many favorable conditions are obtained in the business cooperation agreement, it is not as profitable as disrupting the entire Dao dynasty." Pei Hong said, "Your Highness, are you planning to give all the credit for your mission to the north to His Highness the Second Prince?" Wu Yunwan pondered for a moment, and then said, "Send someone to tell King Bei that I want to talk to him alone." Although Wu Yunwan knew that Lu Chen wanted to drive a wedge between Wu Ming and her, she had to talk to Lu Chen in order to prevent the diplomatic results from this mission to the north from falling into Wu Ming's hands. King Bei likes to sow discord, so let him sow discord. Anyway, if she, a woman, wants to ascend to the supreme position, it will not be easy for the Chen family. When the time comes, not to mention Wu Ming, the other princes of Dao will also, they are her enemies on the way forward. She and her brothers would fight sooner or later, and there was no need for Lu Chen to sow discord. As for the diplomatic achievements of this mission to the north, they certainly cannot be given to Wu Ming. North Palace. Study. Lu Chen was processing official documents when Wu Yuan came in and said, "Your Majesty, Xuan Yuan Koge has arrived in Yancheng." After hearing Wu Yuan's words, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. He finally came, and now he didn't have to worry about Xuanyu Palace coming to trouble him. Wu Yuan continued to ask, "Does the prince want to see him? He has now moved into the mansion you arranged for him." Lu Chen said, "Let him come to the palace. It just so happens that I have some questions that I want to ask him." "Yes, I will send someone to inform him now." Then Wu Yuan turned around and left the study. After a while, Wu Yuan brought Xuan Yuan Koge to Lu Chen's study. Xuan Yuan Koge immediately saluted and said, "Old minister, I pay my respects to the king." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Master Xuan Yuan City, you don't have to be polite." Lu Chen then asked directly, "Master Xuan Yuan City, I am a little curious, how did you break through to the heavenly realm? I remember that in order to break through to the realm of gods and humans, you still need to pass the test of this world. If you fail to pass the test of this world, you will not be able to break through." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuan Yuan Koge was stunned for a moment, and then he said, "The test of the world? Your Majesty is right to say that, but we usually call this Hedao. Although people all follow the martial arts path, there are many branches on the martial arts path. Everyone has his own path. Only by understanding his own path can he break through to the realm of heaven and humanity." After the king came to Dao City for inspection, the old minister's heart knots for many years finally disappeared, and the old minister also understood his own Tao, so the old minister successfully merged with the Tao and reached the realm of the unity of nature and man. Hearing Xuan Yuan Koge's words, Lu Chen thought that Xuan Yuan Koge's ability to break through to the heaven-human realm was indeed related to him. Lu Chen then said, "There is a minister in Yancheng who is a great master in the ultimate realm. He suddenly caused a vision of heaven and earth some time ago, but he did not successfully merge with the Tao. Instead, he only realized the method that could allow him to break through to the heaven and human realm. How is this going? Since he already knows how to break through to the heavenly realm, it stands to reason that he has understood his own way, so why hasn't he been able to break through to the heavenly realm?" Xuan Yuan Koge said, "The king should be talking about Zhuge Chong Guang. I have also heard about him. Xian Yuan Keoj heard about Zhuge Kongguang's deeds when he was still in Dahokan. Nowadays, the exchanges between Dahokan and Yancheng are very frequent. The caravans from Dahokan go in and out of Yancheng almost every day, so what happened in Yancheng Xian Yuan Keoj soon knew what was going on. At first, he thought that a strong man in the heavenly realm came out of Yancheng, but when he entered the city just now, he did not sense the so-called strongman in the heavenly realm. He also quickly realized that this was just the king of the north. Layout. Lu Chen nodded and said, "Well, it's him." Xian Yuan Keoj continued, "His ability to cause visions of heaven and earth proves that he is not far from the union of the Tao. The reason why he cannot achieve the unity of heaven and man may be because he does not understand the Tao he pursues enough." When the old minister learned that the king was in the North Kingdom, it also triggered a strange phenomenon in the world. At that time, a voice told the old minister that if you want to break through the realm of heaven and man, you must run Dahu city well. After hearing Xian Yuan Keoj's words, Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it was a bit too mysterious. Lu Chen finally understood that from the first level warrior to the Grand Master realm, as long as the skill continues to accumulate, one can continue to break through the realm. But when the Great Master reaches the realm of gods and humans, the improvement of skills is useless. Breakthrough in this realm must rely on consciousness. How to achieve a breakthrough is as mysterious as it is mysterious. Everyone is different anyway. At first, he and Zhuge Kongguang thought that in order to break through to the realm of gods and humans, they needed to be recognized by the world. Now that they think about it, this seems to be their own idea. Lu Chen rubbed his temples and stopped thinking. Forget it, it's useless to think about it now. Anyway, he just needs to know that it's not that easy to break through the realm of heaven and human beings. Lu Chen then said, "I will go back and ask Grand Scholar Zhuge to come to your place to study. You can tell him about your experience of breaking through to the realm of heaven and humans, and see if he can understand anything." Xian Yuan Keoj said, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Xian Yuan Keoj said, "Your Majesty, what position does that veteran hold in Yancheng?" Although people like Xian Yuan Keoj have already broken through to the heavenly realm and no longer have to work, Xian Yuan Keoj is the lord of a city after all and has long been accustomed to the life of management. Now he is suddenly free. But he couldn't stay any longer. Hearing Xian Yuan Keoj's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, "I wanted you to be a great scholar at first, but after thinking about it, I thought it was not appropriate to expose your existence now, so I can only wrong you. For a while, you will be in charge of the firearms manufacturing in the north, including the manufacturing of steam engines and trains." Before Zhuge Kongguang broke through to the realm of heaven and man, Xian Yuan Keoj was a trump card. The reason why the trump card was a trump card was that it was the last card to be played. Naturally, Xian Yuan Keoj could not be exposed to outsiders so quickly. Middle. Xian Yuan Keoj immediately said, "I am not wronged. It is an honor for me to be needed by the king." At this moment, a servant of the prince's palace said at the door of the study, "Your Majesty, Princess Dahu sent someone to deliver a letter." Lu Chen immediately said, "Bring it in." Then the maid at the door delivered Wu Yunwan's letter to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened the letter, glanced at it, smiled, and then said to the servant at the door, "Ask the person who sent the letter to go back and tell them about the eldest princess. I will be free at the end of today." "Yes, Your Majesty." Afternoon. In the pavilion in the outer courtyard of the North Prince's mansion, Wu Yunwan, wearing a purple dress, sat on the stone bench in the pavilion, looking at Lu Chen opposite the stone table, and then smiled, "My third brother should have been sitting there yesterday. In the position where I sit now, right?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Unfortunately, the eldest princess guessed wrong. He is sitting on the stone bench to your right." Lu Chen then asked, "I wonder why the eldest princess asked me to meet with you alone." Wu Yunwan said, "The king of the north sent people to the place where I live, and asked my brother to sign the business cooperation letter. Now he comes to ask me why I am here? Isn't this asking knowingly? Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, His Royal Highness Wu Ming is the second prince of Dao, and he is the person qualified to inherit the throne of Dao. There should be no problem if I ask him to sign, right? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan showed no expression on her face. She naturally heard that Lu Chen was implying that she was just a woman and not qualified to inherit the throne. Wu Yunhuan then said, King Bei really thinks that Dao's future emperor can only be a man? Didn't Daiyu also have a queen? Since Daiyu has one, why can't Dao have another one? Lu Chen said, I don't care whether the emperor of Dao is a man or a woman. Since the eldest princess wants to sign the business cooperation letter, she must show her sincerity. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan smiled slightly, and then said, I wonder what kind of sincerity King Bei wants. Lu Chen smiled, then picked up the teacup on the stone table, took a sip of tea, and then said slowly, Eldest princess, do you still remember the eldest daughter of the Qian family that I mentioned at yesterday's luncheon? Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly. She didn't know what Lu Chen was doing to mention the eldest daughter of the Qian family at this time. It was already this time. What else could Lu Chen pretend to be? Wasn't the so-called eldest daughter of the Qian family what she was doing last time? A false identity created by Yancheng. Wu Yunhuan immediately said, King Bei, it's already this time, why don't we tell you straight to the point? Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then continued, although the Qian family told me that Miss Qian has passed away, through some gossip, I learned that Miss Qian is not actually dead. She is in Dao Qian Maritime Chamber of Commerce. I am interested in Miss Qian, fell in love with her at first sight and really liked her very much. I wonder if the eldest princess can give up her love and give Miss Qian to me as my concubine. Wu Yunhuan's face was a little serious. She stared into Lu Chen's eyes, trying to tell from Lu Chen's eyes that what he just said was just a joke. However, Lu Chen was smiling and staring into her eyes. It didn't look like he was joking at all. Wu Yunhuan said, It is said that King Bei is a romantic man and loves beauty. I didn't believe it at first. But after seeing him today, he is indeed well deserved. Wu Yunhuan originally thought that Lu Chen could break through to the realm of Grand Master at this age, and he must not have much interest in beauty. However, he actually said such words to herself, so lightly, and looked like a playboy. This guy actually has his mind set on himself, the great martial princess. Lu Chen said, My fair lady, a gentleman is fond of lust, and I am not lustful. I just like beautiful things. Seeing that Lu Chen actually compared herself to a thing, her impression of Lu Chen became even worse. Wu Yunhuan then said, You should know that it is impossible for Miss Qian to marry you. Please ask King Bei to change the conditions. The eldest princess has collected a lot of information about me through the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce. It should be very clear that my only hobby is women. No matter what conditions the eldest princess puts forward, in my eyes, Miss Qian is not more valuable. Hearing these words, Wu Yunhuan felt vaguely angry in her heart, and a trace of blush appeared on her jade cheeks. This young man of 17 or 18 years old actually really had an idea for her. Wu Yunhuan then said, Miss Qian is already in her 30s and is not suitable for King Bei. Lu Chen said, Several of my women are already in their 30s, and one is even pregnant with my child. What I like most are mature women in their 30s like Miss Qian. Wu Yunhuan said coldly, Please, King Bei, please stop joking. Lu Chen said calmly at this time, Since the eldest princess is not willing to give Miss Qian to the king, then let's forget about it. Please come back, eldest princess. Seeing that Lu Chen issued an order to expel guests, Wu Yunhuan thought to herself, could it be that Lu Chen never thought of negotiating terms with her from the beginning? So you said this on purpose? She asked how could King Bei have taken a fancy to her beauty. Wu Yunhuan immediately stood up and left the pavilion. Looking at Wu Yunhuan's graceful body, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. The eldest princess of Dao, right? Sooner or later she will become his woman. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 280 Revenge Against Me? Okay. When Wu Yunhuan left Buwang Mansion, she was still a little angry in her heart. Although it seemed to her that Lu Chen said those frivolous words to persuade her to quit, she still felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. This little man actually made fun of her, a powerful eldest princess. She was already in her 30s, and she was old enough to be his mother. Just when Wu Yunhuan was thinking about how to get Lu Chen to agree to let her sign this, Pei Hong's voice came from outside the carriage. "Princess, do you feel it?" Wu Yunhuan opened the curtain and asked doubtfully, "Mr. Pei, what's wrong?" Seeing that Wu Yunhuan didn't seem to feel anything, Pei Hong frowned and then said, "Just when I was in Buwang Mansion, I felt that the true energy in my body had become extremely disordered, and I felt a huge sense of oppression in my heart." The old man cannot breathe. Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan was stunned. Why didn't she feel like this just now? Wu Yunhuan then said, "Strange, why don't I feel this way?" Pei Hong thought for a moment and then said, "Could it be Zhuge Chongguang who is exerting pressure on the old man?" After hearing what Pei Hong said, Wu Yunhuan also realized that if Zhuge Chongguang is really a strong man in the heaven and human realm, then a strong man in the heaven and human realm can indeed directly contact someone without seeing someone within the range of perception. Target that person and put pressure on that person. Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly, and then said, "So, Zhuge Chongguang has really broken through to the realm of heaven and man." Pei Hong said, "The possibility is very high. If it is just a Grand Master, even Zhuge Zhongguang when he was still a Grand Master, could not make the old man feel such a sense of oppression. I am afraid that only a strong man in the heaven and human realm can have such a strong pressure." After hearing what Pei Hong said, Wu Yunhuan fell into silence. Now the North Kingdom has a strong man in the heavenly realm, and the North King is a man with extremely high martial arts talent and strong ambitions. I am afraid that in the future, the North Kingdom and there will definitely be a war between Dao. The North will become Dao's most threatening enemy. It seems that after returning, she will have to persuade her father to send someone as an envoy to Daxia. There are strong men in the heavenly realm in the Northern Kingdom. Based on this, Dao cannot compete with the Northern Kingdom alone. In addition, the Northern Kingdom is now in a period of rapid development. Although the current population of the Northern Kingdom is not large, if one day there is a Wei Chen conquered the entire Daxia and became the next emperor of Xia, taking control of the entire Daxia. At that time, Dao might not be Daxia's opponent. Although they wanted to sow discord between the Northern Kingdom and the Great Xia Court and cause a war between them, Wu Yunhuan did not want to see the Great Xia Court lose easily to the Northern Kingdom. If the Daxia Court fell, Dao would face a more powerful enemy, which would be a disaster for Dao. Now the Daxia Imperial Court is still capable of contending with the Northern Kingdom. Wasn't it rumored some time ago that the Daxia royal family has the means to deal with the heavenly realm? Since Daxia and the Northern Kingdom have the power to fight, it is best for Dao to stand with the Daxia Imperial Court. On the other hand, help Daxia fight against the Northern Kingdom. Of course, the best result is that both the Daxia Court and the Northern Kingdom will suffer losses, and then the Dao dynasty will reap the benefits. At dusk, Lu Chen was reviewing official documents in the study, when a voice sounded outside the door, "Your Majesty, there is news about Rong." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then put down the pen in his hand and said to Lin Wanyun at the door, "Aunt Lin, come in." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Lin Wanyun entered the study. Lin Wanyun was wearing a long cyan skirt tonight. The skirt wrapped around her plump body. She looked full of the charm of a mature woman. After Lin Wanyun entered the study, she closed the door and came to Lu Chen with a letter. Seeing the letter in Lin Wanyun's hand, Lu Chen asked curiously, this letter? Lin Wanyun replied, this is the letter that Rong asked someone to bring down the mountain. Lu Chen was a little surprised. Chen Wanrong was imprisoned by her master. Can she still let her disciple come down the mountain with a letter? Lin Wanyun stretched out her jade hand and handed Chen Wanrong's letter to Lu Chen. Lu Chen immediately took the letter, opened it and read it carefully. After reading the contents of the letter, Lu Chen felt even more frightened. He was surprised but also a little happy. He did not expect that Chen Wanrong's master had no real intention to prevent Chen Wanrong from becoming his woman. But, seeing Lu Chen looking at the letter in a daze, Lin Wanyun asked curiously, what did Rong say in the letter? After Lin Wanyun got the letter, she came directly to Lu Chen, not knowing what was written in the letter. Lu Chen replied, she told me that her master did not intend to stop me from being with her, but her master would come down to the mountain in person after a while to see what kind of person I was. She asked me to stay with her master during this period of time when you are in the Northern Kingdom. Please try not to put too much energy into women. Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Lin Wanyun asked in shock, really? Your Majesty really agrees that you two are together? In Lin Wanyun's view, their venerable person was a rather stern person, especially towards Chen Wanrong. Ever since the incident with Chu Yu, their venerable person had often reminded Chen Wanrong not to look for men, and said that all men not a good thing. Lin Wanyun thought that after hearing that Chen Wanrong was harmed by Lu Chen, their venerable people would come to Yanchinj to cause trouble for Lu Chen. Unexpectedly, their venerable people not only did not come to trouble Lu Chen, but even agreed to the two of them together. Lu Chen said, Rong also said in the letter that her master said that if I have talent, her master will accept me as his disciple. Lin Wanyun said excitedly, if this is the case, that would be the best. In this way, the relationship between you and Rong will be justifiable. If Lu Chen becomes the disciple of the Venerable, then Lu Chen will be one of Swanyu Palace's own. If Chen Wanrong finds one of his own as a Taoist companion within Swanyu Palace, then no one in Swanyu Palace will say anything. At this time, Lu Chen looked at the letter in his hand and fell into deep thought. To be honest, he was not sure whether the content in the letter was true. After all, he had not seen the words written by Chen Wanrong, and Chen Wanrong was still there. Swanyu Palace, she didn't know whether she was imprisoned or not. This letter was sent from Swanyu Palace, or it might be a letter written by someone else in Chen Wanrong's name. Thinking of this, Lu Chen handed the letter in his hand to Lin Wanyun. Aunt Lin, look at whether the handwriting on this letter is Rong's. Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Lin Wanyun instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lin Wanyun then took the letter from Lu Chen's hand and glanced at it. This is indeed Rong's handwriting. Lu Chen continued to ask, have you ever asked the disciples of Swanyu Palace what Rong's situation is like in Swanyu Palace now? Lin Wanyun replied, I asked, and the disciples of Swanyu Palace told me that after Rong returned to Swanyu Palace, she met the Venerable several times alone. The Venerable did not seem to punish her. She is still the master of Swanyu Palace. Currently, she is managing all the affairs of Swanyu Palace. Lu Chen thought in his mind that Chen Wanrong's master did not punish Chen Wanrong. Does that mean that the content in this letter is probably true? Is Chen Wanrong's master really enlightened? He actually thought that her master would be very angry for agreeing to let the two of them be together. Lin Wanyun also saw what Lu Chen was worried about, and then Lin Wanyun said, actually, it's not surprising that His Holiness would agree. When your mother married Emperor Xia, she was very opposed to it at first, but in the end she had to agree. You and Rong are already cooked. Things have already happened. There is no point in her objecting at this time, so it is normal for her to agree to your being together. Lu Chen said, that's true. However, Lu Chen still had some concerns. At this time, he asked Lin Wanyun, what kind of person is Rong's master? Lin Huanyun didn't know how to answer this question. She thought for a moment and then answered, a real fairy. Lu Chen smiled and said, I'm talking about her personality. Lin Huanyun replied, I haven't met her a few times, and I don't know her very well, but I heard from Rong that the Venerable is a rather strict person. Lu Chen thought to himself, forget it, Chen Wanrong's master will come to Yancheng anyway, and soldiers will come to cover up the water and earth. Then he will know what kind of person Chen Wanrong's master is. He doesn't really want to have a conflict with Suanyu Palace. After all, Suanyu Palace has weapons that can destroy a mountain. The origin of that venerable man is probably not simple. If there is a direct conflict with Suanyu Palace, Baiguo may not be able to defeat Suanyu Palace. Moon Palace. At this time, Lin Huanyun continued, Chener, if there is nothing else, I will go out first. You can continue to do your work. Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, yeah, okay. Lin Huanyun then turned around and left the study. After Lin Huanyun left, Lu Chen also got up from his seat and returned to the main hall to have dinner. After dinner, Lu Chen's wives and concubines dispersed and returned to their rooms. Chu Yukin and Chu Qingli also returned to the courtyard where they lived. Chu Qingli thought that now that her sister had broken the bad guy's blood, the bad guy would not come to her sister's room to spend the night, so she ran away tonight. When I arrived at Chu Yukin's room, I planned to sleep with Chu Yukin tonight. Chu Yukin didn't say much. After the two women entered the room, Chu Qingli asked curiously, Sister, what does it feel like to be pregnant? Hearing this question, Chu Yukin smiled, and then said, when you are pregnant with Chener's child, don't you know what it feels like to be pregnant? Speaking of this, Chu Yukin joked, Qingli, you suddenly asked your sister this question, isn't it because you want a child? Chu Qingli said quickly, I don't want to give birth to that bastard's child. I just asked casually. On the other hand, sister, you have already married him and are now his woman. You still don't feel ashamed if you keep talking about her for an hour. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Chu Yukin's beautiful face became slightly hot. She had been married to Lu Chen for a while. Although she also thought about changing her name to Lu Chen, she didn't know why. When meeting Lu Chen, I can't help but call him Chener. The key is that no one in the palace corrected her name, so she unknowingly called Lu Chen this way without even knowing it. Although she was married to Lu Chen, she still looked like Lu Chen's elder in the palace. In fact, Chu Yukin felt more ashamed to call Lu Chen husband than calling Lu Chen Chener. Even though she had accepted Lu Chen, deep down she still couldn't transcend this age, mainly because they lived together. It's been too long, and it really can't be changed in a short while. Chu Qingli continued to ask at this time, Sister, why did you get pregnant with that bad guy's child so easily? Yellow Nanyang and the others have slept with him so many times, but they haven't seen their bellies get bigger. Chu Yukin blushed and said, this sister doesn't know either. During this period, Yellow Nanyang often pulled her and asked her quietly how she got pregnant with Lu Chen's child. Yellow Nanyang also wanted to inquire about the process of her and Lu Chen's sexual intercourse. Now she was the only female warrior in the entire inner courtyard of the palace who was pregnant with Lu Chen's child, and she was pregnant with Lu Chen's child at once, which naturally aroused the curiosity of other women. Although it was normal for a man and a woman to become pregnant after having sex, Chu Yukin always felt a little ashamed when she thought that she, a female warrior, was pregnant with Lu Chen's child. She always felt that the people in the palace were speculating that she and Lu Chen had done something more special, which was why she got pregnant so easily. At this time, Chu Qingli looked at Chu Yukin's red cheeks and said with suspicion, Sister, you couldn't have slept with that bad guy a long time ago, so you were able to get pregnant with his child so quickly. Chu Yukin said, what are you talking about? You think my sister is like you? Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Chu Qingli curled her lips. She wanted to say that she wasn't doing it for Chu Yukin at the beginning, but she swallowed it back when she said it. Now that she said it, she didn't even believe it. Now that Chu Qingli had woken up, she realized that her previous agreement to trade with Lu Chen was purely a self-sacrifice. She had regarded Lu Chen as a despicable and shameless person from the beginning, but in the end she actually believed Lu Chen's words and agreed to make a deal with him. Lu Chen traded 100 times, wasn't he actively looking for trouble? But it is meaningless to talk about it now. Now that she is a member of Lu Chen's harem, it is useless to say more. Anyway, like her sister, she has no way to escape from the palm of the bad guy in this life. At this time, Chu Qingli raised her jade hand and stroked Chu Yukin's belly. Chu Qingli said to herself, I don't know if it's a boy or a girl. Chu Yukin smiled slightly, and then said, whether it's a boy or a girl, I believe Chener will like it. Chu Qingli said, I can't tell for sure. Who knows if he says he likes her, but he dislikes her in his heart. I think it's better to give him a son. Didn't he say before that he would treat all his children equally? Sister, just give him more sons, divide his family property, take revenge on him, and let him bully us two sisters. As soon as Chu Qingli finished speaking, she heard Lu Chen's voice coming from the door, retaliate against me? Okay. I still want you to take revenge on me. After the words fell, Lu Chen opened the door and entered. Seeing Lu Chen actually coming, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen then closed the door and said with a smile on his face, Qingli, what's your point in instigating your sister to take revenge on me? It's better for you to give me dozens of children yourself to take revenge on me. Hearing this, Chu Qingli snorted and said, I can't get pregnant. If I can get pregnant, let alone dozens, I will give birth to hundreds of them for you to see. I will let my children divide them up. I wonder how you can use your family property to support so many children. Hearing Chu Qingli's words, Lu Chen was startled. Of course he knew that what Chu Qingli said was just angry words. No matter how powerful Chu Qingli was, he would never be able to give birth to hundreds of children by himself. However, Chu Qingli's words reminded Lu Chen that if one day he had more and more children, how to arrange his children in the future would indeed be a problem. His system determines that he cannot only have the few women he has now, and it also determines that he cannot have 6 children. Moreover, when the children grow up, they will still have children, and the children's children will still have children. Judging from the number of years he can live in his realm, he may be able to see many generations of his great-grandchildren while he is still alive. Of course, tonight is not the time to think about this. He came to Chu Yukin today because he had some questions to ask Chu Yukin. Then Lu Chen went straight to the bed and sat down next to Chu Qingli. Chu Qingli saw that she was blocking Lu Chen and her sister, so she immediately stood up, planning to give up her position to the two of them and leave the room. Sister, I won't disturb you anymore. Having said this, Chu Qingli was about to leave, but as soon as she stood up, Lu Chen grabbed Chu Qingli's jade hand, and then with a slight exertion, he pulled Chu Qingli's soft and delicate body into his arms. Let Chu Qingli sit on his lap. Lu Chen then whispered in Chu Qingli's ear, Qingli, what are you doing? I didn't even tell you to leave. Why are you leaving? Didn't you say you wanted to give me a child to take revenge on me? How could you be pregnant with my child if you left so soon? Hearing this, Chu Qingli was stunned for a moment, and a blush instantly appeared on her cold face. She couldn't help but think, was this bad guy planning to do that kind of thing to her in front of her sister? Chu Yukin's face also became more rosy. Lu Chen, the little scoundrel, might really have that intention in not letting Chu Qingli leave. Chu Qingli said quickly, sister is still pregnant. If the prince wants to, just go to my room. Chu Qingli wouldn't feel anything bad when she was alone with Lu Chen, but if she was in front of her sister, Chu Qingli couldn't accept it in her heart. She didn't want her sister to see her ugly side. Lu Chen said, "No need, just stay in this room. I have something to talk to your sister about." Having said this, Lu Chen's hand fell on Chu Qinggli's belt and directly pulled Chu Qinggli's belt out. Seeing that Lu Chen, a bad guy, was serious, Chu Qingli immediately struggled, "No, my sister is still here." Without saying a word, Lu Chen stood up and placed Chu Qingli on the bed, then leaned down and blocked her red lips. Chapter 281 Lu Chen's Mother and Grandmother. Daxia, Beijing. After nightfall, the streets of the capital no longer were as bustling as they were during the day. Because this is a special period, the capital has implemented a curfew policy. If it were before, the nightlife in the capital of Daxia would still be relatively rich. Just when people were getting ready to sleep, suddenly a golden light rushed out from the palace and penetrated into the sky. At this moment, in the palace, a man wearing white underwear said excitedly, "That's it, that's it." Seeing a golden light reaching into the sky in the direction of the palace, illuminating the entire capital, the officials in the capital instantly thought of what happened in the northern kingdom not long ago. For a time, the officials in the capital felt extremely anxious. Although this golden light means that a powerful person in the heavenly realm may have appeared in the royal family, it also means that Emperor Xia will continue to strengthen his control over the court. You know, Emperor Xia has not yet finished cleaning up the ancient families in Daxia, and the officials of the ancient families still in the capital feel that a disaster is coming. The Jiangnan aristocratic family is such a huge interest group, and Emperor Xia took action as soon as he said so. Now the rest of the ancient aristocratic family is just a piece of loose sand. If a strong man of the heavenly realm appears in the royal family, what will they do to fight Emperor Xia? Northern Kingdom, Northern Palace. In the room, candle light flickered. Chu Yukin on the side was slightly in a trance when she saw the scene in front of her, and her face was a little hot. Although she thought this kind of thing was normal, seeing Lu Chen attack Chu Qingli with her own eyes still made her feel a little shocked. Music Xuan had actually mentioned it to her some time ago, asking her to persuade Lu Chen that in the future, if the women in the inner courtyard of the palace would serve the prince, the number could be increased appropriately. The reason why Music Xuan asked Chu Yukin to tell Lu Chen was mainly because Chu Yukin's status was quite special. She was the only one with the status of an elder. If she went to tell Lu Chen would probably listen to opinions. However, Chu Yukin never had the nerve to tell Lu Chen. She didn't expect that she hadn't told Lu Chen about it yet, and Lu Chen directly dragged Chu Qingli to do bad things in her room. In order not to disturb Lu Chen, Chu Yukin got up at this time and came to sit on the stool beside the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chen raised his upper body and asked, "Aunt Chu, how much do you know about my mother?" Chu Qingli was about to continue struggling when she saw Lu Chen raising his upper body. However, when she heard Lu Chen asking her sister what was serious, she was slightly stunned for a moment, and then let Lu Chen do whatever he wanted. Chu Yukin always felt that this scene was weird when she saw Lu Chen doing bad things while asking herself about Chu Yu. However, she still replied, "I have followed your mother since I was a child. Maybe there is no one better than me in this world. You should know your mother better." Lu Chen suppressed Chu Qingli and said, "Does Aunt Chu know how my mother died?" Hearing this question, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that Lu Chen would ask about the cause of Chu Yu's death. After a moment of silence, Chu Yukin said, "Your mother's death has a lot to do with your father. Your father forced your mother to go to Swanya Palace to borrow the artifact from Swanya Palace, but your mother was there. On the way back, she was surrounded by assassins. Your mother used her last breath to kill all the assassins, but by the time she returned to the palace, she couldn't do it either. Perhaps your mother had already realized that she would be in danger when she went to Swanya Palace, so she didn't take me with her that time." Hearing this, Lu Chen took a deep breath, and then continued to ask, then did my mother bring that artifact from Swanyu Palace back to the capital? Chu Yukin replied, no. Lu Chen continued to ask, how did the sacred object from Swanyu Palace fall into the hands of my father? Chu Yukin replied, when your mother returned to the capital, she discovered that someone wanted to rob the sacred object, so she found a place to hide the sacred object. After your mother died, Emperor Xiaohui sent someone to find the sacred object. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen took a deep breath again, and then suddenly became fierce. After a while, Lu Chen asked again, Aunt Chu, I have one last question. Are you basically I have always been by my mother's side, so you should know the answer to my next question. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukin glanced at Lu Chen who was violently attacking Chu Qingli. She vaguely felt that Lu Chen seemed to be in a bad mood at this time. Chu Yukin then said, just ask, I will tell you everything I know. Lu Chen asked directly, am I the biological child of Emperor Xia? Hearing Lu Chen's question, Chu Yukin was stunned. Seeing that Chu Yukin didn't answer immediately, Lu Chen knew that Chu Yukin must know something about this. At this time, Lu Chen turned Chu Qingli over, then pressed him up and said again, Aunt Chu, just tell me directly. I can accept the result no matter what. Chu Yukin sighed and said, your mother once reminded me not to tell you your origins no matter what. But your mother also wants you to spend this life in peace, so she doesn't want you to know. Now that you have a destiny, you are no longer an ordinary person. I think it doesn't matter if I tell you now. When your mother was a teenager, she got a bead that emitted green light. I don't know where she got it. Later, she married Queen Xia. Every time Emperor Xia came to her room, she would use Emperor Xia's essence and blood to feed the bead until one day, she implanted the bead into her body, and a few months later, she had you in her belly. Hearing Chu Yukin's answer, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and stopped what he was doing. He originally thought that his biological father was someone else, but he didn't expect that he actually came like this. This is too fantasy. Chu Qingli was very uncomfortable at this time, but she heard the conversation between Lu Chen and her sister and knew that the two of them were talking about very important things, so she did not dare to move. She also didn't expect that the origin of this bad guy was so special. No wonder her sister was unwilling to leave Lu Chen no matter what. It seemed that her sister had promised Chu Yu to always protect this bad guy. After a while, Lu Chen got busy again and said while doing things, so, I can actually be regarded as my father's biological flesh and blood? After all, that green bead absorbed my father's blood essence. Chu Yukin said, I don't know about this. At this time, Chu Yukin suddenly thought of something, so she continued, by the way, your mother once said some strange things to her belly when she was pregnant. For example, she often said to herself that if only it was really her child. When Lu Chen heard this, he couldn't help but think, what did he mean by this? In the eyes of his mother, he was not her real child? Although he was not a child conceived through normal methods, he still came out of his mother's belly. How could his mother think that he was not her child? Lu Chen then took a few breaths and asked, Hi, did she say anything else strange? Chu Yukin replied, she also said that she really hopes to watch you grow up, and hopes that you can live like an ordinary person. At this point, Chu Yukin's mood became a little low. She sighed and said, now that I think about it, the reason why your mother said these words is that she had already anticipated her final outcome. Hearing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that maybe his mother was not simple either. She should know something about herself. It's a pity that his mother is no longer alive now, and there is no way to ask her about his origins. It seems that he has to find an opportunity to ask his grandfather, maybe he knows something about his mother. Thinking of this, Lu Chen began to deal with Chu Qingli harshly. At this time, Chu Yukin glanced at Lu Chen and Chu Qingli. She thought in her heart that Chener must have been stimulated by her words, so she vented her negative emotions on Qingli. That's okay. After Lu Chen's negative emotions are vented, he won't feel so uncomfortable. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Qingli collapsed on the couch. At this time, Lu Chen turned to look at Chu Yukin and said with a smile, "Madam, it's so late, why don't you come over to sleep?" Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face turned red. The scene that just happened was still echoing in her mind. Unfortunately, she was pregnant and couldn't mess around. Chu Yukin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, and then said, "If I don't make room for you, can you use it?" After the words fell, Chu Yukin's face became extremely hot, and she wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Lu Chen said, "Okay, it's already so late, come here and rest." Seeing what Lu Chen had said, Chu Yukin didn't say anything more. She slowly came to the bed, then untied her clothes, revealing the white underwear underneath. Lu Chen didn't hesitate and pushed Chu Qingli inside, then hugged Chu Yukin and kissed her. Although there are some bad things that cannot be done, there is still no problem with kissing and hugging. Early the next morning, when Lu Chen woke up, he saw Chu Qingli looking at him with resentment, like a resentful woman. Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's soft body, and then asked, "What's that look in your eyes?" Chu Qingli snorted coldly and said nothing. This little bastard actually made her look embarrassed in front of her sister. It was really bad. What will her sister think of her in the future? You will definitely think that she is a shameless woman. Damn Lu Chen! If it weren't for the fact that Lu Chen was bullying her while telling her sister about Chu Yu yesterday, she would have resisted with all her strength. At this time, Chu Yukin, who was tightly hugged by Lu Chen, said, "Chener, if you want to know more about your mother, just ask your grandpa. Your grandpa has been doting on her since she was a child. Your mother, he should know a lot of things that I don't know." Lu Chen said, "Well, I'll go there later." Having said this, Lu Chen's paws began to roam gently on Chu Yukin's body, and then he said in Chu Yukin's ear, "My good wife, your body is soft and warm, and it's so comfortable to hold." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face turned crimson again. This little bastard knew how to play tricks on her. He knew that she had a child now and could not have sex with him, yet he still stimulated her like this. Lu Chen saw that Chu Yukin's face was red and there was a trace of mist in her eyes, so he stopped teasing her, and then he stood up directly. Chu Yukin immediately got up and helped him get dressed. Half an hour later, Lu Chen appeared at Chu's house. When he arrived at Chu's house, he found that the door of Chu's house was covered with black and white writing, as if he was doing nothing. After seeing this scene, Lu Chen immediately asked the servants of the Chu family, "What's going on? Who died?" The servant replied, "Go back to your lord, the master of the house is organizing a funeral for young Master Chu." After Liang Zong came back, he told Lu Chen about Chu Hongfei's death, but Lu Chen did not tell Chu Xiong about it immediately. However, Lu Chen discovered a few days ago that Chu Xiong had been sending people to Jiangnan to find Chu Hongfei's whereabouts. Lu Chen then thought for a moment. Although the Jiangnan rebels had been wiped out and the Jiangnan family had their homes confiscated and exterminated, many members of the Jiangnan family still escaped. Perhaps in Chu Xiong's view, Chu Hongfei also took advantage of the chaos. Escaped. But instead of letting Chu Xiong wait for someone who could never wait, it would be better to tell him directly, so Lu Chen asked Liang Zong to tell Chu Xiong about Chu Hongfei being kicked into the sea by the 8th prince. No matter how rebellious Chu Hongfei is, he is still Chu Xiong's son. Chu Xiong first lost his daughter, and now he lost his son. Now he seems a little lonely. Soon the Chu family's servants brought Lu Chen to the Chu family's living room. At this time, Chu Xiong looked particularly haggard. Lu Chen said, "Grandpa, I'm so sorry. It's my fault that I didn't let Liang Zong save him." "Uncle." Chu Xiong sighed and said, "Oh, it's not the prince's fault. This is all Hongfei's fault. I have told him not to stay in Jiangnan for a long time. He doesn't believe it and insists on following those crazy people. That's all, it's useless to talk about it now. Having said this, Chu Xiong looked at Lu Chen and asked, I wonder why the prince came to me today. Lu Chen replied, I want to know something about my mother. Hearing this, Chu Xiong was slightly stunned. Seeing Chu Xiong stunned for a moment, Lu Chen thought to himself that his grandfather had just endured the pain of losing his son, and he came to ask about his mother and touched his wound. Wouldn't it be a little bad? Thinking of this, Lu Chen stood up and said, Grandpa, if it's inconvenient today, I'd better come another day. Chu Xiong came to his senses and said quickly, it's okay. If you want to know anything, just ask. After hearing Chu Xiong's words, Lu Chen sat back and asked directly, I want to know if my mother is your biological daughter. Hearing this, Chu Xiong was stunned again. He did not expect that Lu Chen would ask such a question. Chu Xiong asked curiously, why would the prince ask this question? Lu Chen said, I feel that my mother is probably not an ordinary person, so I want to know if she was born in the Chu family. Chu Xiong fell into silence and did not answer immediately. After a while, Chu Xiong finally said, Your mother is indeed my child, but when her mother was pregnant with her, she was not conceived in a normal way. Hearing what Chu Xiong said, Lu Chen instantly remembered what Chu Yukin said last night. The reason why he was born had a lot to do with the green bead. Could it be that his mother was conceived in this way? At this time, Chu Xiong continued, when I went hunting in the mountains, I met an injured girl in the mountains. I fell in love with her at first sight, so I brought her back to the Chu family and healed her injury. Later, that girl married me and became my first wife, your grandmother. On the day of the wedding, your grandmother told me that she was not an ordinary person and did not have the fertility of a normal woman. She needed special methods. Being able to get pregnant, she asked me if I would like to use that method to have a child. I agreed to your grandma without thinking too much. Later, your grandma took out a yellow bead, moistened the yellow bead with my essence and blood, and finally implanted the bead into her body, and then I became pregnant with your mother. But not long after your grandmother gave birth to your mother, she passed away. Speaking of this, Chu Xiong's mood became extremely low and he looked extremely sad. Hearing Chu Xiong's words, Lu Chen thought to himself that, indeed, his birth method was the same as his mother's. His mother was indeed not an ordinary person. Not only was his mother not an ordinary person, but his grandmother was also not an ordinary person. Lu Chen then continued to ask, what disease did my grandma suffer from before she died? Chu Xiong calmed down his emotions and tried to calm down. After a long while, he replied, I don't know what disease she has. She woke up one morning and suddenly told me that she was leaving. Then she just lay in bed and never got up, so I called almost all the doctors in Suifengcheng to the Chu family, but no one found out what illness she had, and she passed away a few days later. After the words fell, the entire living room fell silent. Lu Chen fell into deep thought and Chu Xiong fell into silence. Neither of them spoke for a while. Lu Chen thought to himself, could it be that his mother really expected that she would die before he grew up? Although her death seems to have something to do with Emperor Xia, it may also be because her mother's lifespan has reached its limit. Could it be because her grandmother and her mother's mission was to breed an offspring through that special bead? When the offspring was born, their mission was completed, and then they were not far from death. But how did her mother know about her mission? His grandmother passed away not long after her mother was born. Logically speaking, no one told his mother what she should do? Lu Chen suddenly felt that being able to be born in this world was probably not as simple as a simple soul time travel. If it was just a simple soul time travel, there would be no such thing as a system. It's as if everything in this world has been arranged long ago. After pondering for a moment, Lu Chen felt that it was useless no matter how much he thought about it. He should just have more children, get more rewards, and continue to improve his strength. No matter what conspiracy is behind the system, when it grows to a certain stage, the planners behind it will always take the initiative. It is useless to think so much now. Anyway, he enjoyed it, and it would not be a loss even if he died. Chapter 282. It seems that King Bei is destined to have unrequited love. Since Lu Chen came back from the Chu family, after handling government affairs every day, he would go to his inner courtyard to cultivate relationships with his wives and concubines. On the one hand, he wants to see if he can directly upgrade his realm to the heavenly realm through the system. On the other hand, he is worried that he is just a puppet of some planners, so he wants to enjoy himself in time. Regardless of whether he is a puppet or not, just enjoy what you can enjoy first and then talk about it later. Although he thought so in his heart, Lu Chen did not give up completely because of this. He still had to review official documents when they should review them. In recent days, they had been discussing the terms of the business cooperation letter with Dahu's mission. Maybe it was because Lu Chen didn't agree to cooperate with Wu Yunhuan. The conditions put forward by Wu Yunhuan were basically very harsh, and it didn't look like he wanted to cooperate. Northland, Government Hall. Today is another round of negotiations. The business cooperation agreement has been negotiated for more than 10 days, but neither party is satisfied with the cooperation conditions proposed by the other party. Lu Chen sat on the throne, looked at Wu Yunhuan in the main hall, and said with a smile, "Elder Princess, after all, you took the initiative to come to this king's kingdom. You have to give in to some conditions, right? You want to take advantage of everything. This isn't it a little too much?" Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan's face did not change and she said calmly, "Although it was De Wu who proposed the cooperation, it involves De Wu's interests. Naturally, I cannot give in casually. If I give in casually, wouldn't it be tantamount to betrayal?" Dahu. At this time, Wu Ming, who was sitting aside, looked a little ugly. He originally thought that the conditions proposed by Baiguo were almost enough and he could sign it, but Wu Yunhuan refused to agree to it. Wu Ming originally thought that he would sign the business cooperation letter anyway, bypass Wu Yunhuan, and then reach an agreement with Lu Chen alone. However, at this time, Wu Ming realized that his words were of no use to the mission. The entire Dahu mission, it's Wu Yunhuan's person. As long as Wu Yunhuan does not relent, the rest of the Dahu mission will not relent. If Wu Ming agrees to Lu Chen's conditions behind the back of everyone in the mission at this time, then he is betraying De Wu. Wu Ming obviously does not dare to do this. He also knew why Wu Yunhuan kept delaying and was always dissatisfied with the conditions proposed by Baiguo. It was obvious that Wu Yunhuan did not want to give herself the credit for this mission to Baiguo, so she would find faults in various ways. Thinking of this, Wu Ming clenched his fists, and then he said, "How about we each make a concession? The caravans from the north can travel unimpeded in Dahu, and the caravans from Dahu can also do business in the north." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan said, "The caravan is a trivial matter. The key is business tax and business scope. I heard that although the commerce in the northern kingdom is relatively developed, the prices of many goods are directly controlled by the northern palace, and not everything in the northern kingdom can be bought and sold. I think this is very unfair to Dahu's caravan. The caravan from the north can run any business in Dahu, but Dahu's caravan has to be subject to various restrictions when it comes to the north. This is obviously unfair. Since we to sign a business cooperation agreement, certain commercial projects in the north should also be open to Dahu." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. It seemed that Wu Yunhuan was thinking that if she could not get the credit this time, then Wu Ming would not be able to get it either. Wu Yunhuan should be very clear that there were some conditions that the north could not give in to. The north country is still in the process of reform and development, so management is naturally relatively strict, and not everything can be relaxed. Wu Yunhuan was sure that she would not agree to those conditions, so she deliberately proposed to add those conditions to the business cooperation agreement. Just when everyone was in a stalemate, a Jin Yiwei soldier entered the main hall. Today was the day to receive the military envoy. If there was no important matter, the Jin Yiwei soldier would not enter the main hall casually. The Jin Yiwei soldiers came to Lu Chen at this time, and then whispered in his ear, "Your Majesty, there is an urgent report from the capital. Both commanders are waiting for you in the study." Hearing this, Lu Chen frowned. Liang Zong and Qin Yushan wouldn't know that today he was discussing a trade cooperation letter with Dahu's delegation. At this time, he sent a Jin Yiwei soldier to look for him. It seemed that he was something really happened, there should be big movement in the direction of the capital. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately stood up and said to Wu Yunwan, "Eldest princess, I'm really sorry. I suddenly have an important matter to deal with." This is the end of today's discussion. After the words fell, Lu Chen flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave the political hall. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming thought Lu Chen was angry, so he said from the side, "Sister Huang, my father asked you to go on a mission to the North Kingdom. I didn't ask you to anger King Bei. You say it's for the North Country, but why do I feel like you have other thoughts?" Hearing Wu Ming's words, Wu Yunwan's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, "Third brother, some interests cannot be given away casually. As a prince and a candidate for the position of prince, if you can even betray Dahu's interests casually, then what qualifications do you have to compete for that position?" After Wu Yunwan finished speaking, Wu Ming snorted coldly and did not continue. He stood up directly, flicked his sleeves, and left the hall. At the same time, Lu Chen came to the study room. At this time, Liang Zong and Qin Yushan were standing at the door of the study. When they saw Lu Chen coming, they both saluted at the same time and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chen walked directly into the study and said as he walked, without courtesy, "Come in and talk about it." "What's the matter?" The two immediately followed into the study room. Entering the study, Liang Zong handed the envelope in his hand to Lu Chen, and said, "A vision has appeared in the capital, and the vision is very similar to the one that appeared in the Buwang mansion. It is also a golden light inserted into the sky, and then dark clouds gathered and thunder and lightning surged." Hearing Liang Zong's words, Lu Chen's brows instantly furrowed. No wonder the two of them were so anxious, something like this happened in the capital. Lu Chen quickly opened the envelope, and then carefully read some of the information mentioned in the letter. Qin Yushan continued on the side, "Recently, there are rumors in the capital that a strong man in the heavenly realm has been born in the royal family. However, there is another rumor in the capital. There are rumors that Zhuge Chongguang is not a real strong man in the heavenly realm, he is just a fake. The realm of heaven and humanity is still far from the true realm of heaven and humanity." After listening to Qin Yushan's words and looking at the information in his hand, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, in such a short period of time, someone in the palace actually touched the threshold of the heavenly realm. I just don't know who caused the vision, and I don't know if that person really broke through to the heavenly realm, or was that person just like Zhuge Chongguang, who only stepped into the heavenly realm with one foot. Judging from folk rumors, the person who caused the strange phenomenon in the palace should have only stepped into the realm of heaven and humanity. This rumor most likely came from the palace. Since the other party knew that Zhuge Chongguang had not broken through to heaven and humanity, state, that means that person is probably in the same state as Zhuge Chongguang now, and has not truly aligned with the Tao. Who is the one? Is it the national master Situ Ce, or his own father? His father has the sacred object of Swanyu Palace in his hands, so he is the most likely to break through to the realm of heaven and man. Seeing that Lu Chen did not speak, Liang Zong added, "The elite soldiers that the imperial court sent to the south to suppress the rebellion have been transferred to the border of Qi state and will soon enter Qi state. The number is about 400,000. However, although the imperial court frequently mobilizes troops, His Majesty has not been in court for a long time. There are already rumors that His Majesty is seriously ill and is in danger. Now the struggle for power among the princes in the capital is getting more and more serious, and their fights have been brought to the surface. But His Majesty did not intervene at all. It seemed as if something really happened to His Majesty. Hearing Liang Zong's words, Lu Chen, who was deep in thought, couldn't help laughing, and then said, "My father is not so easy to get into trouble." Lu Chen didn't believe at all that Emperor Xia was in danger. He was already a grand master, how could he die so easily? My father is probably planning another conspiracy. Since there are already rumors that Zhuge Chongguang is not in the heavenly realm, there is a high probability that Zhuge Chongguang's matter was noticed by Emperor Xia. Since Emperor Xia has noticed it, Emperor Xia cannot take any action at all. So what will Emperor Xia do next? Should he directly let the imperial army attack the northern kingdom, or should he send a great master to assassinate Zhuge Chongguang first? But having said that, Emperor Xia pretended to be ill at this time, which made Lu Chen a little confused. He didn't know what Emperor Xia had planned. Could it be that Emperor Xia thought that he would feel that he was in danger, and then launched a rebellion at this time? After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he said to Liang Zong and Qin Yushan, "Let the spies continue to pay attention to the movements in the capital and the court, and notify me as soon as there is news." Liang Zong and Qin Yushan said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this moment, a servant said at the door, "Your Majesty, Princess Dao wants to see you." Lu Chen said, "Ask her to wait for me in the pavilion in the outer courtyard. I will be here soon." Having said this, Lu Chen said to Liang Zong and Qin Yushan, "You go and do your work. My subordinates, please leave." After the two of them finished speaking, they turned and left the study. Lu Chen did not go to the pavilion in the outer courtyard immediately. He looked at the information in his hand and continued to think for a while. Finally, he decided to go to Zhuge Chongguang and ask him what Zhuge Chongguang thought after meeting Wu Yunhuan. Thinking of this, Lu Chen immediately went to the outer courtyard. Wu Yunhuan, who was wearing a long purple dress, was already sitting in the pavilion, sipping the palace's dragon and phoenix tea. When she saw Lu Chen coming, Wu Yunhuan smiled slightly, and then said, "I didn't expect that the Buwang Palace has such special tea. I wonder if Buwangfu sells this kind of tea." At this time, Lu Chen glanced at the maid Xiao who was serving tea to Wu Yunhuan, and instantly understood what was going on. This must be Mu Zixuan's fault. Lu Chen wasn't angry either. As his princess, Mu Zixuan probably saw that he was coveting Princess Dahu's body. Moreover, if Wu Yunhuan has a good impression of him, even if he and Wu Yunhuan are not married, he can still get some benefits from Wu Yunhuan, so there is nothing wrong with inviting Wu Yunhuan to drink dragon and phoenix tea. After Lu Chen came to his senses, he said with a smile, "If the eldest princess likes to drink this tea, I will ask my servant to send a pound to the eldest princess later." Wu Yunhuan said, "How can this be done? Your tea is no ordinary tea at first glance. How can I drink your tea for free?" Lu Chen said, "If the eldest princess feels sorry for herself, how about agreeing to the conditions proposed by Baiguo?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan immediately said, "No wonder King Bei is willing to take out such precious tea for me to drink. It turned out to be this idea. I'm afraid this won't work. Although the tea is delicious, there are some principal issues. I will not give in." Lu Chen said calmly, "Since the eldest princess has no intention of giving in, why does the eldest princess come alone to meet with me? Could it be that the eldest princess has figured it out and plans to give Miss Jian to me as a concubine?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunhuan snorted coldly, and then said, "If you want Miss Jian to be your concubine, it depends on whether King Bei has the ability." Seeing that Wu Yunhuan seemed angry, Lu Chen said with a smile, "The eldest princess will know from now on whether she has this ability." Just when Wu Yunhuan was about to say something else, Lu Chen suddenly said, "The king can ask the eldest princess to sign the business cooperation letter, but the eldest princess must agree to the conditions we proposed at the beginning. Seeing that Lu Chen agreed so easily, Wu Yunwan was slightly stunned. This was the main reason why she came today. She thought that Lu Chen would have to put forward some conditions before Lu Chen would agree, but she didn't say anything yet. I immediately agreed. From the beginning, she planned to use the Treaty of the Business Cooperation Letter as a condition, and then exchange for her signature on the Business Cooperation Letter. This time she went to the North Country, the entire mission was hers, and only if she nodded, the people in the mission would agree. If the mission does not agree to the conditions proposed by the Northern Kingdom, then it will be useless no matter what conditions the Northern Kingdom proposes. Seeing that Wu Yunwan seemed a little unresponsive, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Isn't this the reason why the eldest princess came to the king? Why does the eldest princess look so surprised?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Yunwan came back to her senses. She smiled and then said, "I am a little curious. King Bei just asked me to sign the business cooperation letter from the beginning. Why does it have to be? Are you wasting these 10 days? Lu Chen looked at Wu Yunwan's beautiful eyes and said with a smile, "Who said I wasted these more than 10 days? If I had asked the eldest princess to sign the business cooperation letter from the beginning, then Miss Jian, whom I admire, would have left the North Kingdom very soon. I would also like Miss Jian to stay in the North Country for a while longer." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the smile on Wu Yunwan's face froze instantly, and she immediately said, "King Bei, this joke is not funny." Lu Chen said calmly, "The biggest characteristic of this king is that I don't like to joke." After hearing this, and looking at Lu Chen's eyes that were looking at her, Wu Yunwan seemed to really feel Lu Chen's love for her, but she was no longer angry now, and her face once again a smile appeared. It seems that King Bei is destined to have unrequited love. Miss Jian will never marry King Bei. Lu Chen said nonchalantly, "Eldest princess, you can't say something too early." Wu Yunwan said, "I am very curious, where does King Bei's confidence come from? Does it mean that King Bei thinks that one day the North will be able to conquer the entire Dahu dynasty?" The corner of Lu Chen's mouth raised again, and then he said, "It is not necessarily necessary to conquer the entire Dahu. When the Northern Kingdom reaches a certain level, someone from the Dahu dynasty will naturally send Miss Jian to the Northern Kingdom." Wu Yunwan said, "Oh? Really? Then let's see how powerful the Northern Kingdom can be made by the Northern King." Having said this, Wu Yunwan stood up from the stone bench and said, "If King Bei has nothing else to do, I will go back first." Lu Chen said, "Okay, eldest princess, walk slowly." Wu Yunwan then left the palace. When Wu Yunwan was riding back in the carriage, she suddenly felt her heart beating faster, and the words Lu Chen just said echoed in her ears again. Wu Yunwan couldn't help but think, could it be that King Bei really wasn't joking, and was he really making plans for himself? After all, the Northern King is a vassal king who can make the Northern Kingdom so powerful in such a short period of time. Will he use those little tricks because of a woman? Or is it that King Bei has been dragging him for other reasons? Wu Yunwan thought for a long time, but she still couldn't figure out why Lu Chen dragged her for more than 10 days. When Wu Yunwan returned to her place of residence, as soon as she entered the courtyard, someone from the mission came in and said, "Princess, the King of the North has sent a pound of tea." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan was stunned for a moment. She suddenly thought of the tea she had just drank in Buwang Mansion. Then Wu Yunwan said, "Bring it in." The next moment, the people from the mission brought in the tea leaves sent by Bei Wang Mansion. Wu Yunwan took the tea leaves sent by Bei Wang Mansion, then opened it and smelled it. Although the tea had not yet been soaked in hot water, she could already smell a faint fragrance. This fragrance made her feel extremely relaxed, and her state of mind was also vaguely loose. Wu Yunwan knew very well that this tea was very precious, but to be on the safe side, she still said to Pei Hong, "Mr. Pei, can you help me check this tea to see if there is anything wrong with it?" Hearing this, Pei Hong came to Wu Yunwan, grabbed some tea leaves, smelled it, and then said, "Princess, there is nothing wrong with this tea leaf, but why did King Bei give you this tea leaf?" Wu Yunhuan said, "The tea that Bei Gong just drank in Bei Wang Mansion was made from this tea. As soon as the tea entered my mouth, I felt relaxed. My whole person became extremely relaxed, and the true energy in my body circulated. I feel a lot more comfortable, and I vaguely feel like I'm about to break through." Hearing this, Pei Hong was stunned. There was actually tea with such effects. This showed how precious this tea was. Pei Hong then asked curiously, "Elder Princess, why did King Bei give you such precious tea?" Hearing Pei Hong's question, Wu Yunhuan was silent for a moment. She once again thought of what Lu Chen said before. Wu Yunhuan couldn't help but think again, could this little man, King Bei, really want her? Otherwise, why would he give himself such a precious thing? But it's a pity that she is destined to never marry this little man. She is going to be the king of God in the future, so how can she marry the king of the north? Not only will she not marry Bei Wang, she will even become Bei Wang's future enemy. Chapter 283 King Bei, what do you mean? Since Emperor Xia fell ill, the struggle between the princes has become more and more intense. Although Emperor Xia will not go to court for the time being, officials still have to voluntarily attend court meetings held every few days. The Great Court meeting is usually hosted by Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan. Without Emperor Xia's pressure, the Great Court meeting becomes a battlefield where various prince factions attack each other. As long as the court meeting arrives, the officials in the court can make noises from the upper court to the lower court. Even though the various factions were incompatible with each other, Emperor Xia still did not come out to go to court. Now, except for the imperial advisor and the people around Emperor Xia who serve Emperor Xia, only the two prime ministers on the left and right can see Emperor Xia after going to court. Very few people know the specific condition of Emperor Xia's health. People only know that Emperor Xia's illness is getting worse and worse, and he has reached the point where he is about to die. Xianzhang Hall. Today's morning court was as noisy as ever. At this moment, an official from the eldest prince's faction stood up and said to Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan, "Prime Minister Zhao, Prime Minister Lin, Your Majesty is bedridden now, and the government affairs are piled up. Is it right? It's time to persuade Your Majesty to establish a crown prince." Hearing this, the originally noisy crowd in the hall suddenly became quiet, and they all looked at Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan. Now they are the only ones in the entire court who have access to Emperor Xia, and they are the only two who know the specific situation of Emperor Xia. Even the princes don't know how Emperor Xia's health is now, and Emperor Xia has also made it clear that it is not allowed any prince goes to see him. To establish a prince at this time, the only way is to let the two prime ministers Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan persuade Emperor Xia. At this time, officials from the third prince's faction also stood up. Yes, the court must not have someone in charge of the overall situation for a day. If this situation continues, it is likely to cause turmoil. The vassal kings everywhere are already preparing to take action. To establish a prince early is to stabilize the country. After the man finished speaking, other officials soon stood up. No matter which prince's faction they were officials from, they all hoped to establish the prince as soon as possible. As for who the prince is in their hearts, of course it is the prince they support. This also means that the battle for the right to inherit the throne has reached its most intense stage. If Emperor Xia's illness continues to worsen, and the crown prince position is not the one they support, then they can turn the table over. At this time, Lin Jieyuan spoke to the restless crowd, "Your Majesty has his own ideas, there is no need to be too anxious." Zhao Venhan immediately said, "I have discussed it with Prime Minister Lin, and will mention the establishment of a crown prince to His Majesty later." At this time, the eldest prince asked, "Prime Minister Zhao, Prime Minister Lin, do you know how my father's health is?" Zhao Venhan replied, "The eldest prince, don't worry. Your Majesty just suffered a little bit of wind and cold. He should be fine after a while." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, the first reaction of the princes and court officials in the hall was that he was lying. They even thought that Emperor Xia's illness had become more serious. If it was just an ordinary wind and cold, how could it be possible that he hadn't gone to court for so long? Maybe he would have recovered a long time ago. Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan were people who had met Emperor Xia, and they were the prime ministers. Naturally, they had to stabilize the court, so even if Emperor Xia was really dying, the two of them would only talk about Emperor Xia. There is nothing wrong with my body. The more the two of them said that there was nothing wrong with Emperor Xia, the more pessimistic the situation became. For a while, everyone in the court began to think about what they were going to do next, especially the princes. They could no longer hold back their inner restlessness. Originally, they thought that Emperor Xia was in good health and in his prime. They would not be able to sit in that position in a few decades. At most, they would only be able to compete for the position of prince. Even if they become princes, they have to be careful. If they make the slightest mistake, they will be attacked by officials from other prince factions. Lu Chen is a good example. But if Emperor Xia's life is not long, then as long as they become princes, they will be able to become emperors in a short time. After ascending to the position of 9-5 Supreme, they can use the power of the royal family to purge other princes, so that their positions can be sit tight. At this time, Lin Jieyuan said, "If you have no other important things to report today, then you can retreat. I and Prime Minister Zhao will go to report to Your Majesty what happened recently." After the words fell, Lin Jieyuan glanced at the people in the hall. Seeing that no one continued to speak, Lin Jieyuan said, "That's it." After saying that, Lin Jieyuan turned around and walked towards the side hall, followed closely by Zhao Venhan. Seeing that the two prime ministers had left, the officials in the hall looked at me and I looked at you, and then they also left the hall. However, on the way the officials left, they basically reported to the group, and the officials from the prince's faction followed. That prince. At this time, Lin Xiaoming felt a little embarrassed. He looked around and found that almost all the ministers in the court chose to stand in line, even the generals. As a result, he, the general, was the only one walking behind. As the leader of the Kailan army, naturally there were princes who tried to win over him. He is Lin Jieyuan's son. As long as he wins over him, he is basically winning over the entire Lin family and Lin Jieyuan, the left prime minister. Lin Xiaoming thought at this moment that even the military generals had chosen to take sides, and there might be civil strife in the capital. Military generals usually do not easily choose sides. If a military general expresses a political stance, it means that those princes have military power. If every prince has military power, then in order to fight for the throne, there will be a bloody storm in the end. At this time, an official from the eldest prince's faction came to Lin Xiaoming and said, "His Royal Highness the King of Qin is hosting a banquet at Chenyu restaurant at noon today. I hope General Lin can attend." Hearing this, Lin Xiaoming smiled. Now it is blatant to invite people. If it were before, the prince would never dare to entertain a general who has soldiers. This would make people think that they want to rebel. Lin Xiaoming then said, "Thank you for your kindness, His Highness King Qin. I have something to do at noon today, so I won't go." Hearing this, the official was not surprised. Lin Xiaoming's status was quite special, and it was not easy to win over him. Then the official returned to the eldest prince and said, "Your Highness, General Lin said he has something to do at noon and will not come." The eldest prince said calmly, "We have already reached this point, and we haven't seen the Lin family taking sides. Is it possible that Prime Minister Lin will wait until the results are known before making a choice?" Having said this, the eldest prince laughed and said, "What an old fox, but he will not be reused in the end." The eldest prince didn't think much about it. He only regarded the Lin family as mere outsiders, and Lin Jieyuan had no intention of choosing any prince. Lin Jieyuan's status as a grassroots man also has certain benefits for him. If Lin Jieyuan is a grassroots man, it means that Lin Jieyuan will not choose him, nor will he side with other princes, nor will he increase his power to other princes. Lin Jieyuan, the leftist prime minister, has a certain prestige in the court. He has his own faction. If Lin Jieyuan makes it clear that he sides with a certain prince, officials from Lin Jieyuan's faction will probably also side with that prince. Now that Lin Jieyuan has not made it clear who is on his side, the eldest prince has the opportunity to win over officials from Lin Jieyuan's faction. At the same time, the Hall of Nourishing Heart. Emperor Xia was lying on the bed, his face was pale and bloodless, and he looked like he was about to die. Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan stood outside the dragon couch, reporting on recent events. Emperor Xia asked at this time, "What's going on in the north?" Hearing Emperor Xia ask this question, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan naturally knew that Emperor Xia was asking about the actions of the northern king. Zhao Venhan replied, "Back to your majesty, I heard that the northern kingdom has recently been discussing a business cooperation agreement with the Dahu dynasty." Upon hearing this, Emperor Xia suddenly coughed violently, as if he was angry. Seeing this scene, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan said in unison, "Your Majesty, take care of the dragon body." Emperor Xia coughed twice and said, "I'm fine." Having said this, Emperor Xia snorted coldly and continued, "Signing a business cooperation agreement, what's the difference between this and establishing diplomatic relations with Dahu alone? That traitor really doesn't take me seriously anymore." Emperor Xia asked again, "Have all the soldiers from Jiangnan been transferred to Qi state?" Zhao Venhan replied, "I have been transferred to the border of Qi state. I will be able to enter Qi state in a few days." Emperor Xia said, "I heard that there are rumors in the capital recently that Zhuge Guang has not really broken through to the realm of heaven and man. I wonder if you have heard of this rumor." Hearing this, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan glanced at each other. They didn't know why Emperor Xia was asking this at this time. Could it be that Emperor Xia was planning to attack Baiguo? Do it now? Emperor Xia himself was seriously ill in bed, looking like he was in danger, but he still wanted to get rid of Baiguo. Zhao Venhan immediately said, "I have indeed heard about it, but I think this is a rumor spread deliberately in order to make the court relax its vigilance." Emperor Xia said, "Whether it is a rumor or not, let the soldiers on the front line be prepared to counter the rebellion at any time." Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan said in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Zhao Venhan said, "Your Majesty, the people in the court have been unstable recently. Some ministers proposed to establish a prince as soon as possible to stabilize the court." Hearing this, Emperor Xia coughed violently again. Seeing this scene, Zhao Venhan was about to say something. Emperor Xia immediately said angrily, "If you establish the prince, you will establish the prince. Zioba just rebelled. At this time, let him. I have established a crown prince. Is it possible that you really want me to die early?" Zhao Venhan knelt down quickly and said, "Your Majesty, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried that if the chaos in the court continues, it will cause greater trouble." Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, Emperor Xia snorted coldly, "The cause of trouble? What cause of trouble? Some people still want to rebel. You two go back and tell those ministers that I am not dead yet and will not establish a prince so early, so that they can put their thoughts aside." Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan said at the same time, "Yes, Your Majesty." Emperor Xia waved his hand, "If you have nothing to do, just go out. Your Majesty, please leave." After Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan finished speaking, they turned and left the Yangzhen Hall. Looking at the two people leaving, Emperor Xia said coldly, "Finally, some people can't sit still anymore. I want to see how many people will jump out at this time." Within the territory of Daxia, it was the capital of the state of Zhao. A man sat on the throne of the main hall, listening to the report of the soldiers kneeling in front of him, and then showed an arrogant smile. "Ha ha ha ha, my good brother is finally dying. After sitting in that position for so many years, it's time to give up. Go down and ask Xin Feng to assemble the army immediately. I want to go to the capital to meet my good brother." At this time, a minister in the hall quickly reminded, "Your Majesty, you must not do it. The situation is still unclear. Whether your Majesty is really dying, no one knows. If we send troops at this time, we may fall into the trap of the court." Hearing this, King Zhao said nonchalantly, "A trap? What kind of trap can there be? Now all the elite soldiers of the imperial court have been transferred to Qi state to defend the northern kingdom. At this time, if we don't seize the opportunity to capture the capital directly, if we wait for other feudal lords to take the lead, I'm afraid that position will have nothing to do with me." The minister continued, "Your Majesty, there have been rumors recently that the same strange phenomena as those in the northern kingdom have appeared in the palace, and a strong man in the heavenly realm was also born in the palace. If this is true, there is a man in the heavenly realm. Even if we enter the capital, it will be difficult to defeat that powerful person in the heavenly realm." Hearing this, King Zhao said disapprovingly, "A strong man in the heavenly realm? Ha! You don't really believe that a strong heavenly realm was born in the capital, right? This is obviously fake news released by my royal brother. He is already dying, and he is afraid that the feudal kings in the world will rebel. Naturally, he will fabricate lies about the birth of a powerful man in the heaven and human realm in the royal family to intimidate various feudal states. I know him very well. The heavenly realm is not a cabbage. How can one break through to the heavenly realm so easily? Besides, if there are really members of the royal family who break through to the heavenly realm, they can only be those old guys from the royal family. Those old guys don't care who is the next emperor of Xia, as long as the country of Daxia is still surnamed Lu. They will not interfere casually. In order to compete for that position, my royal brother killed many brothers and sisters, but those old immortals did not come out." Having said this, King Zhao said with strong words, "You don't need to say anything, you just need to do what I say." Seeing how tough King Zhao was, the other ministers in the hall said nothing more. Immediately, the state of Zhao began to prepare. Not only did it violate the troop limit order and expand its army, but it also continued to raise food and grass. Zhao Guo's move was so big that the other feudal states noticed what they were doing. Seeing that Zhao Guo was increasing their troops, the other feudal states instantly understood what Zhao Guo wanted to do. Now that the Zhao state has expanded its troops, if they don't expand their troops, wouldn't they miss such a good opportunity? The vassal kings of various countries believe that even if Emperor Xia is fine by then, they will not punish them. After all, the law does not punish everyone. So many vassals, the royal capital has expanded its troops, so Emperor Xia can't remove all the vassals, right? If Emperor Xia really did this, then the whole of Great Xia would probably fall apart. Of course, the main idea of the vassal kings to expand their troops is not simply to expand their troops. They also want to try to compete for the position in the capital. Whoever doesn't want to be the emperor, that is the supreme position. For a time, the actions of the vassal kings everywhere became more and more intense, and Daxia was already in a state of turmoil. However, Emperor Xia made no movement at all. Not only did he not establish a prince, he also did not issue an order for the vassal kings to stop expanding their troops, as if Emperor Xia's illness was so severe that he was no longer able to issue orders. Some people are even wondering whether Emperor Xia is too sick to speak. Otherwise, with Emperor Xia's temper, it would be impossible for those vassal kings to be so unscrupulous. Northland, Government Hall. Today is the day when the North Kingdom and the Dahou Dynasty signed a business cooperation agreement. At this time, Wu Ming, who was sitting next to Wu Yunwan, was a little excited. The people from the Dahou mission finally agreed to the conditions of the North Kingdom. He thought he was going to the North Kingdom this time. The credit is about to slip away from his hands. Thinking of this, Wu Ming turned his head slightly and glanced at Wu Yunwan next to him with the corner of his eye. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he looked like he had a proud smile. However, at this moment, Lu Chen suddenly said, "Since the eldest princess has no objections to the treaty of the business cooperation agreement, so please ask the eldest princess to sign the business cooperation agreement." After the words fell, the soldiers in the hall placed the scroll of the business cooperation letter in front of Wu Yunhuan. Seeing this scene, Wu Ming was stunned. How is this going? Didn't King Bei agree that he should sign it? After Wu Ming came back to his senses, he suddenly felt angry. He couldn't hold it back and asked directly, "King Bei, what do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted me to sign? Why did you change your mind now?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Your Highness Wu Ming, I'm really sorry. The treaty in this business cooperation letter was mainly negotiated by the king and the eldest princess, and it has nothing to do with you. Considering this, I feel that the treaty should be it is only valid if the eldest princess signs it." As soon as these words came out, how could Wu Ming not know what was going on? It was obvious that Wu Yunhuan and Bei Wang had reached some conditions in private, so Bei Wang temporarily changed the designated signature recipient. Thinking of this, Wu Ming turned to look at Wu Yunhuan, filled with anger. This hateful woman originally had the credit for her mission to the north, but she actually took it away from her. No, we can't just let it go. Since Wu Yunhuan was able to use various methods to prevent the signing of the business cooperation letter from the beginning, why couldn't she do it herself? Thinking of this, Wu Ming said at this time, "I have objections to the business cooperation agreement. I believe that some of the conditions in the business cooperation agreement have seriously damaged the interests of the Dahu dynasty and need to be discussed." As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, Wu Yunhuan, who was checking the business cooperation letter at the side, said expressionlessly, "Third brother, don't be ridiculous." Wu Ming was about to continue talking when the old man next to Wu Ming said, "Your Highness, since this business cooperation letter was jointly drawn up by the eldest princess and King Bei, there must be no problems. I believe that the eldest princess will not selling Dahu's interests." Chapter 284 I hope we won't meet on the battlefield in the future. After Wu Ming heard the words of the old man next to him, he suddenly became stunned. The old man next to him was sent by his father to protect him and was also the person who monitored him. The old man's attitude represents his father's attitude. Since the old man said that Wu Yunhuan, the eldest princess, could not betray Dahu's interests, it proves that in the old man's opinion, there is no problem with this business cooperation letter. The old man was obviously reminding him not to mess around or continue to mess around. Wu Ming also knew that if he continued to make trouble like this and failed to sign this business cooperation agreement, his father would definitely cause trouble for him after he returned to the Dahu dynasty. Thinking of this, Wu Ming snorted coldly, and then said, "Okay, very good, I will remember this." Having said this, Wu Ming sat down and stopped talking. Seeing that Wu Ming was angry, Lu Chen just smiled slightly. This was the effect he wanted. He had no intention of letting Wu Ming sign the business cooperation letter from the beginning. The reason why Lu Chen asked Wu Ming to sign was to make Wu Ming think that the eldest princess Wu Yunhuan had used despicable means to take away the credit he had so easily obtained, and then aggravate the conflict between them and make Dawu's internal strife more serious. The current situation in Daxia is very pessimistic. Dahu must also be in chaos. Only if Dahu is in chaos, even if a civil war breaks out in Daxia, it will only be internal troubles at most, not external troubles. In the absence of external troubles, no matter how Daxia fights within itself, it is still within its own family. If during the civil war in Daxia, Dahu had no domestic problems at all, then Dahu would most likely send troops to Daxia. When the internal and external troubles add up, Daxia may be destroyed. Although Lu Chen planned to continue to hide his capabilities and bide his time, he did not want to see Daxia destroyed by Dahu at this time. At this time, Wu Yunhuan signed her name on the business cooperation letter, then took out the seal of Princess Wu and stamped it on the scroll. Lu Chen had also stamped the royal seal. Then the two parties exchanged scrolls, and after waiting for the second scroll to be signed and sealed, they finally exchanged the scrolls and kept them. Lu Chen smiled and said at this time, "Eldest princess, I wish our Dao and Baiguo a happy cooperation." Wu Yunhuan smiled and said, "Okay, happy cooperation." Hearing the conversation between the two, Wu Ming couldn't help but cursed in his heart, "Bullshit." But Wu Ming didn't make trouble at this time because he felt uncomfortable in his heart. After the business cooperation agreement was signed, Lu Chen once again held a banquet in the Yuzheng Hall to entertain members of Dahu's mission. After the luncheon was over, Wu Yunhuan and the others were preparing to return to the Dahu dynasty. They had been in the northern kingdom for such a long time, and it was time to go back. Just when Wu Yunhuan was about to leave, a soldier came to Wu Yunhuan and said, "Princess, my prince wants to see you alone." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan was stunned for a moment. The business cooperation letter has been signed, so why are they meeting alone? However, Wu Yunhuan still decided to give Bai Wang this chance. She wanted to see what this little man planned to do. Then Wu Yunhuan said, "Okay, lead the way." Immediately, the soldiers of the palace took Wu Yunhuan to the outer courtyard of the palace. Pei Hong also followed Wu Yunhuan. When they were about to enter the courtyard, the soldiers of the palace said to Pei Hong, "My lord, please wait at the door." "Wait, the prince plans to talk to the eldest princess alone." Hearing this, Pei Hong was stunned for a moment. He frowned and said, "I am the protector of the eldest princess. Wherever she goes, I will naturally go. I want to ensure the safety of the eldest princess." The previous two meetings between Lu Chen and Wu Yunhuan were all alone. Pei Hong had always been timid. However, they had not signed a business cooperation agreement in the previous two times. Now that they are about to return to the Dahu dynasty, who knows whether King Bai will, what would he do to Wu Yunhuan? Wu Yunhuan said at this time, "Mr. Pei, don't worry, just wait here. Prince Bai most likely has nothing important to do with me, and I will be out soon." Seeing what Wu Yunhuan said, Pei Hong had no choice but to say, "Okay, princess, be careful." Wu Yunhuan then entered the courtyard directly. At this time, Lu Chen was already sitting in the pavilion. After watching Wu Yunhuan enter the courtyard, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "I thought the eldest princess would not come." Speaking of this, Lu Chen took a look at Wu Yunhuan's whole body. Wu Yunhuan was wearing the same purple dress as last time. The gauze skirt covered her plump body, looming, attracting endless reverie. Wu Yunhuan exuded a mature and dignified temperament, and she was still like Chu Yukan. Like Lin Wanyun, like Yellow Nanyan, this kind of temperament attracts Lu Chen very much. Wu Junhuan frowned slightly when she saw that Lu Chen's eyes were scanning her body. She had been aloof since she was a child, and was later named the eldest princess by Emperor Wu. Almost no one in the world dared to look at him like King Bai. Especially in the Dahu dynasty, there are very few people who dare to look directly at themselves, let alone use such thoughtful eyes. Wu Yunhuan came to the stone table and sat down slowly. Fen Jiayun's buttocks sank slightly. Wu Yunhuan asked directly, "I wonder what Prince Bai wants to see me for?" Lu Chen personally poured a cup of tea for Wu Yunhuan, and then said, "Of course it's because the eldest princess wants to return to Dahu. I feel reluctant to leave, so I want to see the eldest princess one last time. I don't know what to say goodbye this time. Only then can I meet the eldest princess." Having said this, Lu Chen glanced at Wu Yunhuan's personal information. Name, Wu Yunhuan. Identity, Princess Dahu, the daughter of Emperor Wu, a friend of Queen Yu, and the object of the Northern King's covetousness. She is 30 years old this year and has reached the ultimate level of Grand Master. This trip to the Northern Kingdom is to sow discord between the Northern Kingdom and the Great Xia Court. At the same time, deep down in her heart, she also wanted to meet King Bai. She wanted to know what was so special about King Bai that could attract so many people to the north. Now she was even more interested in King Bai. Rating, 98. Favorability, 85. Seeing Wu Yunwan's favorability towards him, Lu Chen thought to himself that it would not take long for Wu Yunwan's favorability towards him to increase to 100. At this time, Wu Yunwan heard Lu Chen's words and said calmly, "King Bei is really good at joking. I don't think that King Bei will ask me to meet alone for this purpose." What Wu Yunwan was thinking was that with so many women in Lu Chen's harem, even if Lu Chen thought she was beautiful, he would not directly ask her to meet her. After all, she was also the eldest princess of Dao, and she was also a person with real power. Lu Chen should know that it is impossible for them to be together. Lu Chen said with a smile, "The eldest princess may have overthought it. I asked the eldest princess to meet her. It was really because I was afraid that I would miss her so much if I couldn't see her for too long, so I asked her to come and see her for the last time." After the words fell, Lu Chen's deep eyes stared straight at Wu Yunwan. After hearing Lu Chen's words and looking at Lu Chen's loving eyes, Wu Yunwan was stunned. Seriously? Is this little man really interested in her? Wu Yunwan said simply and directly, "It is a pity that I and King Bei are destined to have no fate. Not only are they not destined to be together, but they may also become enemies in the end. I hope that one day we will not meet on the battlefield." Lu Chen said with a smile, "It is true that we will not meet on the battlefield, because sooner or later the eldest princess will marry to the North Palace. I hope that the eldest princess can wait for me for a few more years after returning." Seeing that Lu Chen was so confident, Wu Yunwan was not angry, but laughed, "Ha ha ha, King Bei is so confident. Could it be that King Bei really thought that my father would marry me to a man who was very fond of Da Wu? Someone who is such a big threat?" Lu Chen said calmly, "Nothing is impossible. As long as the strength of the North country is strong enough, everything is possible." Wu Yunwan said, "Then I am waiting in Dao. If my father really does this one day, I will not put up any resistance and come directly to the North Kingdom to be your woman. It's just that by that time, I'm probably already old and fading, and King Bei won't like me anymore." Lu Chen said, "That's not possible. With the eldest princess's talent in martial arts, it may not take long for her to break through to the realm of a grand master. The eldest princess's beauty will remain for decades. And what I like most is a mature and dignified woman like the eldest princess. The older she gets, the more charming she becomes." After hearing these words from Lu Chen, Wu Yunwan finally understood that this little man was really not kidding him. He was just trying to figure her out and wanted her. Wu Yunwan didn't intend to continue talking nonsense with Lu Chen. In her heart, Lu Chen was indeed very handsome and in line with her preferences, but she knew their position very well. She is a person who wants to be a queen like her good friend. How could she be stopped by this kind of love between children? Her stance determines that she and Lu Chen can only be enemies in the future, and in the end they will probably only be on the battlefield. Meet. And she was very confident in herself. With the power she controlled in the Dao dynasty, it was impossible for Emperor Wu to take the initiative to marry her to King Bei. This little man is a little delusional. Wu Yunwan stood up directly at this time, and then said, "If King Bei wants me to be a woman for you, I'm afraid he needs to work harder. Since King Bei has nothing to do, I will go back to Dao. I hope that the next time we meet, it won't be on the battlefield." Then Wu Yunwan turned around and walked towards the outside of the yard. Looking at Wu Yunwan's swaying hips, Lu Chen smiled faintly. He thought to himself that of course it wouldn't be on the battlefield. The next time the two of them met would be probably in bed. In Lu Chen's view, it was not difficult at all to make Emperor Wu willingly marry Wu Junwan to him. Emperor Wu was a more traditional emperor, and Dao was a more traditional dynasty. At a certain time, Emperor Wu would naturally find a way to cut off Wu Yunwan's wings. If one day when the Northern Kingdom has grown enough to threaten several major dynasties, Lu Chen directly proposes a marriage proposal to the Dao dynasty, then those who oppose Wu Yunwan in the Dao dynasty will try their best to send Wu Yunwan away. By coming to the northern kingdom, Emperor Wu might also use this opportunity to completely put an end to Wu Yunwan's desire to become the queen. Of course, it is impossible for the north to do nothing. Now that the business cooperation agreement has been signed, the north's caravans can enter the Dahu dynasty. The north can make good use of money to make Dahu officials oppose Wu Yunwan's interference in politics. Lu Chen murmured at this time, "It's so easy to be the queen. Come to my room and I will let you be the queen every day." Lu Chen's voice was relatively soft, and Wu Yunwan, who was walking away at this time, could no longer hear him. Lu Chen also got up from the stone bench at this time and was about to leave the pavilion, but at this moment, Liang Zong entered the courtyard and came directly to Lu Chen, "Meet the prince." Before Lu Chen could speak, Liang Zong handed a letter to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, urgent report from the capital." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took the envelope from Liang Zong's hand without saying a word, opened it and read it carefully. After seeing the information in the letter, Lu Chen's face instantly became extremely serious. Liang Zong added at this time, after the third prince was assassinated, the eldest prince also met the assassin that night. Now the whole capital is panicked, and the vassal princes everywhere are frantically expanding their armies, but the court has not taken any action. Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He actually guessed that Emperor Xia was pretending to be ill, and there was likely to be chaos in the capital, but he did not expect that the chaos would come so quickly. A prince has been assassinated so quickly. Has the final stage of the battle for the heir finally begun? In the past, it was rare for princes to directly send assassins to kill other princes. Only the 8th prince sent people to assassinate him, the unimportant 9th prince, in order to cut off the Jiangnan family. The main reason why the princes did not dare to take action was because they were worried that their father would find out and directly revoke their qualifications. The most taboo thing for the royal family was for brothers to kill each other. Now, a prince was actually assassinated and died in the capital of Great Xia, and this was still in the capital, not elsewhere. The third prince who died was still the most competitive prince. This shows that those princes have no worries about being found out by their father. They thought this was the last moment. As long as all those who threaten them are eliminated, they can ascend to that supreme position. The most cruel moment of the battle for the inheritance has arrived. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and then asked, "Is there no movement from my father?" Liang Zong replied, "There was no order from the palace. Only Lin Jieyuan asked Dali Temple and the Ministry of Punishment to investigate the assassination of the third prince and the eldest prince." Lu Chen thought to himself that his father is really cruel. One of his sons has died, and he is still pretending to be sick and has not come out to take charge of the overall situation. Could it be that he has to wait for all his sons to kill each other? Just came out? Moreover, vassal kings from all over the country are now expanding their troops. If the current situation continues, it will not be long before a civil war breaks out in Daxia, and then vassal kings from all over the country will come to Beijing to compete for the throne. What exactly is his father planning? Just when Lu Chen was deep in thought, Qin Yushan suddenly rushed in with a note, "Your Majesty, I just received the letter from the flying pigeon in the capital." Lu Chen immediately asked, "What happened again?" Qin Yushan replied directly, "There is news from the palace that His Majesty has asked the eldest prince to temporarily take over the position of crown prince and take charge of the national government affairs temporarily." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen asked, "What about military affairs?" Qin Yushan replied, "I didn't mention it. We won't know until the detailed information from the capital is sent in a few days. The flying pigeon message can only send a small note, and the content transmitted is very limited, so the information transmitted is incomplete. The flying pigeon message is usually transmitted with particularly important information, but after a few days of flying pigeon message God, Jin Yiwei usually sends detailed information. He only needs to wait a few days to know what the situation in the capital is like." Lu Chen thought at this time that it seemed that his father was also worried about the situation continuing to develop. However, if he allowed the eldest prince to temporarily take over the crown prince's position, but not directly let the eldest prince become the crown prince, wouldn't this intensify the fight for the right to inherit the throne? In this way, the eldest prince will become the target of public criticism. When the time comes, all the princes will target the eldest prince. The position of the eldest prince is not so easy to sit on. Next, wait for the detailed information from the capital to see if his father has appointed the eldest prince to take charge of military affairs. If the eldest prince is just allowed to take charge of national government affairs, then it is nothing. After all, Emperor Xia has not been in court for so long, and government affairs are already crowded, and we really need someone to handle the government affairs. But military affairs are different. If he intervenes in military affairs, the eldest prince will have the opportunity to control military power. Once he has military power, it will be much easier for the eldest prince to rebel. His father should not hand over military affairs so easily. The eldest prince handles it. But in any case, this storm is more violent than the Jiangnan family rebellion. After all, the vassal kings everywhere are already ready to make a move. If Emperor Xia does not handle it well, it is very likely that Daxia will directly split by then. Lu Chen then said to Qin Yushan and Liang Zong, "You continue to pay attention to the movements of the capital and the various vassal kings." "Yes, Your Majesty." At this time, Lu Chen turned around and walked towards where Zhuge Chongguang lived. Zhuge Chongguang lived next to the North Prince's mansion. Lu Chen used Qinggong and landed in Zhuge Chongguang's courtyard in 1 minute. Seeing Lu Chen coming, Zhuge Chongguang, who was sitting on the stone bench, quickly stood up and said, "Greetings to the prince. I wonder why the prince came to see me." Lu Chen rarely came to Zhuge Chongguang on his own initiative. Zhuge Chongguang usually went to Lu Chen. After all, Lu Chen was the king and Zhuge Chongguang was the minister. Since it was Lu Chen who took the initiative to look for him, it meant that there must be something big going on with Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, "I have just received information that the third prince was assassinated. The eldest prince was also assassinated by an assassin that day. Later, my father asked the eldest prince to temporarily take over the position of the crown prince and take charge of the national government affairs. I really can't figure out what my father is planning. Now, vassal kings from all over the country are expanding their armies, and civil war is about to break out. If this continues, Daxia is likely to split. I don't believe that my father is willing to see Daxia split. So I would like to ask the Grand Master, what does the Grand Master think of the recent events in Daxia?" Chapter 285 Beauty Trap. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Zhuge Chongguang smiled slightly, touched his beard, and then said, "In my opinion, there are 3 possibilities. The first possibility is that His Majesty feels that after the Jiangnan family was eradicated, the ancient family no longer poses a big threat. The biggest threat is the vassal kings from all over the country, so he wants to take this opportunity to wipe out all the vassal kings in Daxia in one fell swoop." Hearing the first possibility, Lu Chen said confusedly, "Since ancient times, emperors have cut down their vassals step by step. My father tempted all the vassal kings to expand their troops. By then, the imperial army may not be the opponent of those vassal kings. There are more than a dozen vassal kings in the whole of Daxia. If all the vassal kings expand their troops, the total number of soldiers of those vassal kings will definitely be more than the soldiers of the imperial court. At that time, the imperial army will probably be unable to suppress the rebellion. Emperor Xia did this. If you're not careful, you'll lose it." Zhuge Chongguang said, "Just like when Your Majesty forced the 8th prince to go south to rebel, since Your Majesty dares to make such a plan, then Your Majesty is naturally well prepared." Perhaps in his opinion, those feudal kings are not afraid. Lu Chen thought about it and felt that it made sense. Maybe his father had already thought about how to deal with those vassal kings. Lu Chen continued to ask, "What about the second possibility?" Zhuge Chongguang replied, the second possibility is that your majesty may really be sick. Lu Chen said with a smile, this possibility is probably the smallest. Zhuge Guang said, I think so too. Lu Chen asked again, what is the third possibility? Zhuge Guang replied, the third possibility is that your majesty's real purpose is to lure the northern kingdom to send troops, and then solve the serious problem of the northern kingdom. The imperial army has been mobilized to the border of Qi state. It is obviously ready for a conflict with the northern kingdom. It can be seen from the rumors in the capital. Your Majesty may have guessed that the old minister has not broken through to the realm of heaven and humanity. Perhaps in his opinion, the prince sent an army of 100,000 to constantly test the imperial army. In fact, he already had the idea of raising an army, but there was still a lack of a good opportunity, so he did not dare to raise an army in order to lure the prince to rebel. His Majesty deliberately pretended to be ill to give the prince an opportunity to raise an army. Hearing this, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. He thought for a moment and then said, if my father really thinks so, then he doesn't understand me very well. Zhuge Guang said at this time, actually, I also thought of another possibility, but this possibility is even smaller. Lu Chen asked, Grand Master, tell me. Zhuge Guang said, do you still remember the strange phenomenon in the capital? Lu Chen said, this is natural. Zhuge Guang immediately said, I suspect that your Majesty has also entered the state of pseudo-celestial being. According to Senior Xian Yuan, it is very likely that your Majesty has also reached the stage of Hedao. It can be seen from His Majesty's life experience that His Majesty is a king with extremely strong ambitions. The test His Majesty needs to go through is to completely control the entire Great Xia. For this reason, he must get rid of all the vassal kings and seduce them. If the vassal kings expand their troops and rebel, then your Majesty will have a reason to cut down the vassal. Perhaps your Majesty couldn't wait any longer, so he pretended to be ill at this time and tempted those princes to disobey the rules and expand their troops privately. The old minister even felt that the first prince to expand his troops was also one of His Majesty's, and he was helping. Your Majesty provokes other feudal kings. Lu Chen was stunned when he heard Zhuge Guang's guess. Did Zhuge Guang think so far ahead? He didn't expect this at all. He thought that King Zhao was the first to expand his troops just because he saw Emperor Xia was critically ill, so he wanted to rebel, so he expanded his troops crazily. In Zhuge Guang's view, King Zhao might actually be Emperor Xia's man? Zhuge Guang continued, in order to get rid of the Jiangnan family, your Majesty also secretly cooperated with the Dongfang family in advance. If your Majesty is really pretending to be ill and ignores the vassal king's expansion of troops, then there must be your Majesty's allies among the vassal king. After hearing Zhuge Guang's words, Lu Chen sorted out his thoughts and then asked, in the opinion of the great scholar, what should I do, and what should the northern kingdom do next? Zhuge Guang replied, in my opinion, the prince only needs to run the northern kingdom well now and don't care about what happened in Daxia. Once a civil war really breaks out in Daxia, the northern kingdom will usher in a new round of development. Every time a war breaks out in Daxia, many refugees will come to the northern kingdom to seek refuge. Now the northern kingdom has only a few million people. This population is not enough to support the development of the northern kingdom. If the northern kingdom wants to become more powerful, it must more labor is needed. Zhuge Guang reminded at this time, in addition, the prince should take the initiative to guard against the Dahou dynasty. The veteran suggested that during the civil strife in Daxia, the prince take the initiative to exchange or purchase a piece of land bordering Dahou from King Qi, so that the northern kingdom can quickly send troops to Dahou. Currently, the southwest of the north country borders Daiyu, the south borders Qi state, and the west of Qi state borders Dahou. If the northern kingdom wants to send troops to Dahou, they must either pass through Daiyu or Qi state. If they can exchange a piece of land directly bordering Dahou with Qi state, then the northern kingdom's army can go directly south to attack the Dahou dynasty. Of course, this does not mean that the Northern Kingdom really wants to attack Dahou. The Northern Kingdom is only doing this to deter Dahou. If Dahou dares to send troops to Dahou during civil strife in Daxia, then the Northern Kingdom can seize this opportunity to send troops to Dahou. After listening to Zhuge Guang's suggestion, Lu Chen thought for a moment, and then said, "Okay, I will send people to Qi State to buy a piece of land from my uncle." But having said that, the army of the imperial court has already stationed. The Qi kingdom is over, and King Qi may not be able to take over. Zhuge Guang said, "Your Majesty, you can try it first. If it doesn't work, you can think of another way at that time." Lu Chen said, "That's okay. Then I will not disturb the Grand Maester." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chen turned around and left. "My lord, walk slowly." After a while, Lu Chen used Qing Kong to return to the palace. He was just about to go to the study when he saw Wu Yuan and Wang Qingkai on the way to the study. When Wu Yuan saw Lu Chen coming down from the roof, he quickly said, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen nodded and looked at Wang Qingkai. Wang Qingkai said directly, "Your Majesty, we have information about Daiyu." Lu Chen continued to walk towards the study, and said as he walked, "Come to the study." Then the two of them followed Lu Chen and headed to the study. After entering the study, Lu Chen looked at Wu Yuan. "Wu Yuan, tell me first, what's going on?" Wu Yuan replied, "The Lord of Xianyuan City asked his subordinates to tell you that the steam engine and train have been built and tested successfully. Next, they plan to build a railway track from Dahou City to Yancheng. I hope the prince can support it." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and couldn't help but said, "So fast." He originally thought that trains and steam engines would take a long time to build, but he didn't expect that Mo Xing and the others had just gone to Dahou City for half a year and built them directly. This is the benefit of having a large number of craftsmen in Dahou City. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he said to Wu Yuan, "Go and tell the Lord of Xianyuan City that the railway track from Dahou City to Yancheng will be built at the palace's expense. When the time comes, I will also transfer a group of barbarian slaves to them." Wu Yuan said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "Okay, if you have nothing else to do, go and tell the Lord of Xianyuan City now." Wu Yuan cupped his hands in salute and said, "I'm resigning." After the words fell, Wu Yuan turned around and left the study. Before leaving, Wu Yuan closed the door of the study very sensibly. After Wu Yuan left, Lu Chen's eyes swept over Wang Qingkai. Wang Qingkai was wearing a long red gauze dress, with her fair skin looming underneath. Her hair was pulled high, revealing her snow-white neck and delicate collarbones, and she looked very charming. Ever since Wang Qingkai became Lu Chen's woman, Wang Qingkai was like a nourished flower, growing more and more beautiful and charming. Lu Chen said to Wang Qingkai at this time, "What's going on with Daiyu?" Wang Qingkai replied, "Empress Daiyu sent Murong Shuer to the Northern Kingdom. It is said that Murong Shuer offended Queen Daiyu, and Queen Daiyu asked her to come to the Northern Kingdom as a trade envoy." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, and then said, "It seems that Queen Daiyu is also very worried about the Northern Kingdom." Murong Shuer was a popular person around Queen Daiyu, and she was also known as the Prime Minister of the Inner Palace. She was actually sent to the Northern Kingdom by Queen Daiyu, which made Lu Chen feel slightly surprised. However, in Lu Chen's view, Murong Shuer was not driven to the Northern Kingdom because she offended Queen Daiyu, but because Queen Daiyu wanted to monitor the Northern Kingdom and prevent the Northern Kingdom from doing anything detrimental to Daiyu, or in order to find out the specific strength of the Northern Kingdom. Murong Shuer, an important figure, was sent to the Northern Kingdom. Lu Chen asked at this time, "Have you found out why Murong Shuer offended Queen Daiyu?" Wang Qingkai replied, "It is said that it was because Queen Daiyu discovered that Murong Shuer was raising a male favorite outside the palace, and then Queen Daiyu drove her to the north in anger." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard Wang Qingkai's words. Raising a male pet? Some women with high status and power will indeed be unable to bear the loneliness and support a pretty boy. If this is true, it means that Mirong Shuer is a dissolute person. Lu Chen suddenly felt very pity in his heart. Mirong Shuer was a woman with a score of over 90 points, and her beauty was exactly what Lu Chen liked. It's just a pity that if Mirong Shuer has already had a relationship with another man, he will have no interest in Mirong Shuer. Lu Chen is a misophobic person, and he likes innocent women. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't speak, Wang Qingkai said with a smile, "My lord, are you very disappointed?" Hearing this, Lu Chen chuckled, and then said, "Why am I disappointed?" Wang Qingkai said, "Such a beautiful and charming woman has actually done that kind of thing with other men. Aren't you disappointed?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Master Wang, you need to pay a price for teasing me. I don't know if you are ready." Wang Qingkai quickly said, "How dare the slave family tease the prince?" Lu Chen didn't listen to what Wang Qingkai said. Lu Chen raised his right hand, and the next moment Wang Qingkai's body flew uncontrollably into Lu Chen's arms. Wang Qingkai did not struggle. She raised her head and looked into Lu Chen's eyes, showing a pitiful expression and said, "Your Majesty, I have been feeling unwell recently. Please let me go." Lu Chen chuckled. This vixen said he was feeling unwell, but he was actually trying to seduce him. Lu Chen then put his big hand on her buttocks and hit her with a slap. "It feels uncomfortable, right? I'll give Mr. Wang a good treatment." Having said this, Lu Chen directly picked up Wang Qingkai in a princess hug, and then walked towards the bookshelf. Seeing Lu Chen carrying herself towards the bookshelf, Wang Qingkai felt a little puzzled. What was Lu Chen doing here carrying him at the bookshelf? In the past, when Lu Chen wanted to do something bad to him, he would just press himself on the desk, then rip off his clothes, or just put away his skirt. Just when Wang Qingkai was curious, he noticed that Lu Chen raised his hand, and the next moment the bookshelf in the study room slowly moved to the side, and another room appeared in front of the two of them. Lu Chen carried Wang Qingkai directly into the room. After the two of them entered the room, the bookshelf slowly closed automatically. Seeing the secret room in front of him, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Some time ago, Aunt Chu always said that it was unseemly for me to do that kind of thing in the study, so I specially had this secret room built. What do you think of this secret room?" Hearing Lu Chen's question, Wang Qingkai glanced at the entire secret room. There was a large bed, some shelves, and strange tables and chairs in the secret room. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingkai swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously, "Your Majesty, why do you think this is a prison cell?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "What a cell, this is my place to rest. But I have been busy some time ago and have not had time to use this place. Today you are here. Let's experience the comfort of this room together." Wang Qingkai said weakly, "Your Majesty, let's go to the study. It's too dark in here and I'm a little scared." At this time, Lu Chen directly placed Wang Qingkai on the big bed, then leaned on him and said, "I am here, so don't be afraid." Wang Qingkai pouted and thought to himself, "It's because of a bad guy like you that I'm afraid." In such a dark place, he didn't know what a bad guy like Lu Chen would do to him. Lu Chen stopped wasting time at this time and directly blocked Wang Qingkai's red lips. Wang Qingkai had no choice but to experience the comfort of this secret room with Lu Chen. A few days later, Mirong Shuer arrived in Yancheng with some people. Mirong Shuer was a trade envoy sent by Daiyu to station in the Northern Kingdom and was a foreign minister. After coming to the Northern Kingdom, the first thing she had to do was to meet Lu Chen, the lord of the feudal kingdom. Lu Chen heard that Mirong Shuer was coming to visit him early in the morning, so he got up early. In the political hall, when Lu Chen slowly came to the throne, he glanced at the main hall and found that Mirong Shuer and the people from Daiyu's delegation had already arrived. At this time Mirong Shuer stood up and said, Foreign Minister Murong Shue'er pays homage to the King of the North. Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, no courtesy. Looking at the cold and beautiful Murong Shue'er, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel regretful in his heart. How could such a beautiful woman have a male favorite? What a pity! When he first saw Murong Shue'er, he still wanted to treat her like a man. She took it for herself. He should have taken action then, but he missed it now. Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, Lu Chen subconsciously used the system to identify Murong Shue'er's personal information, wanting to see if she had any other purpose for coming to the North Country. Name, Murong Shue'er. Identity, the female official next to Queen Daiyu, the only daughter of the Murong family, the ultimate master. She is 24 years old this year. In the year when Queen Daiyu ascended the throne, the Murong family was interrogated and executed by the whole family because they opposed Queen Daiyu, leaving only Murong Shue'er was alone. Queen Daiyu brought her to the palace and trained her as her confidant. This time she came to the Northern Kingdom to accept the order of Queen Daiyu. Queen Daiyu asked her to use a beauty trap to get close to the King of the North. Taking the opportunity to steal the secrets of the Northern Kingdom, Murong Shue'er liked the appearance of the Northern King and believed that it would not be a loss to hand over her innocent body to the Northern King. Rating, 95. Favorability, 70. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw Murong Shue'er's personal information. Didn't it say that Murong Shue'er kept a male favorite? Why is she still innocent? So the information Wang Qingkai collected about Murong Shue'er raising a male favorite is a rumor among the people in Daiyu? Not true? Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. It's a beauty trap, right? He just likes his enemies to use honey traps against him. It is best to send him more women who are above 90 points. At this time, Lu Chen took a look at Murong Shue'er, who was wearing white clothes with black borders. Murong Shue'er exuded the temperament of a talented woman, as if she had been immersed in a sea of books. Lu Chen thought, this woman is not a good woman, she actually covets her own body. He didn't seem to have given Murong Shue'er dragon and phoenix tea, but as a result, Murong Shue'er's favorability level for him had already reached 70. At this time, Lu Chen said, Miss Murong, long time no see. A smile appeared on Murong Shue'er's cold face. While the foreign minister is performing his duties in the Northern Kingdom, I hope that the prince will take care of you. Lu Chen smiled and said, this is natural. Murong Shue'er continued, then the foreign minister would like to thank the prince in advance. Lu Chen said, you're welcome, I should. At this point, Lu Chen pretended to be curious and asked, but then again, aren't you from Emperor Yu's side? Why would Emperor Yu be willing to send you to the Northern Kingdom to serve as an envoy abroad? Murong Shue'er said, I made a mistake in Daiyu and angered Her Majesty the Queen. Her Majesty the Queen didn't want to see me for the time being, so she sent me to the Northern Kingdom. Lu Chen said, so that's it. Miss Murong, don't worry. You are Emperor Yu's right-hand man. Emperor Yu should be just in a temporary mood, and he may let you go back after a while. Murong Shue'er said, I would like to borrow the prince's good words. Lu Chen smiled slightly at this time, and then said, Miss Murong, if you encounter anything in Yanqing from now on, or if you need anything, you can come to the North Palace to find me. Murong Shue'er said, thank you, Your Majesty, for taking care of me. I caught a cold after taking a shower today. One more update. Chapter 286 Yong'an County can be sold, but not all of it. The situation in Daxia deteriorated very quickly. In less than a month, there were voices from the vassal king wanting to visit Emperor Xia in Beijing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that those vassal kings are expanding their troops and preparing supplies. They are going to the capital to visit Emperor Xia. They are clearly planning to compete for that position. In fact, most vassal kings have no idea of becoming emperors for the time being, especially those who are several generations away from the royal family. They know very well that they want to be emperors and lack legitimacy. Therefore, some vassal kings took the initiative to contact the princes in the capital and secretly reached a cooperative relationship with those princes. In order to compete for the throne, the princes agreed to the conditions of those vassal princes. Because of this, the situation in Daxia became even more chaotic. When Daxia was in chaos, Dao was not idle. After Wu Yunhuan returned from the northern country, Dao began to mobilize troops and generals. He transferred all the elite soldiers to the areas bordering Daxia, preparing to wait for opportunities. Qi State. The meeting hall. A fat man sat on the throne. Although the throne was spacious, due to the man's larger size, the throne seemed much narrower in front of him. King Qi glanced at the envoy from the northern kingdom in the main hall and said with a smile, "It's such a rare thing. I didn't expect that my nephew would send someone to my kingdom." Having said this, King Qi asked, "Tell me, what is the purpose of my nephew asking you to come to Qi State?" Zhou Tongguang, the envoy from the northern kingdom, replied in a neither humble nor arrogant manner, back to King Qi, "My king wants to buy the entire Yong'an county." Hearing this, King Qi and the ministers of Qi State in the hall were stunned. They had no idea that the envoys from the North Kingdom were sent to Qi State to buy land, and to buy the entire county. King Qi's face became a little more serious. He stared at Zhou Tongguang in the hall, and after a while he said, "Isn't King Bei kidding me?" Zhou Tongguang replied, "My king indeed wants to buy the entire Yong'an county. If King Qi feels that it is not cost-effective to trade with silver, he can also exchange land for land. If King Qi likes the land in the north, he can say so directly." Hearing this, King Qi chuckled in his heart. He was not a fool. How could he exchange the land of Qi State with the northern state? The northern state was so poor and the Qi State was so rich. It would definitely be a loss to exchange land for land. But having said that, why is Bawang thinking of buying Yong'an County at this time? King Qi was a little puzzled, so he said to the soldiers in the main hall, "Get the map." After the words fell, the soldiers in the hall took out a large map. The map was held up by a bamboo pole and placed in the middle of the hall. The whole map could be seen at a glance. King Qi glanced at the location of Yong'an County and found that Yong'an County was located in the west and bordered the Dahou dynasty. It not only bordered the Dahou dynasty, but also bordered the land controlled by the Daxia royal family. In other words, as long as the northern kingdom buys Yong'an County, the northern kingdom's army can directly bypass the Qi kingdom through the Yong'an County corridor and enter the control area of the Daxia royal family. After seeing the location of Yong'an County, King Qi asked with a smile, "I am a little curious as to why King Bei bought Yong'an County. This location is a bit sensitive." Zhou Tongguang said with a smile, "I believe King Qi has heard about the signing of a business cooperation agreement between the Northern Kingdom and the Dahou dynasty. From now on, the Northern Kingdom can do business with the Dahou dynasty, but the Northern Kingdom and Dahou are separated by Dayou and Qi kingdoms. The goods have to go to Dahou, which is a little troublesome, so my king thought of buying Yong'an County and directly bordering Dahou. In this way, it will be more convenient whether goods from the North Country enter Dahou or goods from Dahou are transported to the North Country." After hearing this, King Qi smiled and said, "The reason sounds quite sufficient, but I'm afraid that King Bei doesn't just want to do business with Dahou, right?" Zhou Tongguang asked, "Then why does King Qi think my king bought Yong'an County?" Hearing Zhou Tongguang's question, King Qi was stunned. King Qi thought to himself, "For what? Isn't this simple? Isn't it just to bypass Qi State at the right time and then send a large army to attack the city controlled by the royal family?" King Qi then said, "If Yong'an County is sold to the Northern King, then the land in the Northern Kingdom will be bordering the land controlled by the Great Xia Court. If something happens, the Northern Kingdom will directly send troops into the city controlled by the Great Xia Court. I'm afraid I will also bear the responsibility. Furthermore, land transactions between feudal princes require the approval of the court. If the court does not agree, it will be useless even if the king agrees. Zhou Tongguang said with a smile, King Qi is too worried. My king is your majesty's prince. How could the northern kingdom send troops into the areas controlled by the imperial court without my order? Besides, the imperial court has hundreds of thousands stationed in Qi state. Soldiers, with those hundreds of thousands of soldiers here, the court will be able to respond immediately to any actions in the northern kingdom, and Yong'an County is just a corridor, and King Qi has the ability to close this corridor at any time. If something happens one day that forces the northern army to go south, my king will also borrow a road directly from King Qi. It is impossible to take a detour from Yong'an County to go south. Upon hearing this, King Qi's face darkened instantly. He was not a fool. How could he not hear what Zhou Tongguang meant? What Zhou Tongguang meant was that if the northern kingdom really wanted to go south, the first country to fight would be the Qi kingdom. Yong'an County is a gateway. If troops are really sent from Yong'an County, the soldiers of Qi state can block the supply of soldiers from the northern kingdom at any time. Therefore, if the northern kingdom sends troops south, it must occupy the state of Qi to prevent the state of Qi from causing trouble behind its back. Of course, Zhou Tongguang's words sounded to King Qi as a threat to the Qi state. If the Qi state did not sell Yong'an County to the northern state, the northern state would definitely attack the Qi state if it raised troops southward in the future. King Qi snorted coldly, and then said, "Are you threatening me?" Zhou Tongguang said, "I dare not, I am just stating the facts." King Qi then said, "If the northern kingdom really wants to purchase Yong'an County, it is not impossible, but you must tell the court first. After the court agrees, you will come to me to discuss the price of purchasing Yong'an County." Generally, feudal states have the obligation to defend their borders. The west of Qi state borders the Dahu dynasty. When the Dahu dynasty invades Daxia, Qi state will have to bear the heavy responsibility of resisting the invasion of the Dahu dynasty. If Yong'an County, the land bordering the Dahu dynasty, is sold to the northern kingdom, then the northern kingdom will be bordering the Dahu dynasty in the future. At that time, the heavy responsibility of resisting foreign enemies will fall on the northern kingdom. King Qi is eager to dump Yong'an County to the northern kingdom. The last time there was a war between Dahu and Daxia, the court asked the vassal kings to send troops. Qi state lost a lot of soldiers that time. This made the court later say that it would send troops to station in Qi state, and King Qi had to agree. If Qi state still had a regular establishment of 50,000 soldiers at that time, and the imperial court wanted to station troops in Qi state, King Qi could have been a little tougher, and he would not have agreed to the imperial court so easily. After hearing what King Qi said, Zhou Tongguang instantly understood what King Qi meant. King Qi put all the responsibilities on the court. In this way, he would not offend the northern kingdom. If the northern kingdom really sent troops south from Yong'an County, the imperial court we cannot blame Qi state for selling Yong'an County to Baiguo. Of course, the most important point is that the Qi state is now stationed with hundreds of thousands of troops from the imperial court. They really do not dare to mess around. Although it is said that Emperor Xia is terminally ill and the vassal kings everywhere are frantically expanding their troops, only the Qi state don't dare to make any move. There are tigers in the north and dragons in the south. Caught in the middle, Qi state can only tremble. If they act rashly, Qi state may be gone in an instant. Zhou Tongguang said, "In that case, I will write a letter to my king and ask him to report the matter to the court quickly. If King Qi has no other problems, I will resign." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Tongguang turned around and left. After Zhou Tongguang walked out of the hall, King Qi, who had been suppressing his emotions, couldn't bear it anymore. He directly swept away everything on the table in front of him with his hands, swept everything to the ground, and then roared, "This is simply too much. What do both of them think of Qi state?" At this time, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, do we really want to sell Yong'an County to Baiguo? If we sell Yong'an County, we may not be able to communicate directly with Dahu in the future. After hearing this man's words, King Qi fell into silence. Indeed, although Yong'an County borders Dahou, Qi state has to bear part of the obligation to resist Dahou's invasion during the war, but without Yong'an County, it would be difficult for Qi state's caravans to directly communicate with Dahou in normal times, and it would be difficult for Qi state's caravans to directly communicate with Dahou in the future. It is not a good thing for Qi state to pass through an area controlled by the imperial court. Some of the commercial trade between Qi state and Dahou is shady. If it passes through the area controlled by the imperial court, it will be easy for others to see something. But if Yong'an County is not sold, the envoys from the Northern Kingdom have just threatened. If they don't sell it, one day the Northern Kingdom will move south and they will definitely take action against the Qi Kingdom. The current Qi Kingdom does not even have 50,000 conventional troops and cannot resist the Northern Kingdom. Go south. After a while, King Qi thought of a good idea. He said, Yong'an County can be sold, but not all of it. Only half of it will be sold to the north. In this way, the north will not only be unable to directly access the areas controlled by the imperial court, but Qi will also be able to sell it. Caravans within the country can also continue trade with Dahou. After hearing this, the ministers in the hall breathed a sigh of relief. These ministers in the hall are basically from the Qi Kingdom's aristocratic families. Almost every family of them has some kind of trade relationship with the Dahou dynasty. If it is really cut off, the trading channel with Dahou is not a good thing for them. Half a month later, the news that King Bei wanted to purchase Yong'an County reached the ears of Daxia court officials. In the court, officials discussed the matter a lot. At this time, the eldest prince, who was sitting on a chair next to the dragon chair, asked, "Everyone must have heard about Baiguo's plan to purchase Yong'an County of Qi state, right? Now the eldest prince temporarily takes over the crown prince's position and is in charge of the national government affairs. This matter is also decided by him." As soon as the eldest prince finished speaking, an official stood up and said, "Your Highness, you absolutely cannot agree to this matter. If it is approved that Qi state sells Yong'an County to the Northern Kingdom, then the Northern Kingdom will directly border the land controlled by the imperial court. If the Northern King has other intentions, the Northern Kingdom's army will be able to drive straight in through the Yong'an County magistrate and attack the capital." After the words fell, another minister also said, "King Bei's move is extremely ambitious. We must stop King Bei and not allow Qi state to sell Yong'an County to Bei state." The eldest prince said at this time, King Qi handed over a memorial, saying that if the Qi kingdom does not sell Yong'an County to the Northern King, the Northern Kingdom is likely to send troops south to capture the Qi kingdom. Upon hearing this, the hall instantly became chaotic. King Bei is really lawless, how dare he do that? Now we are in trouble. The vassal kings from all over the country have expanded their troops, and now the Northern Kingdom is preparing to go south again. The king of the north really doesn't take the court's 400,000 troops into consideration. If you ask me, we should directly send troops to quell the rebellion. Sending troops? Are you crazy? If we send troops now, the vassal kings from all over the south will definitely lead their troops northward and approach the capital. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 287 Busy and Fulfilling Lu Chen. Seeing that the officials in the main hall had been discussing fiercely for a long time, but no result was reached, the eldest prince looked directly at Zhao Venhan and asked, "What do you think, Mr. Zhao?" Ever since the 8th prince went to Jiangnan to rebel, Zhao Venhan had taken refuge with the eldest prince. The eldest son has been the system of inheritance since ancient times, but the struggle for the throne in these generations of Xia emperors has been fierce. It has been a long time since the eldest son has become the emperor, so Zhao Venhan was not optimistic about the eldest prince at first. But now that the Jiangnan family has been eliminated, only the eldest prince is the most powerful, and most of the people who support the eldest prince are the scholar bureaucrat class, not the traditional ancient family. With this class, the eldest prince wants to successfully become the prince. In the end, it is not impossible to ascend the throne and become emperor. The eldest prince first asked Zhao Venhan what he thought, also because Zhao Venhan was currently from his faction. Zhao Venhan said at this time, Your Highness, I think it will not have much impact on Daxia whether Yong'an County is sold to Baiguo or not. Hearing Zhao Venhan's words, the hall instantly became quiet. Most officials thought that Zhao Venhan would object, but Zhao Venhan didn't care at all. The eldest prince asked, Oh? Why is this? Zhao Venhan continued, Yong'an County is in the northwest. If the northern king wants to send troops from the northwest to the south, it will take a long circle, and there is a risk of being cut off from supplies at any time. If the northern king really wants to rebel, instead of taking such a long detour, it is better to attack Qi state directly, occupy Qi state and then go south. The eldest prince thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. The eldest prince then looked at Lin Jieyuan and asked, What does Mr. Lin think Baiguo is buying Yong'an County for? Lin Jieyuan replied, Not long ago, the North Kingdom and the Dahu Dynasty signed a commercial cooperation agreement. However, the North Kingdom and the Dahu Dynasty have no direct border. If you want to transport goods from the North Kingdom to Dahu, you must either pass through the Qi Kingdom or Dayu. This it is not good for the trade between Baiguo and Dahu, so I believe that Baiguo bought Yong'an County to be able to border Dahu, so that the caravans between the two sides can communicate more smoothly. The eldest prince asked, In the opinion of Mr. Zhao and Mr. Lin, should the court approve this land transaction between Qi State and Bei Kingdom? Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan said in unison, It should be approved. Seeing that both of them agreed to the land deal, the eldest prince's eyes fell on Zhao Venhan. Zhao Venhan continued, Your Highness, now the southern vassal kings are ready to make a move. At this time, you must not offend the northern king. Once the northern king, if the king raises troops to rebel, it will inevitably stimulate the vassal kings from all over the south to follow suit. If the soldiers of the imperial court are all fighting in the north and the northern kingdom, and the vassal princes from all over the south take advantage of the situation, the capital may be at risk of falling. So I think it's better to try to stabilize the northern king now. It's not that Zhao Venhan wants to side with the northern king, he really feels that there should not be a direct conflict with the northern kingdom now. If the imperial court and the northern kingdom fight, the vassal kings headed by King Zhao will definitely launch an army directly. In Zhao Venhan's view, the most important thing now is to stabilize the northern king, and then wait for Emperor Xia to die and the eldest prince to ascend the throne. After the eldest prince ascends the throne, there will be many means that they can use that they could not use before. After hearing what Zhao Venhan said, the eldest prince's eyes fell on Lin Jieyuan again. Lin Jieyuan said at this time, I agree with Master Zhao. It is indeed not appropriate to conflict with the northern kingdom now. Stabilizing the northern kingdom is the most important. The eldest prince then said, King Qi wrote in the memorial that in order to prevent the northern king from directly sending troops southward through Yong'an County, the Qi state only planned to sell part of Yong'an County to the northern kingdom. In this way, the northern kingdom and the areas controlled by the imperial court would still not be able to it'll be bordering. And when the time comes, I will send troops to station in the southern part of Yong'an County to always be on guard against the northern army. After hearing the words of the eldest prince, the ministers in the hall stopped saying anything. This was indeed the best way to avoid conflict with the northern kingdom. The eldest prince glanced at the officials in the hall, and then said, Does anyone have other ideas about this matter? You can put them forward. If there are no objections, I will approve this land transaction. At this time, the hall was quiet, no one spoke, and the ministers also understood that the current situation was quite serious, and they could only stabilize the northern king at this time. Seeing that no one spoke, the eldest prince said, Since no one has any objection, then the matter is settled. Next, we will discuss the unauthorized expansion of troops by the vassal kings in various places. Hearing this, the hall instantly became quieter. The ministers, including the prince, were all colluding with certain vassal kings, so no one wanted to express too many opinions on this topic. Besides, if we want to say who expanded the army first, it was the northern king of the northern kingdom who expanded the army first. The northern kingdom was originally only allowed to have 150,000 soldiers, but during the northern kingdom's military parade, 200,000 soldiers came out. Although Emperor Xia did not hold the North King accountable at that time, and the merits and demerits were equal, the Emperor Xia's actions were considered a bad start. Even the North King was not dealt with, so what happened to other vassal kings' expansion of troops? If we are now discussing how to deal with those vassal kings who have expanded their troops, the first thing to discuss should be how to deal with the northern king. If the northern king has not been dealt with, there will definitely be no way to convince the public. In the end, the issue of how to deal with the unauthorized expansion of the vassal army was left unresolved. Soon, the imperial decree was conveyed to Qi state. After King Qi learned that the imperial court agreed to the northern kingdom's purchase of land from Qi state, he immediately summoned the northern kingdom's envoy Zhou Tongguang. The sale price of Yong'an County has not been discussed for too long, and King Qi has no intention of extorting money at this time. Now the northern kingdom has 100,000 troops on the border of Qi kingdom, and the army of the northern kingdom has defeated 3 barbarian armies. King Qi, don't dare to open your mouth in front of the northern kingdom. In the end, Qi state sold the northern part of Yong'an County to Baiguo at a very cheap price. After completing the transaction, Zhou Tongguang quickly returned to the north to resume his duties. North Prince's Mansion, Lu Chen's study. After Lu Chen listened to Zhou Tongguang's report about his mission to the northern kingdom, he smiled and said to Zhou Tongguang, "You have done a good job. You have stayed in Qi state for so long. Thank you for your hard work. I will give you 5 days off. Spend a few days with your family." Zhou Tongguang said immediately, "Thank you, Your Majesty. If the prince has nothing else to do, I will leave first." Lu Chen said calmly, "Okay." After Zhou Tongguang saluted, he left Lu Chen's study. After Zhou Tongguang left, Wu Yuan entered the study and said, "Meet the prince." Lu Chen asked directly, "Have the barbarian slaves been transferred to the lord of Xianyuan city?" Wu Yuan replied, "It has been transferred to Lord Xianyuan city." Lu Chen did not continue the topic. He said to the maid at the door, "Xiao Huan, let someone call General Wenren." "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying this, Lu Chen's eyes fell on Wu Yuan and continued, "Wu Qianhu, I intend to give you a task." Wu Yuan immediately said, "My lord, please tell me, my subordinates will not hesitate to die, and they will definitely complete your mission." Lu Chen said, "From today on, you will follow Xianyuan City Lord to build the railway. If Xianyuan City Lord needs anything, you will inform me as soon as possible." Hearing this, Wu Yuan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Lu Chen would arrange this task for him. This task is not particularly difficult. On the contrary, this task is too easy. There is nothing to do at all. He is a Jinyue, and he is usually responsible for collecting intelligence. But now he is asked to work on infrastructure. Wu Yuan feels in his heart that he is not responsible for it. Something had offended King Bei and made King Bei unhappy. Lu Chen seemed to see what Wu Yuan was thinking, and then continued, "The railway is very important to the northern kingdom. I am worried that some people with good intentions will destroy the construction of the railway. In addition to cooperating with the Lord of Xianyuan City to build the railway, you must also stop those who want to destroy the railway, especially those from other dynasties." Wu Yuan thought for a while, if the train really started running, it would be easier for Yanqing to control the entire northern kingdom in the future, and their soldiers would be able to reach the border faster, so the railway was indeed very important to the northern kingdom. It seemed that he had misunderstood King Bei. King Bei clearly valued him by entrusting him with such an important task. Wu Yuan then said, "I will definitely complete the tasks assigned by the prince to my subordinates perfectly." Lu Chen asked at this time, is there anything else? After hearing this, Wu Yuan remembered that he had come to the study. He quickly took out a piece of information from his sleeve, and then said, Your Majesty, this is the information that the Jin Yiwei found out about the collusion between the princes and the vassal king. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen took the information in Wu Yuan's hand and glanced at it. Lu Chen laughed. He did not expect that except for the eldest prince, all the princes in the capital who were qualified to seize the title of heir would secretly collude with the princes from other places. The second prince even got the support of the two princes. It seems that those vassal kings also understand that even if they attack the capital, they will not be able to ascend to the supreme position. There are still some old guys in the royal family. Unless they have the ability to kill all those old guys, or get their hands agree, otherwise all their efforts will be in vain. Since it is difficult to get that position, it is better to support a puppet to take the position. With the puppet, they can use the puppet emperor to do many things, and maybe the puppet emperor can give them the Zen position in the future. At this time, Wu Yuan said, if the prince has nothing else to do, my subordinates will resign. Lu Chen said and looked at the information in his hand without saying much. Wu Yuan then left the study. After about half an hour, Wen Renli came to the study. Wen Renli was a little confused. In the past, if something happened, Lu Chen always asked him to come with Xian Yuan Chen. Why did Lu Chen only call him today? One person. Does Lu Chen have any tasks that he needs to give to him alone? Just when Wen Renli was thinking this, Lu Chen said, General Wen Renli, tomorrow you will lead 30,000 heavy cavalry to Yong'an County. Hearing this, Wen Renli was stunned for a moment and asked, Your Majesty, what do I need to do after I enter Yong'an County? Lu Chen said, just guard against the enemy's spies. Other than that, there is no need to do anything else. Wen Renli said, I understand. Lu Chen said, go down and prepare. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Yes, I am resigning. After Wen Renli left, Lu Chen leaned on the wooden chair, closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. As Daxia became more and more chaotic, he had more and more things to do. He could leave the political affairs in the northern kingdom to Zhuchang Guang, but he had to handle the affairs of other dynasties personally. At this time, the red rays of sunlight rolled over the windowsill and shone into the house, dyeing the house into a muddy yellow. A familiar voice came into the room. Chener, it's time to have dinner. Chu Yukin stood at the door of the study, blocking the red glow. Seeing Chu Yukin's dignified and graceful figure, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly. Although these days were a bit busier, he lived a fulfilling life. Then Lu Chen stood up from the chair and walked towards the door of the study. After arriving at the door, Lu Chen hugged Chu Yukin's waist. Chu Yukin blushed and said, someone is watching. Hearing this, Lu Chen glanced at the maid next to him. When the maid saw this scene, she quickly turned her face to the side. Chu Yukin looked shy and said, okay, we should go to the main courtyard. Zixuan has prepared a lot of tonic for you tonight. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said, okay. The two of them said no more and went directly to the main courtyard. Chapter 288 I am willing to give up my position as Prime Minister. Dahu Dynasty. Li Zheng Palace. Emperor Wu sat on the dragon throne and glanced at the ministers in the hall. At this time, the eunuch next to Emperor Wu said, if you have the foundation to start a memorial, if you don't have the foundation to retreat from the court. As soon as the eunuch finished speaking, a minister stood up and said, Your Majesty, now that the southeast has been settled, the vassal kings from all over Daxia have expanded their troops, and Daxia has already reached the eve of its disintegration. I think we should move our troops eastward. Once Daxia, if there is a civil war, we will attack Daxia. As soon as this minister finished speaking, another minister said, now is the best time to destroy Daxia. Once Daxia is destroyed, the generals will become more powerful than ever before, and your majesty will become the emperor with the greatest achievements since the founding of the Dahou dynasty. Emperor. Later, more ministers stood up. Their thoughts were basically the same, that is, Dahou should launch a full-scale war and directly destroy Daxia. After hearing the words of the ministers, Emperor Wu laughed unbridled. After laughing for a while, Emperor Wu said, "I really didn't expect that you are more anxious than me. But having said that, Daxia should indeed disappear from this world." Having said this, Emperor Wu couldn't help but sigh. Time flies so fast. I still remember the heroic words that Gai Lu Xingkai said to me when he came to Dahou. I didn't expect that I was still in my prime, but Lu Xingkai was dying. Since he is dead, then I will do something good and help him realize his wish, ha 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 ha. Just as Emperor Wu was laughing loudly, suddenly, a soldier who specialized in conveying urgent military information entered the hall. "Your Majesty, there is something unusual happening in the Northern Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu's laughter stopped abruptly. But then his face was full of confusion. What did the abnormal movement in the north have to do with them? The Northern Kingdom does not border Dahou. Could it be that the Northern Kingdom has rebelled and is going south to attack Daxia? If that's the case, that's great. At this time, the eunuch hurriedly came to the soldier, took the information from the soldier's hand, then quickly walked to Emperor Wu's side and handed the information to Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu took a look at the information, and his face darkened instantly. He originally thought that the Northern Kingdom had gone south to attack the Daxia court, but he did not expect that the Northern Kingdom actually bought Yong'an County of the Qi Kingdom. In this way, the land of the Northern Kingdom directly bordered the Dahou dynasty. And it's not just as simple as land bordering. The North Kingdom also immediately sent 30,000 heavy cavalry to station in Yong'an County. What does the North want to do? 30,000 heavy cavalry are stationed in a small Yong'an County? This is obviously for the Dahou dynasty. When the ministers in the main hall saw Emperor Wu's face so ugly, they were all curious. What did the North Kingdom do to make Emperor Wu's face look so ugly? At this moment, Emperor Wu said, "Baguio bought Yong'an County of Qi State and stationed 30,000 heavy cavalry in Yong'an County." As soon as these words came out, there was a lot of discussion in the hall. What? Baguio actually bought Yong'an County of Qi State? Doesn't Baguio border Dahou? What does Baguio want to do? As soon as we bought Yong'an County, we immediately sent 30,000 heavy cavalry to station in Yong'an County. I'm afraid this is for Dahou. Didn't the eldest princess just sign a business cooperation agreement with Baguio? How could Baguio do such a thing? Listening to the discussion of the officials in the hall, Emperor Wu said, "What do you think the Northern King is doing for this?" After hearing this, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, the Northern King probably wants to buy Yong'an County, and then go south directly from Yong'an County, bypassing the Qi State, and attack the Daxia court." After hearing the minister's guess, Emperor Wu continued, "I didn't make it clear just now. Although Baguio bought Yong'an County, it only bought half. The half bought did not match the area controlled by the Daxia court. Border. This." Upon hearing Emperor Wu's words, the ministers were stunned. When most ministers heard that Baguio had purchased Yong'an County, they thought that Baguio was planning to take action against the city controlled by the Daxia court. As a result, Baguio only bought half of it, and it only bordered the Dahou dynasty. Doesn't that mean that Baguio was really in conflict with the Dahou dynasty? Coming with Dahou? That was 30,000 heavy cavalry, and it was the heavy cavalry of the Northern Kingdom. Although they had not seen the strength of the Northern Kingdom's army with their own eyes, since the King of the North went to the Northern Kingdom, the barbarians in the North had not benefited from the Northern Kingdom's army. If the Northern Kingdom's 30,000 heavy cavalry entered the Dahou dynasty, the Dahou dynasty would have to dispatch at least hundreds of thousands of soldiers to cope with it. At this time, Emperor Wu's eyes fell on Chai Jiliang. "Chai Iking, what do you think about this matter?" Chai Jiliang thought for a moment and then said, "Your Majesty, I believe that the Northern Kingdom bought Yong'an County and stationed troops in Yong'an County mainly to deter Dahu and prevent Dahu from sending troops to Daxia during the civil strife in Daxia. Emperor Wu said, Emperor Xia is already dying. King Bei doesn't want to seize the throne, so why is he guarding Dawu instead? Chai Jiliang said, perhaps the Northern King did not intend to compete for that position immediately. Although the Northern Kingdom has strong military strength, it is not rich. When the Northern King arrived in the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Kingdom was poor and had nothing. The Northern Kingdom can be what it is today, mainly because the King of the North valued commerce. He used commercial trade to alleviate the shortage of food and clothing in the north. The current Northern Kingdom is still relatively fragile. If a large-scale war breaks out, it will be difficult for the Northern Kingdom's material reserves to support the Northern Kingdom's army to conquer the entire Great Xia. So for the Northern King, the best thing is to wait while stabilizing the development of the Northern Kingdom. After the various vassal kings in Daxia are almost fighting each other and their strength is weakened, the Northern Kingdom can reap the benefits. After hearing what Chai Jiliang said, Emperor Wu said, in other words, King Bei and I actually have the same idea. Chai Jiliang said, I think so. Emperor Wu snorted coldly and said, no wonder Buwang immediately dispatched 30,000 heavy cavalry to Yong'an County as soon as he bought it. In this case, if we want to send troops to Daxia, we must pass the Northern Kingdom. Having said this, Emperor Wu fell into deep thought, and the ministers in the hall who had just advocated sending troops to Daxia also fell into deep thought. Under the current circumstances, if Dahu sends troops to Daxia, the Northern Kingdom will inevitably send troops to attack Dahu. The Northern Kingdom's military strength is not weak, and fighting on two fronts will have great disadvantages for Dahu. We must think of a way, preferably to win over the Great Xia Dynasty. After a long while, Emperor Wu spoke to a eunuch beside him and said, go and inform the eldest princess and ask her to come to the imperial study room after the court. I need to see her if I have anything to do. Yes, Your Majesty. After the eunuch left, Emperor Wu said, it is difficult to destroy Daxia with Dahu alone. I plan to win over Dayu and become an ally with Dayu to jointly attack the Daxia dynasty. After hearing what Emperor Wu said, the Minister of Rights stood up and said, Your Majesty's move is really wonderful. Let Dayu hold back the Northern Kingdom, and then we, Great Wu, can attack Daxia with confidence. Dayu can resist the barbarian coalition's march south, and it will surely delay. There's nothing wrong with living in a little north country. Upon hearing this, Emperor Wu said calmly, I just don't know if the eldest princess can convince Dayu. Having said this, Emperor Wu glanced at the officials in the hall and said, Dear ladies, do you have anything else to do? If not, I will be here early this morning. After hearing this, an official stood up and said, Your Majesty, the eldest princess has already reached the age of marriage. It is time for Your Majesty to choose a good son-in-law for the eldest princess. After the words fell, the entire court instantly became extremely quiet, and the sound of people breathing could be heard. All the ministers' eyes fell on Emperor Wu, and the ministers seemed to be waiting for Emperor Wu's answer. The eldest princess's marriage has always been the most concerned by the ministers in the court. Now that the eldest princess has been single, many ministers are worried that Emperor Wu will train the eldest princess to be his successor, and then let the eldest princess adopt a son-in-law into the royal family. Now many ministers are thinking that if they can get the eldest princess to marry early, then they can use the eldest princess as a reason to get married and gradually weaken the power in the hands of the eldest princess. In the eyes of the clan, the fact that the eldest princess is already in her 30s and is still not married is obviously abnormal. She must be planning something famous in her heart. As long as the eldest princess does not get married, they will not feel at ease. I feel that the eldest princess will become the next emperor of Dahu. Seeing someone mentioning Wu Yunwan's marriage, Emperor Wu smiled and said, It seems that you are more concerned about Yunwan's life events than I am. But I once promised her that I will help her choose a husband only when she wants to get married. She doesn't want to get married now, so let's let this matter go." Hearing this, an older member of the clan couldn't stand. He immediately stood up and said, "Your Majesty, since ancient times, Dao women will get married when they reach the age of 16. How can there be a woman who is not married in her 30s? If the eldest princess refuses to marry, some women will inevitably follow suit. If all the women in Dao are unwilling to marry, then the population of Dao is likely to drop significantly. This will shake the country's foundation. The eldest princess is a royal princess. Even if your Majesty makes her the eldest princess, you should not give her special privileges. Please, your Majesty, choose a good son-in-law for the eldest princess as soon as possible." After hearing these words, Emperor Wu's face darkened. As an emperor, how could he not know what these people were thinking? These people were obviously afraid that they would pass the throne to Wu Yunwan. The reason why he named Wu Yunwan the eldest princess back then was because of some special reasons, but it did not mean that he would violate the ancestral precepts and pass the throne to a woman. Emperor Wu said at this time, "I will talk to Junwan about this later. Do you have anything else to do, dear sir? If nothing happens, just retreat from the court." Seeing that Emperor Wu did not give a clear answer, the ministers knew that Emperor Wu most likely had no intention of getting married. At this moment, Chai Jiliang suddenly stood up and said boldly, "Your Majesty, I have admired the eldest princess for a long time. I sincerely ask your Majesty to marry me." As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell into deathly silence. People have known for a long time that the relationship between Chai Jiliang and the eldest princess is unusual, but people did not expect that Chai Jiliang would dare to propose to Emperor Wu to marry the eldest princess. The ministers couldn't help but think, is Chai Jiliang crazy? It's inappropriate to leave a good prime minister alone and actually want to marry the eldest princess. Since ancient times, Dahu's consorts have not been reused. Even those who once had official positions will have their official positions removed after marrying the princess. This is also to prevent the consort from usurping power. Generally, the prince-in-law of a princess cannot be reused, let alone the eldest princess. With the identity and status of the eldest princess, anyone who marries her will basically have their career over. Chai Jiliang is the prime minister. If he marries the eldest princess and his official position is not reduced, the eldest princess will be more powerful in the court. Therefore, once Chai Jiliang really marries the eldest princess, he must resign as prime minister. People were a little confused, wondering what kind of wind Chai Jiliang had. However, at this moment, Emperor Wu showed a smile, and then he said, "Chai Iking, you are my most valued minister. You have to think clearly, you are the prime minister now. If you really marry Junwan, I am afraid that you can't enter the main gate of Li Zheng Palace every day." Chai Jiliang said, "I have already considered it carefully. For the sake of the eldest princess, I am willing to give up my position as prime minister." After hearing Chai Jiliang's words, all the ministers in the hall were thinking was that there was something wrong with this guy's mind that he would give up his official career for a woman. Although in the Dahu dynasty, the prime minister is a high-risk profession, and 9 out of 10 prime ministers will not end well, but the prime minister is a prime minister after all, and the power in his hands is still very great, and this guy actually said he didn't want it. At this moment, a clan minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, Mr. Chai is a talented person who has dedicated his whole life for Dahu. He is fully worthy of the eldest princess. Since Mr. Chai is willing to give up his position as prime minister for the eldest princess, I boldly ask your Majesty to grant Mr. Chai a hand in marriage." Emperor Wu was not angry this time, and then said, "Chai Iking, I already know what you think, but I also said that Junwan has to make her own decision about her marriage. How about this? I will find an opportunity to ask her and see. What did she think? Okay, that's it for now. My dear friends, do you have anything else to do? If nothing else, just leave the court." Hearing Emperor Wu's words, some ministers reacted instantly, they had been tricked. It's true that Chai Jiliang likes the eldest princess. The relationship between the two is already very good. Everyone knows that Chai Jiliang is from the eldest princess's faction. Therefore, Chai Jiliang will continue to stay in the court for the eldest princess. It is impossible for him to propose marrying the eldest princess. Class words. He brought it up at this time, not only to show to others that he, Chai Jiliang, was attracted to the eldest princess, but others would move aside. You must know that Chai Jiliang is the capable minister under Emperor Wu. Emperor Wu will definitely not agree to marry the eldest princess to Chai Jiliang. The final result is that the marriage of the eldest princess has been delayed and then nothing happened. After wondering why Chai Jiliang proposed to marry the eldest princess, the ministers immediately hated Chai Jiliang and gritted their teeth. What happened today will definitely spread to the ears of the common people soon. By then, the common people will know that Chai Jiliang admires the eldest princess. One is Emperor Wu's humorous minister, and the other is the apple of Emperor Wu's eye. The two of them are so well matched, who dares to interfere again? Foot. But if Emperor Wu does not grant the marriage, the relationship between the two will continue to drag on. The eldest princess will still be single, and Chai Jiliang will still be the prime minister. At the same time, after Emperor Wu left the Li Zheng Hall, he went to the imperial study room, where Wu Yunwan was already waiting. After seeing Emperor Wu come in, Wu Yunwan immediately saluted and said, "I have met my father." Emperor Wu said directly, "Yunwan, my father has a task for you." Emperor Wu actually did not want Wu Yunwan to continue to accumulate too much credit, but it was Wu Yunwan who had to go to Dayu as an envoy and win over Emperor Yu to form an alliance to destroy Daxia. Wu Yunwan has a very good relationship with Emperor Yu, and only she can persuade Emperor Yu to do so, making it more likely that others will fail when sending envoys to Dayu. Chapter 289 I advise you to put away your petty thoughts. After hearing what Emperor Xia said, Wu Yunwan asked, "Father, are you planning to send your daughter as an envoy to Dayu?" Wu Yunwan has the largest intelligence agency in Dayu. She has long known that Baiguo purchased land in Yong'an County and stationed 30,000 heavy cavalry in Yong'an County. So she basically guessed what Emperor Wu planned to do next. Now the northern kingdom was bordering Dayu, and 30,000 heavy cavalry were stationed in the border area. If Dayu made any move against Daxia at this time, I am afraid that the northern kingdom would immediately send out troops with great force. The latest trend in the court is to send troops to Daxia. In addition, Wu Yunwan knows her father well and knows that her father will not give up sending troops to Daxia easily. Then his father will probably want to fight with Dayu next. Form an alliance and attack Daxia together. Seeing that Wu Yunwan had already guessed his plan, Emperor Wu said, "It seems you already know it. Now the northern kingdom has 30,000 heavy cavalry stationed in Yong'an County. Once Dayu sends troops to Daxia, the northern kingdom is likely to attack Dayu. This makes my father very worried. The plan for now is to win over Dayu and let Dayu help Dayu contain the northern kingdom. Only in this way can Dayu have a chance to destroy Daxia." Wu Yunwan said, "Father, my daughter understands what you mean. My daughter will go to Dayu tomorrow." After hearing this, Emperor Wu looked at Wu Yunwan with a smile, and then said with a smile, "Then thank you for the hard work." Having said this, Emperor Wu sighed, and then continued, "Only Yunwan you can ask my father to share some of the burden. Your brothers are each more useless than the other. My father often thinks, if you are what a great man." Wu Yunwan instantly heard something from Emperor Wu's tone. Emperor Wu was reminding her that she was just a woman, not a man, so she shouldn't think about unrealistic things. Although she heard the implication of Emperor Wu's words, Wu Yunwan didn't take it to heart. She had long seen her father's attitude. Although her father named her the eldest princess, which greatly elevated her status, Emperor Wu was also trying to balance the power in the court and tried his best to train her brothers. From her father, Wu Ming with her, Baiguo could see that her father had no intention of passing the throne to his daughter. At this time, Wu Yunwan said, "Father, my daughter understands what you mean. These are what a daughter should do. As the eldest princess of Dao, the daughter should bear these responsibilities." Hearing Wu Yunwan's words, Emperor Wu said with a smile, "You can understand my father's difficulties. My father is very happy. Okay, if nothing happens, you can go back and prepare." Wu Yunwan immediately saluted and said, "Yes, my daughter is resigning." After finishing her words, Wu Yunwan turned around and left the imperial study. When Wu Yunwan returned to King Yun Palace, a maid entered the King Yun Palace excitedly and said, "Your Highness, we have something great." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan asked in confusion, "What's such a good thing?" The maid replied, "During the court today, someone suggested that your majesty choose a husband for you. Mr. Chai directly stood up and asked your majesty to marry you to him." Hearing this, Wu Yunwan's face darkened instantly, and she said coldly, "Is this the good thing you said?" Hearing that Wu Yunwan's tone was wrong, the maid hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowed immediately and said, "Your Highness, it was my fault. I shouldn't speculate on your thoughts. My crime deserves to be punished by death. Please punish me." Chai Jiliang often went to the place where Wu Yunwan lived. After going back and forth, almost all the maids and eunuchs in King Yun Palace thought that Chai Jiliang and Wu Yunwan had a very good relationship, and even had feelings for each other. Moreover, even at such an old age, Chai Jiliang has not yet had such a relationship. Marrying a wife without even a concubine, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that Chai Jiliang is interested in the eldest princess. The maids and eunuchs thought that the eldest princess was already in her 30s and was still unmarried. It must be because of Chai Jiliang. Now that Chai Jiliang had taken the initiative to ask His Majesty to marry the eldest princess to him, the maids of King Yun Palace naturally felt that this was a good thing. Thinking that the eldest princess and Prime Minister Chai finally got married. But what they didn't know was that in Wu Yunwan's eyes, Chai Jiliang was just her political partner, and she had never had even the slightest affection for Chai Jiliang. Wu Yunwan is not a fool. She knows the path she wants to take. The path she takes will never allow her to have a relationship with her children, so she has long closed her heart and basically will not treat men. Produce emotions. Wu Yunwan glanced at the maid on the ground indifferently, and then said, "If there is another time, you can go back to your room and hang yourself." After hearing this, the maid quickly said, "Thank you, Your Highness, for forgiving me. I will definitely not talk too much in the future." At this moment, a mature man's voice came, "Your Highness seems very unhappy today." Seeing that Chai Jiliang was coming, Wu Yunwan asked directly, "I heard that you just asked my father for a marriage in the court." Hearing Wu Yunwan's tone, Chai Jiliang knew that Wu Yunwan was angry, and he immediately said, "Your Royal Highness, I am buying time for you. You should understand that it is impossible for His Majesty to marry you to me. If I do this, I will let others know that I admire you. In this way, no one will continue to urge Your Majesty to find you a husband." Wu Yunwan sneered, and then said, "Master Chai, I advise you to put aside your petty thoughts." Having said this, Wu Yunwan turned around and left. Wu Yunwan is not a fool. What Chai Jiliang did buy her some time to a certain extent. No minister would mention her marriage in a short time. But in this way, she is bound to Chai Jiliang. After the story of her and Chai Jiliang spreads to the people, people will definitely say that they are a talented and beautiful woman, and they are a perfect match. If Wu Yunwan ascends to the supreme position in the future, then how should it treat Chai Jiliang? Their story has spread to the public. Should she give Chai Jiliang a status? If she didn't give Chai Jiliang a status, what would the people say about her? There is a high probability that she will be said to be unsympathetic and unjust, and has been indifferent to the emperor's heart since ancient times. Wu Yunwan has been dealing with Chai Jiliang for so many years. How could she not know what kind of person Chai Jiliang is? Chai Jiliang always has a long-term view. He cannot just see the gains and losses in front of him. Wu Yunwan was indeed very angry at this time, and Chai Jiliang actually plotted against her. Seeing Wu Yunwan's leaving figure, Chai Jiliang said to himself, "It seems that I went a little too far this time." Half a month later. North Government Hall. Lu Chen sat on the throne, high-spirited. He said with a smile, "This is the last time we discuss important matters in this government hall. Everyone, if you have anything to discuss recently, please bring it up quickly. If not, let's discuss moving to the city." After the hard work of the people of the north and the barbarian slaves, the new city of the north has been built. The new city of the north is basically made of reinforced concrete, and the streets are very spacious. The new city also has a palace, and the area of the palace is very large. Lu Chen couldn't wait to move to the new city. The current palace is still a bit too small, and he can't do anything in the current palace. When he goes to the new city, he and his wives can do whatever they want. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Li Rui took the initiative to stand up and said, "Your Majesty, although the construction of the new city has been completed, the prices of houses in the new city are high and ordinary people cannot afford it. I am afraid that few people in Yancheng will move to the new city. The construction of the new city has been completed, but the construction of the new city uses reinforced concrete and red bricks. Almost all of these things came from Buwangfu, and they are all new things and are relatively expensive. The price of houses built with these things can be imagined and know." Although Yancheng's business has become more and more prosperous after Lu Chen came to the north, and the people in Yancheng have also made some money through trade, the number of particularly wealthy people is probably less than 1% of those in Yancheng. If only the northern palace moved to the new city, but the people in the old city still stayed in the old city, what use would the new city be? Lu Chen said with a smile, "I have already expected this. So from the beginning I asked the Jin Yiwei soldiers to register the number of people in Yancheng. At present, there are a total of 100,000 native people in Yancheng. Each of these 100,000 people households only need to pay 500 cash to own a house in the new city. If you really can't get it out, you can owe it temporarily and pay it off within 10 years. After hearing this, the officials in the hall thought for a while. If it was only 500 coins, most of the people in Yancheng should be able to take it. The key is that the Northern King gave a 10-year repayment period. Although the people of the Northern Kingdom were relatively poor before, since the Northern Kingdom came to the Northern Kingdom, the Northern Palace has created many industries. These industries require a large number of working people. Although the core industries they all sign a contract of sale, but for some simple manual work, Buwangfu adopts an employment system. People in Yancheng want to earn 500 yuan, so they can work in Buwangfu's industries. Even if you don't go to work in the industry created by Buwangfu, with Yancheng's business and trade so developed today, there is no problem for the people of Yancheng to find something to make money. To take a step back, even if the people of Yancheng don't give anyone people work, they simply go out to contract some land to grow food, and there is no problem in paying back 500 yuan within 10 years. Therefore, the price set by Lu Chen is quite reasonable. Lu Chen said at this time, "Of course, this price is only for the people of Yancheng. If people from outside want to buy houses in Yancheng, it will be a different price." At this time, an official asked, "Your Majesty, what if the people of Yancheng sell their houses to others at a high price?" Lu Chen said calmly, "People in Yancheng are not allowed to trade their first houses." Hearing this, Li Rui retreated to his seat and said, "I have no problem." Lu Chen asked, "Do you have any other questions?" Questions about moving to the city can also be raised now. Seeing that no one spoke, Lu Chen said, "Since everyone has no problem, I will tell you about the arrangements for moving to the city." After the words fell, the Jin Yiwei soldier beside Lu Chen walked to the middle of the hall with a pamphlet, and then began to read according to the contents of the pamphlet. The booklet talks about the arrangements for moving to the city and how the new city should be managed. An hour later, after discussing the matter of moving to the city, Lu Chen returned to the study. Lu Chen sat on the stool in the study room, glanced at the entire study room, and couldn't help but feel a bit of reluctance in his heart. This study carries so many good memories for him. In this study, he had an affair with Chu Yukan, quarreled with Wang Qingkai, made deals with Chu Qingli, and secretly did bad things with Lin Wanyun. He didn't expect that he would soon leave this place. Just as Lu Chen was immersed in memories, a familiar voice came, "Your Majesty, this is the first time I have seen you dazed in the study." Lu Chen came back to his senses, looked up at the study door, and saw Wang Qingkai's enchanting S-shaped figure. New coding equipment has been replaced, so the coding is slower. Forgive me. Chapter 290. What are the good memories that the prince mentioned? Wang Qingkai was wearing a red gauze skirt today. The skirt of her upper body was loose, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. The skirt of her lower body parted, revealing her long, snow-white legs. She stood at the door, her slender and charming figure made even more alluring by the light outside. Seeing Wang Qingkai appear at the door of the study, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth slightly raised. If he remembered correctly, he and Wang Qingkai did the most things in the study. It just so happened that since Wang Qingkai was here, he and Wang Qingkai let's have a perfect ending with Wang Qingkai. Lu Chen smiled and asked, "Does Mr. Wang have any important information today?" Wang Qingkai entered the study, then consciously closed the study door, twisted her hips to the side of the desk, and placed a letter on the desk. Dahu sent Wu Junwan as envoy to the Northern Kingdom, preparing to form an alliance with Daiyu to launch a war of annihilation against Daxia. Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then he picked up the information on the table, opened it and glanced at the contents. After reading the contents of the intelligence, Lu Chen frowned slightly. If Dahu really united with Daiyu, Daiyu would probably contain Baiguo. In this way, Baiguo would not be able to prevent Dahu from sending troops to Daxia. This is a rather troublesome problem. Wang Qingkai saw that Lu Chen didn't say anything while looking at the information in his hand, so he reminded, "Wu Yunwan and Emperor Yu have a very good relationship. They are called sisters. After Wu Yunwan arrives in Daiyu, there is a possibility that they will form an alliance. Very big." After hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses and thought to himself that unless Daiyu was unwilling to get involved, it would be really difficult to prevent the two dynasties from forming an alliance. After destroying the Daxia dynasty, Daiyu will be able to obtain a large amount of land and population, making Daiyu stronger, and Emperor Yu will probably be tempted. The next situation in the North Country will be a bit difficult. You still have to seize the time to become stronger. Thinking of this, Lu Chen glanced at Wang Qingkai who was standing aside, and said with a smile, "Master Wang, now that the major dynasties know your identity and the relationship between Tingyu Tower and Buwang Palace, there is no need for Tingyu Tower now. I continue to hide my identity." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. Ever since Wu Yunwan returned from her mission to the North Kingdom, the news that Tingyu Tower belonged to the North Palace has spread throughout the major dynasties. Now almost all dynasties know about the relationship between Tingyu Tower and the North Palace. Now Tingyu Tower wants to collect information. It's not as easy as before. It was obvious that the relationship between Tingyulu and Buwangfu was deliberately leaked by the woman Wu Yunwan. Wu Yunwan just did not want Baiguo to develop too smoothly, thereby hindering Baiguo from gathering information about the major dynasties. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wang Qingkai thought that Lu Chen was planning to abolish Tingyu Tower, and couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. After all, Tingyu Tower was founded by Wang Qingkai, and she used Tingyu Tower to collect a lot of information about major dynasties. She used Tingyu Tower to realize the value of being by Lu Chen's side. If Tingyulu is gone, what else can she do in the future? Wang Qingkai couldn't help but feel worried, fearing that Lu Chen would ask her to return directly to the palace to serve him. Serving Lu Chen is no problem for her at all. She also likes to stay with Lu Chen, but she has her own stubborn side and she doesn't want Lu Chen to think that she can only vent some desires. Wang Qingkai asked at this time, "Does your majesty plan to abolish Tingyu Tower?" Lu Chen said, "Why do you have such an idea? Why did I cancel Tingyulu if I have nothing to do?" This. Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Didn't the prince say that Tingyulu has been exposed?" Wang Qingkai stopped talking and did not continue. Tingyulu is an intelligence agency. Generally, this kind of intelligence agency will be abandoned directly after being exposed. After all, his identity has been exposed, and he will definitely be watched all the time. It will not be that easy to collect intelligence in secret. Lu Chen said with a smile, "Although Tingyu Tower has exposed its relationship with Buwang Mansion, Tingyu Tower can still play its role. Nowadays, Tingyulu's business is spread across all major dynasties. The Buwang Mansion cannot achieve its current business scale without the help of Tingyulu." Wang Qingkai instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen wanted Tingyu Tower to continue to play its commercial role and help Buwang Mansion sell various products. Wang Qingkai was a little excited in her heart. Although Tingyu Tower could no longer collect intelligence like in the past, as long as Tingyu Tower still existed, she could still show her own value. Lu Chen continued at this time, "Even if Tingyulu has been exposed, we can still collect intelligence openly. Now the major dynasties know that Tingyu Tower belongs to the Northern Palace. Before the Northern Palace has a falling out with several major dynasties, the major dynasties will not directly take action against Tingyu Tower. Besides, now we have signed a business cooperation agreement with Dayu and Dao. Even if Tingyulu does business in Dayu and Dao, it has complied with the business cooperation agreement. Dayu and Dao can't say anything." Lu Chen's idea was very simple. Since the power behind Tingyu Tower had been exposed, he would simply let Tingyu Tower become a regular member and let Tingyu Tower exist as another business group of Buwang Mansion. In the past, Tingyulu collected intelligence quietly. After Tingyulu became a full-time official, Tingyulu collected intelligence openly and openly. Tingyulu had the support of Buwang Mansion behind the scenes. During non-war periods, no one would openly target them. Tingyulu only uses some small tricks. No matter what little tricks the major dynasties use, it won't matter, as long as Tingyulu can still do business in the major dynasties. Wang Qingkai showed a charming smile at this time. When the prince said this, the slave family felt relieved. The slave family thought they were going to lose their jobs. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and pulled Wang Qingkai, who was next to the desk, into his arms, then hugged her slender waist tightly and whispered in her ear, "My slave girl is so capable, who can lose her job? It's impossible for you to lose your job." After hearing this, Wang Qingkai said in a coquettish voice, "It is better for the prince to be kind to the slave family." Lu Chen laughed, "This vixen. By the way, let me tell you something." Wang Qingkai asked, "Your Majesty, please speak." Lu Chen's paws caressed Wang Qingkai's beautiful legs through her red gauze skirt, and said, "We will move to the city soon. The new city has been built, and we will all move to the new city from now on." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. She had actually heard about the fact that the new city was almost completed, but she never took it to heart. Now Lu Chen suddenly said that he was moving to the new city. She didn't know why. She suddenly felt a little lost and reluctant in her heart. The old city holds too many memories for her, including the memory of meeting Lu Chen for the first time, the memory of being conquered by Lu Chen, and the memory of doing ridiculous things with Lu Chen in the study. "I didn't expect to leave this place soon." At this time, Wang Qingkai couldn't help but glance at the entire study. What happened in the study in the past appeared in front of her, replaying it endlessly. Gradually, Wang Qingkai's face became more and more rosy. At this moment, Lu Chen asked with a smile, are you reluctant to leave the current North Prince's mansion? Wang Qingkai said, the slave family is the slave girl of the prince. Wherever the prince goes, the slave family will go. Wherever the prince is, that is the slave family's home. There is nothing to be reluctant to part with. Lu Chen said, oh? Really? I thought you had some feelings for the current North Prince's mansion, but it seems I was overthinking it. At this point, Lu Chen sighed, and then continued, I really can't bear to see the current North Prince's mansion. Hearing this, Wang Qingkai said with a smile, I didn't expect that the prince is still a nostalgic person. Lu Chen's big hand slapped Wang Qingkai's buttocks, and then said, why, did you think that this king is a person who likes the new and hates the old? After Wang Qingkai said, her delicate body trembled slightly, the slave family never said that. Lu Chen said with a smile at this time, since we are leaving here, let's create more beautiful memories together before leaving here. At this point, Lu Chen put his big hand into Wang Qingkai's dress and stroked Wang Qingkai's soft and tender skin. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wang Qingkai knew that Lu Chen was going to do bad things again, but she didn't do anything. She just sat quietly on Lu Chen's lap, waiting for Lu Chen to do bad things to her. At this time, Lu Chen said, after I move to the new city, I will give you a title. Anyway, it has been revealed that Tingyu Tower belongs to the Northern Palace. Hearing this, Wang Qingkai's brain froze, and then she said, the slave family is just the slave girl of the prince, how dare you expect to have status? Lu Chen said with a smile, you are afraid that I will leave you in the North Prince's mansion and ask you to serve me every day, so I won't let you go out. Wang Qingkai said, it is the duty of the slave family to serve the prince. How dare the slave family have such an idea? Lu Chen used his big hand to squeeze Wang Qingkai, and Wang Qingkai made a squeaking sound again. Don't worry. Even if I give you a title, you still have to manage Tingyu Tower. You can still leave Buwang Mansion. I won't lock you up and be a canary. At this time, Wang Qingkai's face was red from being touched by Lu Chen, and her whole body was restless. She twisted slightly in Lu Chen's arms, and then asked weakly, is what the prince said true? Lu Chen said, of course this is true. Look at the wives and concubines in my inner courtyard, don't they often run outside? Hearing what Lu Chen said, Wang Qingkai suddenly realized that this seemed to be the case. Not to mention that Princess Muxuan often went out to take care of the palace's property, and Lu Chen's other wives and concubines also left the palace from time to time. In the entire North Palace, Xiao Wenyao seems to be the only one who has been staying in the inner courtyard of the palace. Even the two women, De Zhou and Xiao Zhou, who usually have nothing to do, often leave the palace. It can also be seen that Lu Chen does not have many restrictions on his women, unlike other aristocratic families or other princes who strictly prohibit their wives and concubines from being exposed. Wang Qingkai asked at this time, Your Majesty is so confident in his women, isn't he afraid of them going out to find other men? Hearing Wang Qingkai's question, Lu Chen laughed, and then said, What? Are you doubting my charm? At this point, there was a sound of tearing in the study, and seeing that his dress was torn again, Wang Qingkai rolled his eyes at Lu Chen, and then said, Your Majesty, this dress was given to me by the princess. Lu Chen smiled and said, I'll tell Zixuan later and ask her to give you a few more sets. Wang Qingkai was about to say something when Lu Chen picked her up and asked her to sit on the desk. At this time, Lu Chen leaned over and continued, I am still very confident in my charm, of course. I am also very confident in my women, I believe you will not betray me. Wang Qingkai knew that she would definitely be dealt with by Lu Chen today. She stretched out her slender hand towards Lu Chen, then looked at Lu Chen's handsome face and asked, The new family is very curious, where does the prince's confidence come from? I wonder if the prince can tell the slave family. Having said this, Wang Qingkai secretly glanced at Lu Chen, his eyes flirting, and his face was full of flattery. Seeing Wang Qingkai provoking him again, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Qingkai, are you impatient to create more beautiful memories with me?" Wang Qingkai's cheeks were rosy and her charming eyes were as silky as silk. She said with a smile, "I don't know what the good memories that the prince is talking about are." Seeing Wang Qingkai's seductive look, Lu Chen couldn't bear it any longer, leaned forward and kissed her red lips. This vixen just needs to be kept in check, otherwise he will become extremely arrogant after a few days. It didn't take long for Wang Qingkai to realize what good memories Lu Chen was talking about. Although this kind of thing has happened countless times, Wang Qingkai still feels that what she did with Lu Chen this time will make her miss it even more. Lu Chen also clearly felt that Wang Qingkai was different today from before. She seemed to be more proactive. At the same time, when Musician and the others heard that they were moving, they immediately asked the maids and servants of the palace to start packing their things. There are a lot of things in Buwang Mansion, and they cannot move them all in one day. Therefore, before the official move, they need to move most of the things in Buwang Mansion to the new city. Only in this way, on the day of the official move, can they move it all in one day. Just stay in the new Buwangfu. The servants of the palace who were packing things were walking back and forth in front of Musician, but Musician in the pavilion was always looking at the tree not far away. Could it be that tree? Musician fell into deep thought. She knew the role of the dragon and phoenix tree, so she knew the importance of the dragon and phoenix tree. Today's dragon and phoenix tree has grown to almost 7 or 8 meters tall, and its trunk is very thick. It may be a little troublesome to transplant this tree to the new palace. Seeing Wang Qingkai staring at the dragon and phoenix tree not far away, Zhou Yuyu on the side asked, "Sister Mu, why are you staring at that tree?" Hearing Zhou Yuyu's words, Musician came back to her senses. She replied, "This tree has grown so big that it is not easy to transplant it to the new palace. Moreover, it is an immortal tree, so I don't know if it can be transplanted to the new palace. You can't move it casually." Zhou Yuyu said, "This tree was planted by the prince. The prince should know the situation of this tree best. Let's ask the prince if we can move this tree to the new prince's palace." Musician thought the same thing. This tree was so important to Lu Chen. Lu Chen would most likely find a way to move the tree away. Musician then decided to ask Lu Chen during dinner to see what Lu Chen would do. Deal with this dragon and phoenix tree. At dusk, when Lu Chen's wives and concubines went to the main hall to prepare for dinner, they found that Lu Chen had not come back. Normally, when Lu Chen didn't come back for dinner, he would most likely be doing bad things with one of his wives. Musician glanced at the main hall and found that most of Lu Chen's wives were there. She then said to the maid behind her, "Xiao, go to the study and see if the prince is there." "Yes, princess." Then the maid went to the study. After a while, the maid Xiao returned to the main hall with a blushing face. Seeing the maid's face turned red, the girls understood what was going on. The maid Xiao said, "Princess, the prince said he won't come back tonight. He has already eaten." Hearing this, Musician smiled and said to Chu Yukan and the others, "Since the prince is not coming back, let's eat first." The girls did not wait any longer. They chatted about moving to the city while eating. Chapter 291 Wang Qingkai is pregnant. Great Xia Dynasty. Beijing, the palace of Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia was lying on the bed, looking dying. At this time, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan were reporting on the recent trends of the major dynasties. After a while, Emperor Xia suddenly coughed violently. The maid quickly brought a yellow silk scarf. The next moment, Emperor Xia spit blood on the scarf, dyeing the yellow silk scarf deep red. Seeing this scene, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan frowned. Their eyes flashed slightly, and they had different thoughts, and they were both planning something famous. After a while, Emperor Xia said, "I didn't expect that as soon as I fell, all the major dynasties would surround me like vultures." Having said this, Emperor Xia glanced at Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan, and then asked, Zhao Iking, Lin Iking, in your opinion, that prince can succeed me? Hearing this, Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan knelt on the ground at the same time, and they said in unison, I don't dare to speak nonsense. There are some things you shouldn't say randomly, especially when it comes to Lishu. Emperor Xia coughed a few more times, and then said, you can say it with confidence, I forgive you. The two of them were still lying on the ground, not daring to raise their heads. Seeing that the two of them still didn't speak, Emperor Xia snorted coldly, and then said, Your Majesty, Prime Minister, you don't even dare to express your attitude on the matter of establishing a heir. You should be honest. What kind of Prime Minister? After another long while, Emperor Xia said, That's all, get up. You don't dare to say anything, and I won't force you. After hearing this, Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan stood up. At this time, Emperor Xia continued, Since the founding of Daxia, the throne has been inherited by the eldest son. However, as the interference of the aristocratic families in the throne has become more and more serious, most of the eldest sons in these generations do not live to be 30 years old. Every transfer of the throne is accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Now that the Jiangnan aristocratic family has been destroyed, those ancient aristocratic families have also restrained themselves a lot. It is time to return to the eldest son inheritance system. Hearing Emperor Xia's words, Lin Jieyuan and Zhao Venhan were startled. So, Emperor Xia is planning to make the eldest prince the crown prince? After reacting, Zhao Venhan was overjoyed. Fortunately, after the eighth prince rebelled, he immediately took refuge with the eldest prince. If the eldest prince could successfully succeed to the throne, he would still be reused. Emperor Xia continued, I plan to make the eldest prince the crown prince. What do you two think? Zhao Venhan and Lin Jieyuan said in unison, It all depends on His Majesty's decision. Although Lin Jieyuan was a little surprised by this result, he was not incapable of understanding it. After all, Emperor Xia was about to die, and it was time to choose a successor, and he could not delay it any longer. If he is capable, the eldest prince can be regarded as quite satisfactory. The key is that the eldest prince is the eldest son and should have inherited the throne. However, the generations of Daxia families have interfered too much with the throne, and the inheritance system of eldest son has long existed in name only. But having said that, Lin Jieyuan does not think that the eldest prince can inherit the throne so smoothly. He has a relatively good understanding of the current structure of the court. He knows very well that there are basically several forces behind each prince, and the most important thing is that most of them the prince has the support of the vassal king behind him. Once Emperor Xia makes the eldest prince the prince and passes the throne to the eldest prince, it is very likely that the eldest prince will not be able to suppress the other princes, let alone the vassal kings of Daxia. At that time, the eldest prince will most likely be pulled from the throne. Lin Jieyuan was not optimistic about the eldest prince at all. In his opinion, King Bei was still the most suitable candidate for the throne. He is very familiar with the development of the Northern Kingdom. The current development speed of the Northern Kingdom is very fast, and the military strength of the Northern Kingdom is becoming more and more powerful. Currently, no feudal state in Daxia has as strong a military strength as the Northern Kingdom. Once the vassal kings from various places raise their armies, they will definitely fight to the death. The Northern Kingdom will wait for the opportunity. With the military strength of the Northern Kingdom, the Northern King will definitely be able to successfully ascend to that position. However, Lin Jieyuan is currently a little worried about the Dahu dynasty and Daehu dynasty. If Daxia is really in civil strife, these two dynasties will not watch peacefully. But now is not the time to think about this. He can't find a solution to this now, so he can only follow the development of things and see the situation. At this time, Emperor Xia said haggardly, Zhao Iking, Lin Iking, please go down. What I said to you today must not be spread randomly. The two said in unison again, I understand. I'll take my leave. Then the two of them turned around and left Emperor Xia's palace. After they both left, a black shadow appeared from behind the pillars of the room. At this time, Emperor Xia stood up from the bed, put his hands behind his back, and looked out the window. His whole body was completely different from the sick image he had just now. He didn't look sick at all at this time. At this time, Emperor Xia asked coldly, "Who does Lin Jieyuan support?" Hearing this question, the black figure behind the pillar replied, "Nothing has been found yet. He has kept his distance from any prince. He seems to want to remain neutral." Emperor Xia laughed, "This old fox, I'm afraid he saw that I was pretending to be sick. Now the ministers in the court are basically taking sides. As the Prime Minister of Zhou, Lin Jieyuan still doesn't choose the prince he likes when the dynasty may change its owner. This seems a bit suspicious. If you don't take sides at this time, after the battle for the throne is over, the Lin family will not be as prosperous as it is now. It is hard to say whether Lin Jieyuan, the Prime Minister, will be able to continue to do so." Emperor Xia didn't think Lin Jieyuan would be a neutral person. In his opinion, Lin Jieyuan must have discovered something. But even if Lin Jieyuan discovered something, Emperor Xia didn't care in his heart. His plan was very successful. The vassal kings from all over the Xia dynasty had already joined the game. Now it was up to the one in the north to catch the trap. If the one in the north also joins the game, then he can get away with it once and for all. At this moment, a shadow guard appeared at the door. "Your Majesty, there is something strange happening in the north." Hearing this, Emperor Xia was stunned for a moment, then took the information from the shadow guard's hand, and then opened it and took a serious look. After seeing the 30,000 heavy cavalry stationed in Yong'an County from the north, Emperor Xia frowned slightly. He didn't understand what the Northern Kingdom was doing. If the Northern Kingdom really planned to go south, it should directly attack the Qi Kingdom and cross over to the Qi Kingdom. Yong'an County is in the northwest, so what's the use of stationing 30,000 heavy cavalry in the northwest? Moreover, the Northern Kingdom only has a total of 50,000 heavy cavalry. The 30,000 heavy cavalry is considered a relatively powerful military force in the Northern Kingdom. Putting this military force in the border area of the Dahu dynasty may stimulate the Dahu dynasty. Emperor Xia thought for a while, but still felt a little confused about Baiguo's actions. Then Emperor Xia said, "Go and call the Imperial Master to see me." The shadow guard in front of Emperor Xia immediately said, "Yes, Your Majesty." After a while, Situ Ce appeared in Emperor Xia's palace. Emperor Xia directly handed the information in his hand to Situ Ce, and then asked, "The Northern Kingdom did not send troops south, but instead dispatched heavy cavalry to Yong'an County. The Imperial Guards, why do you think that is?" Hearing this, Situ Ce was stunned for a moment. Then he took the information from Emperor Xia and looked at it carefully. After a while, Situ Ce replied, "Your Majesty, I feel that King Bei is trying to intimidate you. Dahu, prevent Dahu from sending troops to attack Daxia during the civil strife in Daxia." After hearing this, Emperor Xia's face darkened, and he said unhappily, "He transferred such an important military force to Yong'an County. So, does it mean that he is not tempted by the location of the capital at all? If the Northern King was really interested in the throne, he would definitely do what those vassal kings did and either start to expand their troops or gather their forces and wait for the opportunity. As a result, the Northern Kingdom directly transferred the most capable heavy cavalry in the Northern Kingdom to defend against the Dahu dynasty. Doesn't this mean that the Northern King had no intention of going south at all? Otherwise, how could he have transferred such important heavy cavalry to defend against the Dahu dynasty?" At this time, Situ Ce said, "Your Majesty, the Northern King is loyal to the court. According to the opinion of the old minister, the Northern King will not rebel unless one day the capital cannot hold it anymore and Your Majesty lets the Northern King go south. At that time, the Northern King may lead his troops. Go south." Hearing Situ Ce's words, Emperor Xia sneered, and then said, "When did the Imperial Master side with Xiaoju? Situ Ce said neither humble nor arrogantly, I'm just telling the truth. Emperor Xia said calmly, I don't believe that the Northern Kingdom will not enter the game. All his plans now are for the North. If the North is not fooled, then his work will be in vain. No matter what, the North must take the initiative to go south. At this time, Emperor Xia said to Situ Ce, I am tired. The imperial master should go and do his own business. Upon hearing this, Situ Ce knew that Emperor Xia had not listened to his words at all. Emperor Xia was determined to have his own way and had to get rid of the Northern Kingdom. Situ Ce didn't say anything more. He immediately bowed and saluted and said, I leave. Situ Ce believed that with Zhuge Chongguang in the north, Emperor Xia's arrangements would not have any effect. Even if King Bei doesn't understand politics, is not good at strategy, and cannot understand Emperor Xia's plan, as long as King Bei is good at listening to Zhuge Chongguang's opinions, Emperor Xia's plan will eventually come to nothing. North. The Wang Mansion, Study Room. Lu Chen and Wang Qingkai created more beautiful memories today. Wang Qingkai was paralyzed by these beautiful memories. If Lu Chen hadn't hugged her, she would have fallen to the ground and couldn't get up. Come. At this time, Lu Chen picked up Wang Qingkai and walked towards the secret room of the study. Seeing that Lu Chen actually carried him into the secret room, Wang Qingkai suddenly thought of what Lu Chen did to him in the secret room last time. She quickly used her last strength to beg for mercy and said, Your Majesty, please let me go. Lu Chen smiled and then said, We will spend the night here tonight. When Wang Qingkai heard that he was going to spend the night, his face suddenly turned pale. However, after Lu Chen put Wang Qingkai on the bed in the secret room of the study, he just lay on the bed, then let Wang Qingkai lie in his arms, and did not do anything to Wang Qingkai. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't move anything, Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. She thought Lu Chen was going to continue to torture her, but it turned out that she was just sleeping. So far so good. Just when Wang Qingkai breathed a sigh of relief, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth raised slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile. At this time, Lu Chen looked up at the system interface, feeling extremely comfortable. Congratulations to the host for getting Wang Qingkai pregnant and receiving the steamship blueprint as a reward. The pregnancy reward is only an encouraging reward. Please try your best to ensure the safe birth of the child. If the child is born safely, the host will receive richer rewards. Chapter 292, What do you think about marrying you to the prince? Early morning. After Lu Chen woke up, he continued to create some beautiful memories for Wang Qingkai, which made Wang Qingkai feel that he could no longer hold these memories. However, Lu Chen seemed to have become a lot gentler today and did not deal with Wang Qingkai like before. This made Wang Qingkai a little uncomfortable, but Wang Qingkai didn't take it to heart. At this time, Wang Qingkai had no idea that she had been tricked. When she returned to her bedroom, she immediately asked her maid to fetch water, then took a bath and used her kung fu to expel the impurities from her body. Wang Qingkai thought that she would be like before and nothing would happen to her. At the same time, Lu Chen returned to the main courtyard with a happy face. At this time, Mu Zixuan was under the dragon and phoenix tree, looking at the dragon and phoenix tree in front of her, still thinking about how to move the dragon and phoenix tree to the new palace. Seeing Mu Zixuan standing under the dragon and phoenix tree, staring at the tree, Lu Chen came behind Mu Zixuan, hugged her waist directly, and then asked in her ear, My beloved, what are you looking at? Seeing that Lu Chen was back, Mu Zixuan immediately said, Your Majesty, we are moving soon. What are you going to do with this dragon and phoenix tree? It's impossible to keep it here, right? Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't think of this problem at first. Lu Chen raised his head and glanced at the lush dragon and phoenix tree in front of him. The dragon and phoenix tree grew very fast at the beginning, and it grew into a big tree in a few days. Although the dragon and phoenix tree is not growing as fast as it was at the beginning, the tree is now several stories tall, and its trunk is still very strong. Moving the dragon and phoenix tree to the new palace is indeed a big project, but it is not a big problem. As long as we dig out the roots of the surrounding trees and find more people, the tree can still be transplanted. The new palace. What he was worried about was whether the dragon and phoenix trees could be transplanted. Then Lu Chen asked in his mind, "System, can this dragon and phoenix tree be transplanted? If the dragon and phoenix tree cannot be transplanted, then he can only keep it here. In this way, he will have to send people to guard here in the future to prevent anyone from harming the dragon and phoenix tree." At this time, the system voice sounded in Lu Chen's mind. "Can." After hearing the system's reply, Lu Chen felt relieved, but then the system voice sounded again. After the host transplants the dragon and phoenix tree to a new place, it needs to feed the dragon and phoenix tree its own blood again. Lu Chen thought to himself that this was nothing, as long as he could transplant this dragon and phoenix tree. Then Lu Chen said in Mu Zixuan's ear, "In a few days, we will find a few more people to cut off the branches of the dragon and phoenix tree, collect all the branches and leaves, and then have people dig out the roots and transplant them to the new palace will do." Mu Zixuan continued to ask, "Can immortal trees be transplanted in this way?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Precisely because it is a fairy tree, its vitality is more tenacious and it is easier to survive than ordinary trees when transplanted." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Mu Zixuan felt relieved. She was still worried that the tree could not be moved. It seemed that she was overthinking it. Mu Zixuan said with a smile at this time, "Your Majesty must have been busy all night last night, so he is probably hungry. I have already asked my servants to prepare breakfast." At this time, Lu Chen had a very fragrant smell, and Mu Zixuan could smell it immediately. It was Wang Qingkai's smell. It was obvious that Lu Chen and Wang Qingkai stayed in the study all night last night. As for what Lu Chen did with Wang Qingkai in the study, there was no need to think too much about it. What could a man and a woman alone do in the same room? Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "My concubine still understands me, I am indeed a little hungry." Having said this, Lu Chen put his arms around Mu Zixuan's slim waist and walked towards the main hall. While Lu Chen was having breakfast, Mu Zixuan sat aside and watched. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, so he said, "I plan to give Wang Qingkai a status after moving to my new home. What do you think, my concubine?" Mu Zixuan smiled slightly and said, "If the prince wants to give her a status, then he will give her a status without asking about my identity. Sister Wang has been with the prince for some time. It's really time to give her a status." Lu Chen said, "Since my concubine has agreed, I will leave it to my concubine. She is already pregnant with my child. I plan to give her a more complete wedding." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, and then she said, "Congratulations to the prince for having another heir. Wang Qingkai is a warrior, and a high-level warrior. It is very difficult for high-level warriors to get pregnant. Chu Yukan was the only exception in the entire Buwang Palace, and she got pregnant in one go. In addition to Chu Yukan, Lu Chen, Wang Qingkai, and Yelu Nanyan, all other high-level warriors, had sex countless times. In the end, none of them got pregnant. Now Wang Qingkai, a half-step master, is pregnant with Lu Chen. My child, this is indeed something to be happy about. With the first one, there will be a second one, and with the third one, Wang Qingkai is pregnant, and there should be no problem with Lu Chen's other women." At this time, Lu Chen stopped the chopsticks in his hand and reminded, "By the way, she doesn't know that she is pregnant with my child yet, so don't tell her yet." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan asked in confusion, "Why is this?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "This is to give her a surprise." Mu Zixuan smiled and then said, "I understand." While Lu Chen was still having breakfast, a maid entered the main hall and said, "Your Majesty, Miss Dongfang wants to see you." When Lu Chen left the study just now, he asked a Jin Yiwei soldier to notify Dongfang Longjiu and ask her to come to the palace. He did not expect that she would come so soon. Lu Chen quickly finished his porridge, then got up and walked towards the study. At this time, Dongfang Longjiu has arrived at Lu Chen's study. Although Lu Chen's study has been restored to its original state, Dongfang Longjiu always feels that there is still a strange smell in the study. She has never smelled this smell before, so she also I don't know what is emitting this smell. Just when Dongfang Longjiu was curious about why there was a strange smell in Lu Chen's study, Lu Chen entered the study and said, "Longjiu, I'm sorry for the long wait." Dongfang Longjiu quickly saluted and said, "The daughter of the people pays homage to the prince." The civilian girl also arrived just now. Having said this, Dongfang Longjiu raised her head and looked at Lu Chen. "I wonder why the prince is looking for a common girl." Lu Chen said, "You, the Dongfang family, have built large ships before and have many shipbuilding craftsmen. I plan to build several special warships next, so I need your Dongfang family's assistance." After finishing his words, Lu Chen glanced at Dongfang Haoyu. Dongfang Longjiu is wearing a lavender dress, her black hair is half-tied, tied with a white jade hairpin, her fair neck looks extremely slender, a few strands of hair are scattered on her shoulders, and the ends of her hair are falling in front of the delicate collarbone. Dongfang Longjiu's whole body exudes an indescribable temperament, as if she is transcending the ordinary world. In addition to her temperament, her excellent figure, slender legs, and her flawless appearance can also stimulate a man to have evil thoughts about her. Lu Chen then glanced at Dongfang Longjiu's favorability score. After this period of getting along, Dongfang Longjiu's favorability score for him had risen to 95. For Dongfang Longjiu, a character arranged by the system, Lu Chen had never given her dragon and phoenix tea. Dongfang Longjiu's favorability was extremely pure. Being stared at by Lu Chen, Dongfang Longjiu subconsciously moved her eyes to the side. She said at this time, "Since the prince is in need, the Dongfang family will naturally fully cooperate with the prince to build the warship." Lu Chen's eyes were a little fiery. Dongfang Longjiu didn't dare to look into his eyes. Dongfang Longjiu was not a fool. There were so many women in Lu Chen's harem, how could she not know what kind of man Lu Chen was? But she didn't dislike Lu Chen because of this. In her opinion, Lu Chen was the son of destiny, and reproducing offspring was what he should do. A few more women wouldn't matter. After getting along with each other for this period of time, Dongfang Longjiu also saw that Lu Chen was obviously interested in her. Every time Lu Chen was alone with her, he would always touch her body inadvertently, especially when Dongfang newspaper opened. During that time, because she didn't know how to write news, she often came to Lu Chen for advice. Over time, she and Lu Chen became very familiar with each other. At this time, Lu Chen came to the desk, took out a blueprint of a steamship, and placed it on the desk. "Longjiu, first take a look at this blueprint of a steamship." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu also walked to the table. She bent down slightly, and her black hair gradually fell in front of her shoulders. Her purple skirt parted, revealing her long, snow-white legs. Lu Chen came over naturally at this time, then stood close to her body and said to the map on the table, "This kind of steamship can be propelled without the use of manpower or wind." Being touched by Lu Chen's arm, Dongfang Longjiu's delicate body trembled slightly. She did not move away immediately, but continued to take a serious look at the steamship drawings on the table. After a while, Dongfang Longjiu spoke. He asked, "My lord, the Dongfang family may not be able to build such a warship. The Dongfang family has never built such a warship before." When Dongfang Longjiu first heard that Lu Chen wanted the Dongfang family to help build ships, she thought that Lu Chen just wanted to build large merchant ships like the Dongfang family. However, she found that the warships Lu Chen mentioned and the Dongfang family's large merchant ships were not the same at all. Especially the steam turbine painted on the steamship, she had never heard of it, let alone made it. Lu Chen said at this time, the Dongfang family is only assisting in the manufacturing. When the time comes, the core components of the steamship will be manufactured by the craftsmen of Dahu City. Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu realized that she had just thought that Lu Chen would hand over all the construction of the warship to the Dongfang family, but it turned out that she had misunderstood. If they only assist in manufacturing and do not make core components, then there is no problem. After all, the Dongfang family has experience in making large ships. At this time, Lu Chen continued, when you go back, tell your father about the shipbuilding. After the move to the city is completed, we will start the steamship. Dongfang Longjiu said, yes, the folk girl understands. Having said this, Dongfang Longjiu turned to look into Lu Chen's eyes, and then asked, my lord, do you have anything else to do? If there is nothing else, the daughter of the people will go back first. At this time, Dongfang Longjiu and Lu Chen were very close to each other. Their shoulders were close to each other. Dongfang Longjiu's face was slightly hot, with a blush appearing. This son of destiny is good at everything and knows everything. Not only is he handsome, he is also very good. He is also good to the people, but he is a little too lustful. Dongfang Longjiu was not stupid. How could she not see Lu Chen's little thoughts? Lu Chen was touching her body deliberately to test her reaction. At this time, Lu Chen smelled a delicate fragrance coming from Dongfang Longjiu, and couldn't help but feel a little restless in his heart. Of course, Lu Chen wanted to take possession of such a beautiful woman like Dongfang Longjiu. However, Lu Chen didn't intend to be too direct. He smiled and said, okay then, go and do your work. After Lu Chen's words fell, Dongfang Longjiu immediately said, the civilian girl resigns. After saying that, Dongfang Longjiu turned around and left the study, returning directly to Dongfang's home. At this time, Dongfang Yi was counting the gold and silver they had lost in Daxia in the pavilion. When they left Sufeng City, they did not take many things with them, and some shops in Daxia did not have time to move to the north. When they arrived in the north, those shops were quickly sealed by the Great Xia court, which caused their Dongfang family to lose a lot of money. Fortunately, the Buwang mansion handed over part of its property to the Dongfang family, and the Dongfang family was able to make back the money they had lost very quickly. At this moment, a maid's voice sounded in Dongfang Yi's ears, Master, the lady is back. Dongfang Yi raised his head and was about to say something when he found Dongfang Longjiu appearing in front of him. Dongfang Yi asked with a smile, Longjiu, since you opened the newspaper, you don't go home often. After hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu said, Dongfang newspaper has a lot of things to do, and we also plan to open a branch, so we are a little busy. Speaking of this, Dongfang Longjiu continued, Dad, the prince just found his daughter. He wants the Dongfang family to assist the craftsmen in Dahu City to build warships. Dongfang Yi was stunned for a moment, then said, building a warship. Seeing her father's expression a little strange, Dongfang Haoyu thought that her father was worried that they could not complete the warship construction task. Dongfang Haoyu continued, the prince has ready-made warship drawings, and the core components of the warship are made by Dahu, the city's craftsmen made it, and the Dongfang family just started, so it shouldn't be too difficult for us. Hearing Dongfang Longjiu's words, Dongfang Yi laughed and stroked his beard while laughing. Dongfang Longjiu asked in confusion, Dad, why are you laughing? Dongfang Yi said calmly, for things like building warships, the prince should naturally tell me directly. You are now managing the Oriental News Agency. Building warships has nothing to do with you. The prince can just ask me to go to the palace. But the prince just called you and asked you to bring me a message. Dongfang Longjiu asked, what do you mean? Dongfang Yi showed an evil smile. Daughter, when you were in Jiangnan, you looked down on those talented people. Dad has always been worried about who you will marry in the future. Now, Dad suddenly discovered that there seems to be a person who is very suitable for you. You have a strong personality, but you become extremely docile in front of the prince, and I also discovered that the prince is obviously interested in you. Why don't you tell the prince the next time you see him, what do you think about marrying you to him? Dongfang Longjia was stunned for a moment, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. Then she said, what are you talking about? The prince is the son of destiny. It is his business to find the woman he wants. It is your turn to talk. Dongfang Yi said, Longjia, are you a fool as a father? Dad, I heard from the employees of Oriental newspaper that you often go to the palace and discuss newspaper matters with the prince and his wife in the study room. And the shipbuilding thing has nothing to do with you in the first place. The prince could just call me, but he asked you to go to the prince's palace. Obviously, the prince wants to have more contact with you. Dad is also a man. How come he doesn't understand the prince? Idea. Hearing Dongfang Yi's words, Dongfang Longjia said with a cold face, if you continue to talk, my daughter will be angry. Hearing Dongfang Longjia's words, Dongfang Yi smiled and said quickly, okay, Dad won't say anything anymore. Dongfang Longjia continued, the prince said that after the city relocation is over, the warships will start to be built. You can go to the palace in the next few days and ask the prince about the warships. Dongfang Yi said, well, okay. Dongfang Longjia then turned around and said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Dongfang Longjia left the yard directly. Seeing Dongfang Longjia's leaving figure, Dongfang Yi sighed, and then said to himself, now that you are old, it is time to get married. It seems that you have to mention it to the prince. Afternoon. Dongfang Yi went to the palace. Although Lu Chen said that he would build warships after moving to the city, building warships is a big deal after all. Dongfang Yi needs to figure out what functions Lu Chen's warships need, so that the craftsmen of their Dongfang family can cooperate with Daewoo, the city's craftsmen. When Dongfang Yi saw the drawings of warships that Lu Chen took out, he was deeply shocked by the drawings of steamships. Dongfang Yi asked at this time, my lord, can a warship made of all metal float on the water? Although the Dongfang family has experience in building large ships, they have never built a ship with all metal. At most, the bow and stern of a merchant ship, or the surface of a merchant ship, is covered with some metal. Let's not talk about what Lu Chen said about whether the steam engine can propel the warship. To build a warship out of metal, we must first consider whether the warship can float. If the warship cannot float, no matter how powerful the steam engine is, it will not matter. No good. Lu Chen said with a smile, don't worry, it can definitely float. I plan to build a smaller test ship first so that you can accumulate some experience and verify the various indicators of the steamship. As for whether there will be any problems, we will know after it is built. Lu Chen made a mental calculation. Steamships are different from trains. Even the smallest steamship would probably take several years to complete under current conditions. Therefore, he had to take his time to build this thing. He was not in a hurry. Chapter 293 The prince told me something just now. After hearing what Lu Chen said, Dongfang Yi glanced at the steamship drawing in his hand again. He still felt a little unbelievable. If it is true that according to what Lu Chen said, this steamer can move without relying on manpower or wind power, and it is also made of all metal, then won't they be invincible at sea in the future? Just when Dongfang Yi was looking at the steamship in his hand, Lu Chen said, there is no industrial foundation in the Northland yet. It is not easy to make such a steamship, and there is no need to be too anxious. I will still be able to do it in 3 to 5 years. It's worth the wait. For now, their navy can continue to use wooden ships. The big ships built by the Dongfang family can still be used as warships with cannons on them. There is no need to use steamships. At this moment, Dongfang Yi suddenly thought of something, and then asked, "Your Majesty, can this steam engine really provide power to a large ship?" Lu Chen said, "This is natural. The steam engine train manufactured in Daehokan has been successfully tried, and the railway from Yancheng to Daehokan is also being laid. It won't be long before you can see trains that do not require horse-drawn carriages. From now on, it will only take a few days to get from Daehokan to Yancheng." After hearing this, Dongfang Yi said, "Your Majesty, how about this? The common people take out a few merchant ships first, then put this steam engine on the merchant ship, modify the merchant ship, and try the effect of the steam engine." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "This is feasible. In a few days, I will ask the craftsmen in Daehu City to make a few steam engines suitable for placing on merchant ships to test the power effect first." Lu Chen thought to himself that he was not in a hurry anyway, so he might as well try modifying the existing wooden ships first. If the modifications were effective, maybe he would be able to manufacture steam warships on a large scale soon. Making a steamship from metal requires a lot of metal, and the industry in the north is underdeveloped now. It will take a lot of time to make a metal steamship, but wooden ships are different. If it is a wooden boat, the craftsmen of the Dongfang family can make it, and there are many forests in the north, so there is more wood for shipbuilding. But having said that, steam engines need to burn coal, and the temperature is extremely high. I don't know if a steam turbine can be placed on a wooden ship. Next, we will see the transformation experiment of Daehu City and the Dongfang family. I hope it will succeed." Lu Chen said at this time, "Master Dongfang, if nothing happens, you can go back first. We will move to the city in a few days, so your family should also prepare." Hearing this, Dongfang Yi was about to say resign, but he suddenly thought of something, so he continued, "Your Majesty, I think of something, I wonder if I can talk about it." Lu Chen asked curiously, "What's the matter? Tell me." Dongfang Yi asked, "What does the prince think of my daughter?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Dongfang Yi would ask himself this question. Why did Dongfang Yi ask this question? Could it be that this guy was planning to sell his daughter? Thinking of this, Lu Chen asked, "Lan Jiu is hard-working, smart and capable, and is an excellent woman." Dongfang Yi said at this time, when the common people were in Jiangnan, they have been looking for a husband for their daughter, but the daughter has always looked down on those poets and talents. Until the daughter met the prince, the common people found that the daughter often painted in her room. It is the portrait of the prince. In order to paint, my daughter often neglects food and drink, which is enough to show that my daughter admires the prince very much. I wonder if the prince can give the little girl a chance? Let the little girl serve the prince by his side." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled. It was exactly what he thought. Dongfang Yi planned to marry Dongfang Lanjiu to him. But it's not surprising. Dongfang Yi was not the only one who thrust his daughter into his palace. Lu Chen naturally knew what they were thinking. They just wanted to tie their family to the palace more firmly. Lu Chen said at this time, "I have no habit of forcing others. It depends on what Lanjiu wants. If she agrees, she can marry into the Buwang mansion at any time. If she doesn't agree, don't force her." Hearing this, Dongfang Yi quickly said, "No force, no force, the common people have always respected the little girl's choice. The grassroots believe that my little girl will be very happy when she hears the news." Lu Chen said with a smile, "She may not be happy. She is a woman who prefers independence. Now she runs the Oriental newspaper, and the Oriental newspaper is nominally the property of the Dongfang family. If she marries into the palace, it means she wants to give up the Dongfang news agency and let other people from the Dongfang family manage it. Do you think she wants to let it go?" Hearing this, Dongfang Yi was stunned for a moment, and he almost forgot about it. The reason why Lu Chen asked the Dongfang family to establish a newspaper was mainly to allow the Dongfang family to create a public opinion position in a people's way. If Dongfang Longjiao marries the North King, then Dongfang Longjiao will be a member of the Buwang Palace. At this time, Dongfang Longjiao Haoyu is not suitable to continue to be the editor-in-chief of Dongfang newspaper. This position must be given up to other members of the Dongfang family. If Dongfang Longjiao has already married into Buwang Mansion and became Buwang's concubine, but Dongfang Longjiao still controls Dongfang newspaper, isn't that telling others that Dongfang newspaper is Buwang's newspaper? Dongfang Yi couldn't help but think that with his daughter's character, if she was asked to do nothing but stay in Buwang's mansion to serve Buwang every day, I'm afraid she would really quit. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yi suddenly felt that he didn't know what to do. Lu Chen continued at this time, "Don't worry, the head of the Dongfang family, if Longjiao is willing to marry me, I can let her continue to be the editor-in-chief of Dongfang newspaper, but I the king may give her the title a few years later, and once I give her the title, she will have to give up the title of editor-in-chief of Oriental newspaper." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Yi instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Lu Chen meant that Dongfang Longjiao could now live in the North Prince's mansion and serve Lu Chen. As for when to give Dongfang Longjiao her status, it depends on Dongfang when would Haoyu be willing to give up her position as editor-in-chief of Oriental newspaper. Dongfang Yi felt that this was a good idea. He could cook the raw rice into cooked rice first, and then when the two of them have children in the future, it would not be impossible for them to officially get married. The Dongfang family is an affiliated family of the Bei Palace. Dongfang Yi still believes in Lu Chen. If it were anyone else, Dongfang Yi, as his father, would definitely not agree to Dongfang Longjiao being married to a man before they were officially married, but Bei the king is different, the king of the north is the man of destiny. As long as Dongfang Longjiao becomes Buwang's woman, she will be tainted with destiny, and Dongfang Longjiao will be bound to Buwang. It's not impossible to live in Buwang Mansion first. Thinking of this, Dongfang Yi said excitedly, "Your Majesty, the grass people will tell Wu Yu later that when we move to the new city, the grass people will let Wu Yu live in the North Prince's mansion and serve the prince." Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Master Dongfang, I still say what I said, everything must be done voluntarily by Wu Yu, and Wu Yu must not be forced." Dongfang Yi said, "Your Highness, don't worry. The common people will not force my daughter. The common people are just conveying your Majesty's wishes." At this point, Dongfang Yi couldn't wait to go to the Oriental newspaper office to tell his daughter the news, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, the common people will resign." Lu Chen said, "Yeah, okay." Then Dongfang Yi turned around and left the study. Seeing Dongfang Yi's leaving figure, Lu Chen couldn't help but wonder whether Dongfang Longjiao would agree to move into the North Prince's mansion in advance. Although Dongfang Longjiao's favorability level for him is already 95, the favorability level does not mean that she is definitely willing to do something with him in her heart. For example, Chu Yukin was like this back then. Chu Yukin was so kind to him back then. The sensitivity level was also in the 90s, even close to 100, but Chu Yukin always felt brooding about their identity. Dongfang Longjiao is a self-reliant woman. She may be worried that she will lose the opportunity to continue to manage the newspaper after marrying into the palace. Although Lu Chen has said that she can be allowed to live in the palace first and then continue to run Dongfang newspaper. However, as long as Dongfang Longjiao after entering the palace, one day he will resign as the editor-in-chief of Oriental newspaper. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. If Dongfang Longjiao was worried about leaving Dongfang newspaper because of marrying him, then he could just create another employment position for Dongfang Longjiao. Not long ago, he was thinking about wanting the Northern Palace to also run a newspaper. The current official newspaper is nominally a public opinion organization of the Northern Little Court. Although the relationship between the northern little court and the northern palace is still very close, as his children it's getting bigger and bigger. In the future, the affairs of the northern court and the northern palace will be separated sooner or later. Lu Chen didn't want the politics of the small court to enter his palace, and then his children get involved in various politics. If so, his northern palace would probably turn into a mess. The small imperial court in the north has its own official newspaper. How could a business leader in the northern palace with so many industries not have his own newspaper? If Bawangfu runs a newspaper, in addition to publishing some real-time news, it can also publish some news related to Bawangfu industry. When Dongfang Longjiao married into Bawang Mansion, she handed over the newspaper office of Bawang Mansion to Dongfang Longjiao and let Dongfang Longjiao manage it. Oriental Press. In the room, Dongfang Haoyu was holding a writing brush and quickly writing the latest news on the paper. Although pens are now available in the north, which are convenient writing tools, Dongfang Longjiao still hasn't gotten rid of the habit of using brushes. Of course, even though Dongfang Longjiao uses a writing brush, her writing is not much slower than those who use a fountain pen. Just when Dongfang Longjiao was engrossed in writing, an employee entered her office and said, "Miss, the master is here to see you." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiao was stunned for a moment. Didn't she just go back? What was her father doing coming to see her at this time? Then Dongfang Longjiao said, "Ask my father to come to the office." "Yes, miss." Then the newspaper staff left the room, and soon Dongfang Yi appeared in Dongfang Longjiao's study. After seeing Dongfang Yi, Dongfang Longjiao put down the brush in her hand and asked, "Dad, what do you want from me?" Dongfang Yi said, "I just went to the North Prince's mansion." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiao was not too surprised. King Bei asked the head of the Dongfang family to assist the craftsmen in Dahu city to build the warship. As the head of the Dongfang family, her father naturally went to the Bawang mansion to ask about the situation of the warship. Only then will the Dongfang family be able to cooperate with the craftsmen of Dahu city. But what does this have to do with her? Although she is from the Dongfang family, she now manages the Dongfang news agency and does not interfere in other affairs of the Dongfang family. Dongfang Longjiao was about to say something when Dongfang Yi smiled and said, "The prince told me something just now." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiao was startled, and suddenly felt something bad. Dongfang Yi continued, "The prince means that he has taken a fancy to you and wants you to marry into the North Prince's mansion." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiao's heart tightened. It's over. It was exactly what she thought. In fact, she had already guessed that such a day would come. When Bei Wang was alone with her, the hints were already very obvious, but she did not expect that this day would come so quickly. It's not that she hates Lu Chen, it's just that in her opinion, once she enters the North Prince's mansion, she will probably have to stay in the North Prince's mansion from now on. As a person who has been accustomed to freedom since she was a child, if she has been staying in Bawang mansion with her husband and godson, she is afraid that she may be suppressing her illness. Seeing that Dongfang Longjiao's face was a bit ugly, Dongfang Yi immediately guessed what she was thinking, and then he asked, "Do you think that after marrying into the Bawang palace, you have to give up your position as the editor-in-chief of Dongfang newspaper?" Dongfang Longjiao said, "Dongfang newspaper is a private newspaper. Once his daughter marries into the northern palace, the prince will definitely let his daughter give up this position to others." Dongfang Yi touched his beard, and then said, "You don't have to worry about this for the time being. The prince means that you can continue to be in charge of the Oriental newspaper. He will not give you a position for the time being. If you are willing to give up this position at any time, he will do anything. It's time to give you a name." This. Dongfang Longjiao reacted instantly. What Bei Wang meant was that she should be allowed to enter Bei Wang's mansion to serve him first. They should be husband and wife first. As for whether they were married or not, it was up to her whether she valued it or not. When she thought of this, Dongfang Longjiao felt a little emotional in her heart. Bei Wang was a lecherous person. When she first saw him, she guessed that he would include her in the harem. She didn't expect this lecherous man. The disciple actually wanted to take possession of his own body first. Seeing Dongfang Longjaihu fall into silence, Dongfang Yi asked, "Longjaihu, have you really thought about it?" Dongfang Longjaihu remained silent and did not speak. She was also making a decision in her heart. Dongfang Yi said at this time, "Longjaihu, think about it, how many men are there in this world who are worthy of you? And how many men are there that you can fall in love with? Bei Wang is undoubtedly your best choice. In addition, our family is originally a subsidiary family of Destiny's Son, so you will not suffer any disadvantages if you marry Bei Wang. If you don't marry King Bei, you won't have many people to marry. Is it possible that you plan to stay single forever? Even if you want to remain unmarried, I'm afraid King Bei won't agree." Speaking of this, Dongfang Yi glanced at Dongfang Longjaihu and saw her reaction. Seeing that Dongfang Longjaihu still had no reaction, Dongfang Yi continued to persuade, "Dad doesn't want to use any family mission to pressure you, but Daddy sees that it turns out that you have a good impression of King Bei. Do you think Dad doesn't know that there are many portraits of King Bei in your study?" Hearing Dongfang Yi's words, Dongfang Longjaihu came back to her senses instantly. She looked at Dongfang Yi and asked, "Dad, why did you enter my study without permission?" Dongfang Yi said, "It's not my fault. It was your brother who entered your study and found out. Who told you not to go home when you were at the newspaper office? Ask him to help you go home and get your things." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longjaihu reacted instantly. She was too busy some time ago, and her brother happened to come to the newspaper office, so she asked him to go back and get her things. She originally meant to let a servant of the Dongfang family, her personal maid in the palace, enter the study to get something, but her brother actually ran into the study to get something by himself, and also told him that there was a portrait of King Bei in the study. Killed his own father. Dongfang Yi then said, "You should think about it." Dongfang Longjaihu said at this time, "No need to think about it. After moving to the new city, my daughter will move to the North Palace to serve the prince." Dongfang Longjaihu also figured it out. She had a crush on Bei Wang anyway, and didn't Bei Wang say that as long as she didn't want a title, she could always be the editor-in-chief of Dongfang newspaper? It's okay if she doesn't, she believes that King Bei won't care about whether she has a status or not. King Bei, a lecherous man, just wanted her body, so she could satisfy him. Although King Bei is greedy for her body, it is probably only temporary. King Bei has so many women, he will definitely be too busy. There is a high probability that King Bei will sleep with her once or twice, and then he will lose interest in her because the novelty is gone. By then, even if she lives in Bei Wang Mansion, she will be able to focus on Oriental newspaper. Seeing that Dongfang Longjaihu agreed, Dongfang Yi showed a bright smile on his face, and now the Dongfang family and the North Palace were tied even tighter. Seeing her father smiling so happily, Dongfang Longjaihu suddenly realized something. She stared directly into her father's eyes and asked in a cold tone, "Dad, it was you who took the initiative to tell King Bei that you wanted to send your daughter away. Are you going to the northern prince's mansion?" Hearing this, Dongfang Yi was startled and instantly felt extremely guilty. While stroking his beard, he said, "How is it possible? Why is Dad willing to send you out so early? This is King Bei's intention." Seeing Dongfang Yi so nervous, Dongfang Longjaihu instantly understood what was going on. Her father must have taken the initiative to mention her matter to King Bei. Dongfang Longjaihu immediately said, "Dad, my daughter has important things to do. It's time for you to go back." Having said this, Dongfang Longjaihu picked up the brush and continued to write furiously on the paper. Seeing that Dongfang Longjaihu didn't say anything, Dongfang Yi felt relieved. He immediately turned around and walked towards the door. As soon as he reached the door, Dongfang Longjaihu's voice came again, "I will go home and talk to Grandpa tonight." Tell grandpa everything you did today. Dong Fangyi was stunned. This. In the end, Dong Fangyi was scolded by the old man of the Dongfang family, but this did not change the outcome of Dongfang Longjiao moving into the palace. After all, Dongfang Longjiao herself had agreed, and everything would wait until the move to the city was over. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 294 Moving. The relocation of the Northern Kingdom was a big event. Although most of the things in the Northern Palace were moved to the new palace within a few days, Lu Chen and the others did not move to the new palace immediately. There was still a lot of work to be done in the old city. The people in Yancheng don't have much resistance to moving to the city. The people in Yancheng know what the new city is like. Most people have visited the new city. The houses in the new city are very spacious, and the streets are also very spacious and clean. It is not comparable to the old city at all. The key is that such a good house in Xingkan only costs 500 renminbi. If they had been asked to come up with 500 renminbi in the past, they would have gritted their teeth, but now Yancheng's business is so developed, and there are so many industries in Buwang Mansion. There is no problem at all if you want to earn 500 coins, not to mention that the Bay Palace gave you a 10-year deadline. If you earn 500 yuan in 10 years, you can only say that you have the skills. A month passed quickly. Although there were still some people in the old city, most of them had moved to the new city. Lu Chen felt that it was almost time for them to go to the new palace, so they found a sunny day. Officially moved into the new palace. Lu Chen stood at the door of the new palace, looking at the tall courtyard gate. In addition to occupying a larger area than the old palace, the new palace has also become more luxurious. Now the windows of the palace are no longer made of paper. All are glass windows. After Lu Chen entered the palace with his wives and concubines, he immediately felt much better after seeing the spacious courtyard. The old palace was built by officials from Beijing. When it was built, Beijing didn't have much money. Not only was the house in the palace small, but the courtyard was also relatively small. People would feel suffocated if they stayed in the courtyard all day. Now the courtyard of the North Prince's mansion is much larger than the yard of the old Prince's mansion. When their children grow up, it will be enough for their children to play around in the yard. Different from the houses of ordinary people outside, the buildings of the palace are not entirely made of cement and red bricks. Most of the buildings of the palace are made of large stones from nature. Compared with cement red bricks, the buildings of the palace the storage period is longer. In the center of the palace, there is a 10-story high-rise building. Standing on the high-rise building, you can almost see the scenery of the entire new city. This high-rise building is the tallest building in the entire New Yan city. The tallest buildings where people live outside are only 6 floors. And there are no high-rise buildings around the palace, only 2 or 3-story houses at most. This is mainly to prevent anyone from observing the internal situation of the palace through high-rise buildings, which would be detrimental to the palace. At this time, Lu Chen turned to his wives and concubines and said, "You should go get familiar with the yard where you live first." After Lu Chen finished speaking, Chu Yukan and the others went to their respective courtyards under the leadership of the maid. At this time, Lu Chen came to the courtyard where the male owner lived in the inner courtyard. At this time, there was no sign hanging above the entrance of the courtyard. The courtyard has not been named yet. Music Xuan said from the side, "My lord, please give this courtyard a name." Lu Chen thought for a while and then said, "I can't think of a good name. Let's call it Fenjiun Yuan for the time being." This. Music Xuan hesitated to speak. After all, it was Lu Chen who got the name, so Music Xuan couldn't say much. This is the inner courtyard where Lu Chen lives. It is the place where he sleeps at night. It is really inappropriate to give it this name. The word wind and cloud is often used to describe change and turmoil. How can there be change and turmoil when sleeping at night? After taking the name, Lu Chen stepped into Fenjiun courtyard. At this time, in the southeast corner of the yard, there was a bare tree trunk, which was the dragon and phoenix tree that had been transplanted just a few days ago. Lu Chen quickly walked to the dragon and phoenix tree, then took out the knife from his sleeve and scratched his palm. Then blood flowed out from Lu Chen's palm. Lu Chen dripped the blood on the trunk of the dragon and phoenix tree. The blood, as soon as the trunk of the dragon and phoenix tree was stained, it was quickly absorbed by the dragon and phoenix tree. Immediately afterwards, the dragon and phoenix tree emitted green light, and the next moment green branches and buds grew directly on the trunk of the dragon and phoenix tree. After Lu Chen saw that it was almost done, he stopped feeding the dragon and phoenix tree. He then used the rejuvenation hand to repair the wounds on his hands. At this moment, a maid entered Fenjiun courtyard, came to Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, the young lady from the Dongfang family is here." Hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Dongfang Longjia would come to the North Palace on the first day he moved to the new palace. Just as Lu Chen was about to say something, Mu Zixuan said with a smile, "Your Highness, I'll leave Sister Dongfang's matters to me. If Dongfang Longjia wants to move to the palace, she will naturally need to arrange a place for her to live, as well as maids, food, drink, and accommodation. Since Dongfang Longjia is Lu Chen's woman, then of course this matter should be left to the Princess Mu Zixuan, the master of the harem, to arrange it." Lu Chen said, "Okay, then I'll trouble my beloved concubine." Mu Zixuan said, "No trouble, I will go find Sister Dongfang." Lu Chen said, "Well, okay, you go ahead." Mu Zixuan then turned around and left Lu Chen's side, went to see Dongfang Longjia, and then arranged a courtyard for Dongfang Longjia that was close to Plum Blossom Courtyard and Chunsheng Courtyard. After Dongfang Longjia entered the inner courtyard of the new Taipei Palace, her eyes kept looking at the entire inner courtyard of the palace. Originally, Dongfang Longjia thought that she would feel particularly depressed after entering the inner courtyard of the palace. What she didn't expect was that after she entered the palace, she found that the entire palace did not make her feel that depressed. The total population of the new palace is not as large as that of the Dongfang family, but the new palace is much larger than the entire Dongfang family. The Dongfang family's houses in the new city were built with the Dongfang family's own money. She thought the Dongfang family's courtyard was luxurious enough. Now it seems that the Dongfang family's courtyard is nothing compared to the new palace. Even the inner courtyard of the palace is very spacious, and even driving a carriage inside is no problem. At this time, Mu Zixuan said to Dongfang Longjia with a smile on her face, "Sister Dongfang, you will live in this courtyard from now on." After Mu Zixuan finished speaking, Dongfang Longjia stood at the door of the courtyard and glanced at the entire courtyard. The courtyard was complete with pavilions, bridges, and flowing water. The scenery was very peaceful and elegant. This was even better than the courtyard where she lived in the Dongfang family. It's big and the environment is even better. Even the courtyard in Sufeng City can't compare to this one. Of course, what surprised her the most was not the scenery in this courtyard. This was the North Prince's mansion after all, where the Son of Destiny lived. It was natural that the food, clothing, and housing would be more luxurious than those of aristocratic families. What really surprised Dongfang Longjia was the Princess Mu Zixuan's attitude towards her. Mu Zixuan had no airs in front of her. As a princess, Mu Zixuan actually called her when she first entered the North Palace. "Sister," this makes Dongfang Longjia a little flattered. Dongfang Longjia is not a fool. How could she not know about the affairs between the women in the royal harem? Not to mention the royal family, there are also many intrigues among the women in the inner courtyards of aristocratic families. Dongfang Longjia even doubted whether Mu Zixuan was a smiling tiger. She did one thing in front of her and another behind her back. As a princess, she not only personally arranged for her food, clothing, and accommodation in the palace, but even called her sister. This was too approachable. Although she didn't understand what Mu Zixuan was planning, Dongfang Longjia still said politely, "Thank you, Princess. Mu Zixuan continued, Sister Dongfang, if you need anything in the future, you can tell me directly, or you can tell the maid. Dongfang Longjaihu said, the folk girl knows. Seeing that Dongfang Longjaihu was a little reserved, Mu Zixuan said with a smile, Sister Dongfang, after entering the inner courtyard of the palace, you will be the prince's woman from now on. Hearing this, Dongfang Longjaihu was startled. Is the princess trying to show off? The princess will probably set rules for her next. Just when Dongfang Longjaihu thought this, Mu Zixuan said, the inner courtyard of the North Prince's palace is different from the ordinary prince's harem, and it is not like the inner courtyards of those aristocratic families. When you enter the North Prince's palace, you are treated like sisters, and everyone gets along very harmoniously. From now on, there is no need for Sister Dongfang to be in the inner courtyard. You call me princess, just call me Sister Zixuan. Dongfang Longjaihu was stunned again. She said tentatively, Princess, the etiquette cannot be discarded. Isn't this a little inappropriate? Mu Zixuan said, Sister Dongfang, you have just arrived, so you may not know the situation in the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion. After a while, you will understand how harmonious the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion is. Although Mu Zixuan said so, Dongfang Longjaihu still couldn't believe it. After all, this is the prince's harem, and women are always jealous. Will the inner courtyard of the North Palace really be harmonious? Or is it that the princess is wooing him just to deal with a certain woman? This kind of thing is very common in big families. The mistress of the family is unhappy with a certain concubine, but the man of the house loves that concubine very much. The mistress has no way to get rid of the concubine, so the mistress tries to win over other women. Deal with that woman together. From Dongfang Longjaihu's point of view, Mu Zixuan was so kind to her, not without reason, but for some purpose. Dongfang Longjaihu didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but now it was Mu Zixuan who took the initiative to show her kindness. No matter how defensive she was, she could only accept Mu Zixuan's kindness. The day passed quickly. Today, everyone in the palace was busy decorating the environment. Lu Chen's wives and concubines were all nostalgic. Although they had moved to the new palace, they still tried to find ways to make their current place the same as the old one. Just like the palace. After nightfall, Lu Chen's women all came to Fenjiun courtyard. When Chu Yukin walked to the door of the yard, she was stunned when she saw the 3 words Fenjiun courtyard. She turned around and asked the maid at the door of the courtyard, who gave the name Fenjiun Yuan. The maid replied, Go back to Mrs. Chu, the prince took this for himself. Hearing this, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment, and Chu Qingli on the side said, It's really ugly. After all, he is a prince. He can't even pick a name. The place where he lives is Fenjiun courtyard. Chu Yukin also wanted to say it was unpleasant, but considering that it was taken by Lu Chen, Chu Yukin didn't say anything more and walked directly towards the main hall. When she walked to the door of the main hall, she found that the plaque on the main hall still said Main Hall. The name of the courtyard had been changed, but the name of the main hall had not changed. Chu Yukin didn't think much. She entered the main hall directly. At this time, a large table of dishes was already placed in the main hall. After Chu Yukin entered the main hall, she saw Lu Chen holding the child and coaxing the child. She asked at this time, Chener, why did you name this courtyard Fenjiun Yuan? Isn't this name a bit strange? It's appropriate, this is where we live after all. Hearing this, all the girls felt that Chu Yukin was right. They all felt that this name was inappropriate. Lu Chen teased the child in his arms and said with a smile, I just chose such a name temporarily. It can be changed in the future, but having said that, there is nothing wrong with this name. I live here, so I can still stir up trouble at night. Hearing what Lu Chen said, the girls immediately understood, and a blush appeared on the faces of Dezhou and Xiaozhou. If you just talk about Feng Yun, they may not understand it, but if you talk about stirring up Feng Yun, they will understand it instantly. This bad thing was named this way for this reason. Chu Yukin's face turned slightly hot, and she stopped talking. At this moment, Mu Zixuan said to the maid beside her, "Xiao, it's time to have dinner soon. Go call Miss Dongfang." Although Dongfang Longjiu has not officially married yet, she has already decided to become Lu Chen's woman. Since she is Lu Chen's woman, she will definitely come to the main hall to have dinner with Lu Chen during dinner. It can be regarded as a rule of Buwang Mansion. After a while, the maid Xiao came to the courtyard where Dongfang Longjiu lived. Dongfang Longjiu was painting in the pavilion at this time, looking a little lonely. Her maid from the Dongfang family was not brought to the palace, and she had just come to the North Palace. She was not very familiar with the people in the North Palace, which made her feel very uncomfortable. At this time, Xiao said to Dongfang Longjiu at the door of the courtyard, "Miss Dongfang, the princess wants you to go to the main hall to have dinner." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjiu was stunned for a moment. Have dinner? The princess actually asked someone like herself, who had only been in Buwang Mansion for a day, to have dinner with her. Sure enough, she was trying to win over her. Dongfang Longjiu immediately said, "Thank you princess for me, I won't go, I'm not hungry for the time being." Hearing this, Xiao said, "Miss Dongfang, you are not allowed to go to the inner courtyard of the palace. If you don't go, I'm afraid the prince will be unhappy." Dongfang Longjiu said doubtfully, "What does this have to do with the prince?" When Xiao saw Dongfang Longjiu asking this question, she immediately understood that Dongfang Longjiu must not know the rules of the North Prince's palace, so she took the initiative to explain, "Miss Dongfang, in the inner courtyard of the North Prince's palace, the prince's wives and concubines have to go there every night for dinner. Eat in the main hall, unless there is something important." Dongfang Longjiu was slightly startled, and then she realized that she had misunderstood, and then she said, "I understand." Immediately afterwards, she put down the paintbrush in her hand, then stood up and followed the maid to the main hall. After entering the main hall, Dongfang Longjiu found that what the maid Xiao said was right. Lu Chen's wives and concubines had basically arrived at the main hall. After seeing Dongfang Longjiu coming, Mu Zixuan immediately walked to Dongfang Longjiu, took the initiative to hold Dongfang Longjiu's jade hand and said to everyone, "This is the new sister who joined the palace." Hearing this, all the girls looked at Dongfang Longjiu. In fact, most of Lu Chen's women had met Dongfang Longjiu, but they were not very familiar with Dongfang Longjiu, but they had long expected that this woman would end up with Dongfang Longjiu. He would be kidnapped into the palace by Lu Chen, a lustful person. Dongfang Longjiu did not panic. She smiled and introduced herself. "The civilian girl's name is Dongfang Longjiu. She comes from the Dongfang family. I have met all my sisters." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan immediately corrected her, "Sister Dongfang, I told you this morning. Now that you are a member of the Northern Palace, you don't need to be so reserved. There is no need to claim to be a daughter of the people. Now you can not a folk girl." Entering the inner courtyard of Buwang Mansion, she is the Buwang's woman. She can no longer be regarded as an ordinary common person. Dongfang Longjiu Luoluo said generously, "What the princess said is true, I understand." At this time, Lu Chen handed the child in his hand to the nanny next to him, and then said, "Okay, since everyone is here, let's start dinner." Then the girls sat in front of the round table in the main hall. Dongfang Long came here at the beginning of the month. She thought that there were particularities in sitting in this position. For example, the princess would sit next to Lu Chen. The higher the status in the palace, the woman would sit with the male master, Lu Chen. The closer. But just when she was thinking this, she discovered that Zhou Yuyu and Xiao Wenyao were sitting on both sides of Lu Chen. As the princess, Mu Zixuan was not sitting next to Lu Chen, which once again broke her guess. Music Xuan took Dongfang Longjaihu's hand and came to sit down at the round table. Music Xuan was several places away from Lu Chen. If someone who didn't know the situation in the North Palace saw the princess looking like this across the prince, if you are far away, you may think that the princess is at odds with the prince, or that the princess's status in the palace is not important, and the prince dislikes the princess. At this time, Lu Chen put a piece of meat into his mouth, then looked at Dongfang Longjaihu across the round table and said, "Longjaihu, it is your first time to come to the palace today, so you may not be very familiar with the palace, but you don't have to worry, the palace there aren't many rules, unlike your aristocratic family, so you don't need to be so cautious." Dongfang Longjaihu said, "Yes, your majesty, I understand." At this moment, Xiao Wenyao took out a jar of wine from under the table and poured a glass of wine into the cup in front of her. Then she moved the filled cup in front of Lu Chen and said, "Your Majesty, are you drinking tonight?" Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, glanced at Dongfang Longjaihu opposite, and then said, "I have something to do tonight, so I won't drink." Hearing this, the girls all looked at Dongfang Longjaihu subconsciously, and they instantly understood what Lu Chen meant. Dongfang Longjaihu was suddenly looked at directly by Lu Chen's wives and concubines, and immediately felt very embarrassed. Although it was her first time to enter the Buwang mansion, she was not a fool, and she basically guessed what Lu Chen said about something happening tonight. "What are you busy with?" At this time, Chu Yukin put the bear whip in the soup basin into Lu Chen's bowl. She said with a smile, "Chener, you have to stay up late tonight and eat this to replenish your body." Lu Chen was a little speechless. He thought that his body still needed to be replenished, but he did not refuse Chu Yukin's kindness. Chapter 295. Sure enough, King Bei is different from ordinary men. During dinner time in Buwang Mansion, Lu Chen and his family were very lively together. During dinner, Chu Yukin and the others were chatting and laughing. They talked about the children for a while, and things related to the industry of Buwang Mansion. But Dongfang Haoyu was quiet throughout the whole process. If Chu Yukin and the others hadn't intentionally brought the topic to her, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to speak. Dongfang Longjaihu felt very strange. As far as she knew, only ordinary families would eat at the same table. In a slightly larger family, concubines like her are not qualified to serve at the table. As a result, a family as big as the Buwang mansion actually sat at the same table to have dinner, and even Lu Chen's concubine had to serve at the table. Forget it, Lu Chen's wives and concubines didn't seem to care about the Prince Lu Chen at all while they were eating. She saw several women drinking, and they all poured the wine for themselves. Lu Chen didn't seem to care at all. He didn't care about them. Judging from the behavior of these women, it seems that this is what they usually look like. Dongfang Longjaihu couldn't help feeling extremely confused. Did King Bei indulge his wives and concubines so much? It seemed that the North Palace was indeed different from what she imagined. After dinner, Dongfang Longjaihu returned to her yard. When she was about to ask the maid to fetch hot water for her, she found a maid coming out of the room next to her. The maid said, "Miss Dongfang, the hot water is ready. You can take a bath." Dongfang Haoyu then took out her clothes and walked to the room next to the bedroom, and found that the room was divided into two parts. One part contained a huge bathtub, and the other part contained a similar bucket used by Izuku, except that the bucket it is connected to the ground. Dongfang Longjaihu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that the buildings in Buwang Mansion were so special. Even bathing had to be separated into a special room. Moreover, this room was so big that it could accommodate several people bathing, especially the white ceramic bathtub. Incomparable luxury. Dongfang Longjaihu didn't hesitate. She then took off her gauze and lay down in the bathtub filled with hot water. For a moment, her body was wrapped in hot water, and she relaxed all of a sudden. After she came to Buwang Mansion today, her whole body was tense. After all, it was her first time to come to Buwang Mansion, and she and Bei Wangfu, the women in the palace, are not very familiar, and I have no idea how to get along with them. After soaking in the hot water, all the worries in her mind disappeared. Now she just wanted to soak in the hot water quietly for a while. After an unknown amount of time, Dongfang Longjiu suddenly opened her eyes. At this time, the hot water was only lukewarm. Only then did Dongfang Longjiu realize that she had actually fallen asleep while soaking in the bath. She quickly got up from the bathtub, then she wiped her body, put on her white underwear, and entered the bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, she saw a person sitting beside her bed, and Dongfang Haoyu was stunned for a moment. The man sitting on her bed was King Bei. At this time, Lu Chen's eyes were scanning her body unscrupulously. Dongfang Longjiu had just finished taking a bath. Although she hadn't come over yet, the fragrance of flowers from Dongfang Longjiu had already drifted into Lu Chen's nostrils. Lu Chen smiled and said, "Longjiu, have you finished washing?" Dongfang Longjiu thought that she was only wearing an undershirt and her whole body was exposed in front of Lu Chen, and her cheeks suddenly felt a little hot. She didn't expect that Lu Chen would come to her room so soon. Dongfang Longjiu said, "My lord, why didn't you wake me up just now?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "I see you are asleep and I can't bear to disturb you." Dongfang Longjiu walked slowly towards the bed at this time. Every step she took, the beating of her heart would increase. Just when she was about to approach Lu Chen, Dongfang Longjiu felt that her heart was about to pop out. Seeing Dongfang Longjiu's face blushing with shame, Lu Chen smiled slightly, then raised his hand and directly pulled Dongfang Longjiu's delicate body into his arms. Suddenly getting close to Lu Chen's body, Dongfang Longjiu instantly felt a hot breath coming toward her, and then a special smell entered her nose. This was a smell she had never smelled before, and it's not a fragrance, but it smells very good and makes your body feel warmer after smelling it. Lu Chen put a paw on Dongfang Longjiu's slender jade leg, and while stroking it, he said, "Longjiu, your father should have told you that I will not give you a status for the time being. If you want a status, I will leave Oriental newspaper and give up the position of editor-in-chief of Oriental newspaper." Dongfang Longjiu said softly, "Yes, I know." Being hugged by Lu Chen like this, Dongfang Longjiu felt that her body was getting weirder and weirder. She had rarely been in such close contact with the opposite sex before. This was the first time she had been in such close contact with someone of the opposite sex who was not a relative. Lu Chen said, "I know what you are worried about. You are worried that after marrying into the palace, you will lose your freedom. From now on, you will only be able to stay in the palace to support your husband and raise children." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longjiu fell into silence. She did think so. Lu Chen is not just a prince. In the future, Lu Chen is likely to become the emperor of Daxia, or even the master of the world. At that time, his woman will most likely be able to stay in the palace for the rest of her life. She will not be able to leave the palace. Seeing that Dongfang Longjiu didn't speak, Lu Chen's claws continued to move unscrupulously. While stroking Dongfang Longjiu's body, he said, "I am different from other vassals. I trust my women very much. Even if once you marry into the palace, you can come in and out of the palace at will, and you can even have your own career. You have been in Baiguo for a while. I guess you also know that the properties of Buwangfu are basically managed by the princess, while the treasury of Baiguo is managed by my concubine Yelu Nanyan. Apart from the two of them, the women in the palace who know martial arts basically have their own things to do." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longjiu was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't know much about the women in the palace, after all, she had been in Yancheng for so long and had been with Lu Chen for so long. She also heard that he said something about Lu Chen's wives and concubines. She knew very well that the princess was in charge of the palace's property and that Yelu Nanyan was in charge of the treasury. In addition to the two of them, Dongfang Longjaihu also knew that Lu Chen had a woman who was managing Tingyu Tower. Although she didn't see that woman today, when she came to the palace once, she bumped into that woman having sex with Lu Chen in Lu Chen's study. Thinking about it this way, Lu Chen does let his woman show off. It can be seen from the dinner just now. Lu Chen's woman is not particularly reserved in front of Lu Chen. If you should drink, you should drink. When the woman next to Lu Chen got drunk, she even said that she wanted Lu Chen to ride a horse tonight. She looked very wanton. If it were in other royal palaces, or in the homes of aristocratic families, the scene like tonight's palace would never have happened. But having said that, even if Lu Chen is so indulgent with his wives and concubines now, when Lu Chen one day becomes Emperor Xia and becomes the lord of the world, there will always be someone who will take care of these women if he doesn't care about his women. From now on, there will be countless eyes staring at Lu Chen and the women around Lu Chen, especially their every move. At that time, if Lu Chen continued to indulge his women in going out to the palace to do business or something, some ministers would definitely stand up and say that they were not doing their jobs properly, and that as the emperor's woman, she was showing up everywhere. Maybe Lu Chen couldn't stop the ministers' mouths, so he could only let all his women return to the palace and stay there for the rest of their lives. Thinking of this, Dongfang Longjaihu asked, "My lord, if one day you become the master of the world, will you still allow your wives and concubines to show their faces?" As soon as Dongfang Longjaihu asked this question, Lu Chen's claws suddenly reached into Dongfang Longjaihu's inner clothes and touched some places that he would not normally touch. At this time, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Of course, as long as their safety is guaranteed and they will have no problem wherever they want to go." Dongfang Longjaihu continued to ask, "Then what if a minister says that your wives and concubines should not be exposed to the public?" Lu Chen said calmly, "They say it's their business. Some things always have a beginning. With the development of the North Country, there will be more and more jobs suitable for women in the future. Women who have been staying at home before will also come out. Work. To encourage those women to engage in labor, the women in the palace must set an example. If the women in the palace stay in the palace all day long to take care of their husbands and raise children, how can we encourage women in the private sector to take the initiative to come out of the house and participate in labor?" Hearing Lu Chen's words, Dongfang Longjaihu was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that King Bei had such an idea to let women go out to work. No emperor had such an idea since ancient times. Sure enough, King Bei is different from most men. He is worthy of being the son of destiny. His thoughts are far ahead of the world. The children of destiny are the ones who guide the development of this world. Since Lu Chen has such an idea, in the future we may really be able to see women boldly stepping out of the house and participating in labor production. In fact, ordinary women in this world are forced to make a living and show their face, but such women will always be criticized. If Lu Chen could lead the trend and allow women in this world to boldly step out and participate in various labors, then the North Country would be able to have a sufficient labor force even if its population is small. Just when Dongfang Longjaihu was feeling excited by Lu Chen's words, she suddenly found that her underwear had slipped off her shoulders. A breeze blew, and Dongfang Longjaihu felt a chill in her body. Dongfang Longjaihu finally came back to her senses. Now was not the time for her to think about other things. Lu Chen said in Dongfang Longjaihu's ear, "Longjaihu, you smell so good." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longjaihu froze instantly, and her body became even hotter. Lu Chen continued, "It's late at night, we should go to bed." Dongfang Longjaihu blushed and said, "Please have mercy, your majesty." As soon as Dongfang Longjaihu finished speaking, Lu Chen laid Dongfang Longjaihu down on the bed and got down to business. Chapter 296 It's not that I'm optimistic about King Bei, but that you don't understand. Chapter 296 It's not that I'm optimistic about King Bei, but that you don't understand him. Great Xia Dynasty. The Empress's Chamber. Two snow-white figures loomed in the red curtain. At this time, the two figures came to the beauty's couch. Wu Yunhuan sat behind Emperor Yu, gently rubbing Emperor Yu's shoulders. Emperor Yu said, "Wanner, it's been a long time since we were as close as we are today." Hearing this, Wu Yunhuan smiled slightly. "It's true that we haven't bathed together for a long time." Emperor Yu sighed slightly. "I really miss the days in the mystical immortal sect. At that time, we sisters could stay together every day. Now that we live in two dynasties apart, it is not easy to see each other." Wu Yunhuan said, "Who made us all grow up and each have their own things to do?" Having said this, Wu Yunhuan asked, "Qin Guo, are you really not planning to join forces with De Wu to destroy De Xia?" Upon hearing this, Emperor Yu said calmly, "Wanner, you De Wu underestimate De Xia too much." Emperor Yu turned around at this time, put his jade hand on Wu Yunhuan's snow-white smooth legs, looked into her eyes and said, "Do you really think that Dao and Dao can destroy Daxia by joining forces?" Faced with this question, Wu Yunhuan answered without hesitation, "Now that Emperor Xia is in danger, vassal kings from all over Daxia have expanded their troops. Daxia has fallen into civil strife. Once they fight for the throne, this will give Dao an great opportunity." Emperor Yu smiled slightly, his face no longer as serious as when he faced the ministers in the past. "Your intelligence work is still not done well. Don't you know about the strange phenomenon in Daxia capital?" Wu Yunhuan was stunned for a moment, and then said, "I do know this." Emperor Yu continued, "It is very likely that a strong man in the heavenly realm has appeared in Daxia. Let's not talk about whether Dao has the means to deal with the heavenly realm. Don't you think it is a coincidence that Emperor Xia fell ill at this time? And you should have noticed that the Northern King seems not interested in going south to fight for the throne. As far as I know, there is an intelligence agency called Jinyue in the Northern Kingdom. Their intelligence gathering capabilities are very powerful. Is Emperor Xia really? If anything happens, I believe King Bei should know best. If something really happens to Emperor Xia, the Northern King will definitely move south instead of dispatching 30,000 heavy cavalry to Yong'an County to guard against your Dao dynasty." After hearing Emperor Yu's analysis, Wu Yunhuan fell into deep thought. She had actually thought about this problem at first, but she thought that the reason why the Northern King did not move south was because he felt that the Northern Kingdom was still short of food and clothing. If he initiated in the event of a war, the Northern Kingdom may not be able to afford it. Although the military strength of the Northern Kingdom seems to be very strong, having defeated several barbarian invasions and wiping out hundreds of thousands of barbarian armies, they belong to the local defense and are defenders, not attackers. To go south to attack the land controlled by the Daxia court or other vassal kings would require a large amount of supplies. With the current capabilities of the northern country, the logistics would probably not be able to keep up. Of course, this was Wu Yunhuan's initial thought. At this time, Emperor Yu raised his slender white jade hands, raised Wu Yunhuan's chin, stared into Wu Yunhuan's eyes and continued, "Wanner, the Northern King is not simple. The strength of the Northern Kingdom is far stronger than you know. The reason why you came to Dao to form an alliance against Daxia is probably because you don't know enough about the Northern Kingdom. It seems that the intelligence agency under you should be reorganized." Wu Yunhuan was a little surprised when she heard these words. She smiled and then said, "I didn't expect Qin Guo to be so optimistic about King Bei." Emperor Yu said, "It's not that I think highly of the Northern King, but that you don't understand him, let alone the Northern Kingdom. Not long after the Northern King arrived in the Northern Kingdom, he was able to easily destroy the barbarian army of 300,000 people. Haven't you ever wondered how he did it?" Wu Yunhuan said doubtfully, "The Northern Kingdom has 50,000 heavy cavalry with powerful combat capabilities. Isn't it surprising that they can destroy the 300,000 barbarian army?" Emperor Yu smiled faintly, and then her jade hands gradually slid down from Wu Yunhuan's chin, slid across her slender white neck, and then gently stroked her soft body. "It seems that the intelligence organization you have is indeed in need of rectification. Having said this, Emperor Yu raised his hand, and the next moment a book flew from the phoenix chair not far away. Emperor Yu directly took out a letter from the book and handed it to Wu Yunhuan. Wu Yunhuan curiously took the letter from Emperor Yu and read it carefully. After reading the information in the letter, Wu Yunhuan frowned slightly. Seeing that Wu Yunhuan's expression was a bit serious, Emperor Yu smiled and said, "Waner, this is why I don't plan to join forces with Dao." Wu Yunhuan fell into silence. The letter sent to her by Emperor Yu was a piece of intelligence sent from the North Kingdom, an investigation of the combat effectiveness of the North Kingdom army. Although the military discipline of the Northern Kingdom is very strict, there is no airtight wall in the world. The Northern Army has already used a large number of firearms, so it is impossible for there to be no news at all. The Northern Kingdom dared to include the entire Northland into the Northern Kingdom, and even easily wiped out the barbarian army with a great master. This proved that the Northern Kingdom's army was not simple. Even when the Great Dynasty faced the barbarian coalition, there was no way to wipe out King Apocalypse's army so easily. They could only scare away King Apocalypse's army. As a result, King Apocalypse ran to the Northern Kingdom and was directly destroyed by the Northern Kingdom. That was an army of 400,000 people. It was obvious that something was wrong when it was captured by the Northern Kingdom so easily. So Emperor Yu asked spies from the Great Dynasty to try their best to find out about the Northern Army. In the end, the spies from the Great Dynasty actually found out some rumors about the Northern Army. It is said that the army of the Northern Kingdom can summon thunder and lightning. During the defense battle of Yanchinj, the army of the Sirius King was defeated by the army of the Northern Kingdom using thunder. Emperor Yu naturally didn't believe such rumors. She continued to ask Daiyu's spies to investigate whether there were any mysterious weapons in the North Kingdom. During this investigation, Daiyu's spies actually found out the names of the new weapons in the North Kingdom. What kind of thunder? Mo-seeing muskets, and mortars were all discovered by Daiyu's spies. Of course, Daiyu's spies only found out the names of these firearms, but did not obtain them. No matter how strict the military discipline in the north is, there will always be some soldiers who are loose-spoken and talk about the army at home. These firearms in the north are so powerful that some soldiers can't help but brag to their relatives after returning home. No matter how strict military discipline is, there is no way to prevent this kind of thing from happening, not to mention that the Northern Kingdom has just reformed, and the military reform is still in progress. It is simply impossible to make the soldiers of the Northern Kingdom 100% obedient. Things. Wu Yunhuan put down the letter in her hand at this time, then raised her head and looked into Emperor Yu's eyes. "Qin Guo, are all these true?" Emperor Yu replied, "It's most likely true. The reason why the Northern Kingdom's army has such a strong combat effectiveness is probably because they are equipped with mysterious weapons that we don't know about. These weapons are very powerful and cannot be resisted by ordinary warriors. I sent the female officer who has been serving me to the North Country just to investigate the origin of these mysterious weapons. It's the female official you saw when I came to Daeyo last time. Her name is Mirong Shuer. She looks quite similar to you. When you are not around, I will let her serve me." Wu Yunhuan obviously didn't listen to what Queen Yu said to her. What she cares about most now is the mysterious weapon of the Northern Kingdom. If Baiguo really has those mysterious weapons mentioned in the letter, and their power is really as terrifying as mentioned in the intelligence, then no matter how many troops Dao has, they may not be a match for Baiguo. She asked why Emperor Yu refused so simply in the court today and had no intention of forming an alliance with Dao to attack Daxia. It turned out that all this was because of the Northern Kingdom. Really? The Northern Kingdom is Dao's biggest enemy. Wu Yunhuan asked, "Qin Guo, have Dao's spies ever come into contact with the mysterious weapons of the Northern Kingdom?" Emperor Yu replied, "No, we are also trying to send people to sneak into the Northern Army camp, but it is not easy, and the Northern Army does not allow soldiers to bring weapons out of the camp. The current Northern Army has strict military discipline and wants to gain access to the Northern Army. It's very difficult to use new weapons. At this time, Wu Yunwan frowned, looked at the letter in her hand, and said worriedly, "Is there really such a terrifying weapon?" Emperor Yu said, "Although our intelligence was obtained by Daiyu's spies, most of the information came from families with soldiers in the North Kingdom. Considering the combat effectiveness displayed by the Northern Kingdom army, I am afraid that the Northern Kingdom really has information. Mentioned terrorist weapons." Wu Yunwan said, "If the Northern Kingdom really possesses those mysterious weapons, then why don't they go south to directly compete for the throne? With such a powerful weapon, it should be easy for King Bei to compete for that position." Emperor Yu hugged Wu Yunwan's soft body and said, "I don't know about this. Maybe King Bei thinks the time is not yet ripe." At this time, Wu Yunwan said, "Qin Gro, if the Northern Kingdom really possesses this mysterious weapon, then Daiyu and Dahu should join forces. The Northern Kingdom already has a strong man in the heavenly realm, and now he has such a terrifying weapon. The ambition of the Northern King is certainly not small. If Daiyu and Dahu do not form an alliance, sooner or later the Northern Kingdom will defeat the two dynasties one by one." Emperor Yu raised his slender hand and combed Wu Yunwan's hair. While combing it, he said, "Of course I understand this, but our alliance is not now. I need to continue to inquire about the situation in the north until I can actually see the mysterious weapons in the north. Only then will I form an alliance with Dahu. The current Daiyuhu dynasty does not want to fight, and the people of Daiyuhu do not want war between Daiyuhu and other countries, especially the ministers in the court. They generally believe that the current Daiyuhu should accumulate strength to deal with the barbarians in the north. A barbarian goddess appeared in the north. Now the barbarian tribes in the north are tending to be integrated. This is a huge threat to our Daiyuhu dynasty. At this time, I formed an alliance with Dahu and ran to target Daxia and the DPRK. The minister will definitely object. Only when the mysterious weapon of the North Kingdom is confirmed and the ministers of the DPRK and China see the threat of the North Kingdom, will the ministers be willing to allow the Daiyuhu dynasty and Dahu to form an alliance? Wanner, you also know that I am a woman, and it is not easy to manage the entire Daiyuhu. If I blindly use force and are unreasonable, sooner or later, I will force the ministers to turn against me." Hearing what Emperor Yu said, Wu Yunwan couldn't help but think that she thought that Emperor Yu managed Daiyuhu very easily. The ministers of Daiyuhu would do whatever Emperor Yu said. She didn't expect Emperor Yu to have so much helplessness. It seemed that Emperor Yu had so much helplessness. It is really not that easy for a woman to be an emperor. While Wu Yunwan was lost in thought, Emperor Yu hugged Wu Yunwan and lay down slowly. "Okay, let's stop discussing political affairs. Let's take a rest early." Wu Yunwan said and said no more. Immediately, the soft bodies of the two beautiful women were close to each other, hugging each other and falling asleep. At the same time, Northern Kingdom, New Taipei Palace. Various sounds kept coming from Dongfang Longjaihu's room, but fortunately, the architecture of the New Taipei Palace was different from that of the old Beijing Palace. The rooms in the New Taipei Palace were all made of glass windows, and the sound insulation effect of the rooms was very good. In the courtyard outside, only faint sounds could be heard. Unless the windows were opened, people walking in the corridor would not know what was happening in Dongfang Haoyu's room. Lu Chen raised his hand and gently played with the moist hair on Dongfang Longjaihu's face. At this time, Dongfang Longjaihu's face was rosy and her head was covered with dense beads of sweat. Lu Chen raised his chest, looked at Dongfang Longjaihu's beautiful face and said, "Actually, even if you marry into the Northern Palace, I can still arrange a job for you that you like." Hearing this, the confused Dongfang Longjaihu asked, Wang Jai, what kind of job are you talking about?" Lu Chen replied while busy with his own affairs, "Bei Wangfu plans to create a newspaper. After you leave Dongfang News Agency, you can come to Bei Wangfu to manage the newspaper in Bei Wangfu." Hearing this, Dongfang Longjaihu was stunned for a moment. She did not expect that King Bei actually planned to create a newspaper. Dongfang Longjaihu took a few breaths and asked, "Who? Your Majesty, you founded the newspaper specifically for me." Lu Chen said with a smile, "That's not true. In fact, I have long planned to create another newspaper with Buwangfu as the main body, but it has never been implemented. You should think about it. If you agree, then you can marry Wang Qingkai into the Northern Palace. I will take a concubine in about half a month, so you have half a month to think about it." Dongfang Longjaihu looked at Lu Chen with eyes filled with tears and asked, "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, I don't dare to guess what Your Majesty means. I want to, I know. Your Majesty wants me to be here for half a month. After that, she officially married into the Northern Palace, or, Dongfang Longjaihu breathed softly and did not continue speaking. Although Dongfang Longjaihu hadn't spoken clearly yet, Lu Chen had already understood the question she wanted to ask. Lu Chen immediately said, "I'm not asking you to marry into the palace in half a month, nor will I do it because of you are angry because of your choice. You are already my woman anyway, no matter what you choose, I will respect your choice. If you decide to continue to stay at Dongfang News Agency, then you can continue to stay at Dongfang News Agency. I will first ask Bei Wangfu to create a newspaper agency. When you are willing to accept the position in the future, I will give you the newspaper agency from Buwang Palace." Dongfang Longjaihu said, "Many, thank you, Your Majesty." Lu Chen showed a smile and placed his big hands heavily on her body. "Are you still calling me Wanjai now?" Dongfang Longjaihu blushed and didn't know what to call her. Lu Chen continued, "Madam, please call your husband and listen." At this time, Dongfang Longjaihu felt that her mind was in a blur, and she shouted out of nowhere, "Husband, husband." Dongfang Longjaihu finally understood what happened to what she saw in the palace today. No wonder the princess was so kind to her. No wonder the women in Buwang Mansion get along so harmoniously. If it were other palaces, women would inevitably fight for favor. In the eyes of those women, other women were all rivals. But it's completely different in Buwang Mansion. If there is a woman competing for favor in the Northern Palace, I am afraid that woman will not be able to withstand Lu Chen's favor. Lu Chen is already a Grand Master, and he is not an ordinary Grand Master. Princess Bei is just an ordinary person. How can an ordinary person be the opponent of Lu Chen, a great master? Not to mention ordinary people, even warriors are no match for Lu Chen. Therefore, the situation in Buwang Mansion is that all the women in Buwang Mansion have united to deal with the bad guy Lu Chen. This is why the women in Buwang Mansion look like the reason for such unity and harmony. Early morning. Lu Chen opened his eyes drowsily. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found a beautiful face looking at him. Dongfang Longjaihu has already woken up. She is the editor-in-chief of Oriental newspaper. Today she has to go to Oriental newspaper to report, edit and review press releases, so she woke up early. But after she woke up, she didn't dare to move at all. At this time, Lu Chen was still lying on her body and hugging her body, looking like he was sleeping soundly. After a night of getting along, she had completely accepted Lu Chen. She only had one thought in her heart, and that was that the Son of Destiny was indeed the Son of Destiny, and he was so adorable. Seeing Dongfang Longjaihu's beautiful eyes staring straight at him, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep last night, so I didn't hold you down." Dongfang Longjaihu said, "As long as the prince likes me, I'll be fine." Lu Chen suddenly remembered that Dongfang Longjaihu had to go to the newspaper office today, so he immediately stood up and said, "You have to go to the newspaper office today, so I won't waste your time." As Lu Chen stood up, Dongfang Longjaihu suddenly felt that her body had become much colder. She then quickly stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I will dress for you." Lu Chen didn't refuse, he got off the bed directly. Under Dongfang Longjaihu's service, Lu Chen got dressed and left Dongfang Longjaihu's room. Looking at Lu Chen's leaving figure, Dongfang Longjaihu's mouth couldn't help but show a trace of curvature. She suddenly felt a little lucky. Fortunately, when she was in Jiangnan, she didn't choose those poets and talents to marry, otherwise she might not be able to marry him today. The woman who became the king of the north. Although King Bei is a little lecherous, his excellence is unparalleled. She is 100% satisfied with King Bei now. After Lu Chen's back completely disappeared from Dongfang Longjaihu's sight, Dongfang Longjaihu came to her senses and realized that she had to go to the newspaper office today. She quickly asked the maid to bring hot water. After taking a bath, she simply dressed up. Then he went to Oriental Newspaper Agency. Chapter 297 Prince, it's still early. After Lu Chen left Dongfang Longjaihu's room, he went to Fenjiun courtyard for breakfast. While drinking the tonic porridge made by Mu Zixuan himself, he checked the system prompts from last night. Congratulations to the host for getting a wife and concubine, and rewarded with technical drawings related to oil exploration, mining, and production. The host and his wife cultivate a relationship once, and the experience value of the qi refining technique will be increased by 10,000, and the experience value of the rejuvenation hand will be increased. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Lu Chen thought to himself, oil? With the current conditions in the north, I am afraid that even after oil is extracted, there will be no way to use it for the production of chemicals. The North country is still an agricultural country and does not have the conditions for large-scale industrial production, so it is better not to exploit oil for the time being. Of course, even if it is not being exploited now, oil exploration still needs to be carried out. He needs to find out what kind of resources there are in those parts of the north. When the north develops one day and turns from an agricultural country to an industrial country, oil will be able to play a huge role. With the lifespan of his great master, there is no problem in his lifespan of several hundred years. Moreover, he may one day break through to the heavenly realm. After breaking through the heavenly realm, it may be possible for him to live for 1,000 years. Anyway, in his case during his lifetime, he would certainly have been able to see the world transform from an agricultural world to an industrial one. At this time, Mu Zixuan noticed that Lu Chen was distracted, and she asked curiously, "My lord, what are you thinking about?" After hearing Mu Zixuan's words, Lu Chen came back to his senses. He said with a smile, "I didn't think about anything. By the way, I plan to create a newspaper with Bei Wangfu as the main body." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan was stunned for a moment, but she quickly realized that Dongfang Longjaihu was now in charge of Dongfang newspaper, and now Dongfang Longjaihu had become Lu Chen's woman. Perhaps Lu Chen was giving Dongfang Longjaihu fine something to do every month. However, the government already has a newspaper. Thinking of this, Mu Zixuan asked, "Your Majesty, the palace already has a Northern Kingdom Times. Wouldn't it be redundant to create another newspaper?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "The current Baiguo Times is a newspaper owned by the Northern Kingdom's small court. The newspaper I want to create next is a newspaper completely controlled by the Baiguo Palace." Mu Zixuan said, "I understand. I will help the prince to set up the newspaper later. Can the prince give the newspaper a name?" Lu Chen thought for a moment, "Let's call it Fenjiun Times." Hearing this name, Mu Zixuan was stunned again. This name. The word Fengyun is more suitable to be used in serious situations than as the name of a courtyard. In fact, it is most suitable as the name of a newspaper office. But for some reason, when Mu Zixuan thought of what Lu Chen said yesterday about stirring up trouble at night, she felt that the name was weird. Time passed day by day, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day for Lu Chen to take a concubine. In the end, Dongfang Longjaihu decided to stay at Dongfang News Agency for a while. She thought that she was already Bei Wang's woman anyway, and her status was not that important. She now had to run Dongfang News Agency well and let Dongfang News Agency serve Bei Wang. Do a good job in guiding public opinion. Dongfang Longjiu naturally knew that there was a newspaper in Buwang Mansion called Fenjiun Times, and she also knew that the Fenjiun Times would most likely be managed by her in the future. But compared to newspapers like Fenjiun Times, which are closely related to the Northern Palace, private newspapers can better guide public opinion. In the eyes of ordinary people, although Oriental newspaper was established after passing the review, after all, Oriental newspaper is the newspaper of the Oriental family and has no official attributes. In reality, some people just don't believe in the imperial court or the palace. From Dongfang Longjiu's point of view, she can only exert her greatest value by staying at Dongfang News Agency, so there is no need for her to be so anxious to get that status for the time being. Rather than asking for that status, it is better to show more of your own value. This will also make King Bei take yourself more seriously. Although Dongfang Longjiu didn't agree to get her status now, the wedding that the palace should hold still had to be held. After all, Wang Qingkai, a concubine, still had to get started. Wang Qingkai's wedding was organized by Mu Zixuan. Although Wang Qingkai married into the Northern Palace as a concubine, she still wore a red wedding dress, which was similar to that of a real wife. Wang Qingkai was sitting in the wedding room, looking a little dull. She never thought that this day would come to her. She used to work for the Wang family, thinking that she would only be a tool of the Wang family all her life, and that she would be abandoned by the Wang family at a certain time. As a result, she met the bad guy Bei Wang in Beijun and let her leave the Wang family in advance. Wang Qingkai felt a little unreal when he thought about what happened between him and Lu Chen. She was clearly the enemy of Bei King at the beginning, but was captured by Bei King and became his slave girl. The key is that she was completely loyal in the end. Conquered by the Northern King, Wang Qingkai couldn't help but laugh at himself. She was really a shameless woman. She was obviously captured by Lu Chen, but in the end she fell in love with this bad guy and couldn't help herself. Just when Wang Qingkai was thinking a lot, the maid's voice came from the door, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai became nervous for a moment. She didn't know how many times she had served Lu Chen, but she had never been as nervous as she was today. The next moment, the door opened and Lu Chen entered the room. Lu Chen's footsteps were very light, but it seemed that every step went into Wang Qingkai's heart. Wang Qingkai's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. After a while, Lu Chen came to the bed and opened Wang Qingkai's head with Yu Rui. Seize red hijab. At this time, Wang Qingkai's face was red, even the roots of his ears were red. Lu Chen said jokingly, "Isn't this the first time Mr. Wang has had a wedding? Why does he look so nervous?" After hearing Lu Chen's teasing words, Wang Qingkai instantly relaxed a lot. She looked up at Lu Chen and said, "Of course this is my first wedding." Although her body and mind have long since become like Lu Chen, the things she did before were only for the pleasure of a man and a woman, not the bridal chamber. In Wang Qingkai's view, only the kind of things she did on the wedding day can it's considered a bridal chamber. It was her first time getting married, her first marriage, and of course her first bridal chamber. However, after being teased by Lu Chen, Wang Qingkai was not as nervous as before. At this time, Lu Chen put his big hands around Wang Qingkai's belly and directly laid her down on the bed. Seeing this scene, Wang Qingkai thought that Lu Chen was planning to do something to her. However, when Lu Chen came to the bed, he did not make any further move. He just put his arms around her waist and then stayed there quietly. "Hold this." Wang Qingkai was stunned for a moment. Lu Chen has never been a peaceful person. Every time he caught her, she would be punished by Lu Chen. Why didn't Lu Chen do anything today? Wang Qingkai felt a little puzzled. Is it possible that Lu Chen is tired of it? Since the last time she had sex with him in the study room of the old palace, Lu Chen had never touched her again. Even after moving to the new city, Lu Chen never touched her. She didn't take it seriously at first. After all, Lu Chen had so many women, so it was normal for him to be too busy. But today is the day that he are getting married, the day that she is marrying into the palace. At this time, Lu Chen is just holding her and not doing anything serious. Wang Qingkai began to become anxious. Today was her first day of marrying into the prince's palace, but the prince stopped touching her body. How could this make her feel at ease? After a long while, Wang Qingkai finally plucked up the courage and said, "Your Majesty, it's still early." Wang Qingkai's implication was that it was still so early, so it was better to do something happy to pass the time. However, Lu Chen said at this time, and then there was no movement. He still just hugged Wang Qingkai's waist like this, as if he was getting ready to sleep. Seeing Lu Chen's reaction was so dull, Wang Qingkai couldn't help but wonder, did the prince not have a good sleep last night, so he was not energetic today and planned to go to bed early? As Lu Chen's woman, Wang Qingkai was very aware of Lu Chen's living habits. Sometimes Lu Chen would have too much fun and might not sleep for a whole night, so the two of them would often stay up all night. Wang Qingkai was thinking that maybe Lu Chen had stayed up all night with a woman from the palace last night, such as Dongfang Haoyu. Since Lu Chen moved to the north, he has been running into Dongfang Longjiu's room every day, almost every day. It is obvious that Dongfang Longjiu is Lu Chen's new love. Thinking of this, Wang Qingkai always felt a little sour in her heart. Although she had never thought about occupying Lu Chen alone, she also knew that she could not bear Lu Chen's favor by herself. But when he thought that he was getting married to Lu Chen today, and that Lu Chen had been lingering with other women all night last night, Wang Qingkai felt a little depressed inside. If Lu Chen stayed up all night with his woman at other times, she wouldn't feel any discomfort, but today is their wedding day. Wang Qingkai sighed inwardly. Perhaps in Lu Chen's eyes, she was just a concubine, so he could do things like the bridal chamber. Anyway, she already belonged to him. Just when Wang Qingkai was thinking this, he suddenly found that Lu Chen, who was hugging him, seemed a little restless. Lu Chen's chest was pressed tightly against her jade back, and he was hugging her tightly, so she could clearly feel Lu Chen's physical condition. This made Wang Qingkai even more puzzled. This bad guy obviously wanted to do bad things to him, but why didn't he make any movements or actions with his hands? Could he be doing this on purpose? Could it be that he was waiting for him to take the initiative? Or is he trying to tease himself? After pondering for a moment, Wang Qingkai felt that he could not wait any longer. No matter what this bad guy had in mind, the bridal chamber had to take place today. Thinking of this, Wang Qingkai's jade hand stretched out to her back. She had to firmly control her own happiness before she could feel at ease. At this time, Lu Chen originally planned to take a nap. He did stay up late last night, but not for women. Instead, he was in the study room processing some work reports submitted by counties in the north. The reform in Baguio has been going on for so long, and he also wanted to see how the reform was going, so he asked officials from various counties to write some work reports. As for the wedding with Wang Qingkai, he had no intention of actually doing it. After all, Wang Qingkai was already pregnant with his child, and he didn't want to do anything that would hurt his child. As a result, as soon as he closed his eyes, Wang Qingkai's "My hands are not honest." At this time, Lu Chen grabbed Wang Qingkai's wrist and said, "What are you doing?" Wang Qingkai asked, "Your Majesty, it's still early, why don't you do something else?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chen instantly understood what Wang Qingkai meant. What a vixen, he couldn't move her, but she couldn't help it. Lu Chen then turned over, framed Wang Qingkai's body between his arms, and then looked condescendingly into Wang Qingkai's eyes. "Master Wang, it's still broad daylight, you actually want me to do this kind of thing, do you want to corrupt me and make me fall?" Hearing this, Wang Qingkai pretended to be aggrieved, stared into Lu Chen's eyes and said, "My lord, are you tired of the slave family?" In the past, as long as the prince caught the slave family, he would do bad things to the slave family no matter where he was. Today is the day for the slave family to marry the prince, but there is no movement from the prince. Although Lu Chen also saw that Wang Qingcai's pitiful appearance was staged, Lu Chen also realized that not having a wedding on the wedding day might indeed cause Wang Qingcai to feel undue anxiety. So he didn't intend to hide anything from Wang Qingcai, and said directly, "We didn't have children before, so we could be as unscrupulous as we were. Now that we have children, we can't be as crazy as before." As soon as these words came out, Wang Qingcai was stunned. What? Child? When did she and Lu Chen have a child? Chapter 298. The seventh child is born. After Wang Qingcai came to her senses, she stared into Lu Chen's eyes with disbelief, trying to see on Lu Chen's face that Lu Chen was teasing her. But at this time, Lu Chen only had a faint smile on his face, and he put one of his hands on her belly and stroked her gently. It didn't look like he was joking at all. Wang Qingcai still couldn't believe it. She remembered that the last time she had sex with Lu Chen was in the study room of the old palace, and when she went back the next day, she immediately used Qigong to expel all the impurities from her body. Why? You might get tricked. Moreover, there seems to be nothing strange about her body during this period of time. If she was really infected, she should have noticed it. Thinking of this, Wang Qingcai stared into Lu Chen's eyes and asked, "My lord, are you trying to deceive the slave family?" Lu Chen smiled and said, "Do you think I would joke with you about this kind of thing?" Kenu's family obviously. Wang Qingcai hesitated. She wanted to say that she had clearly expelled the impurities from her body, so how could she be tricked, but when she thought about Lu Chen's longing for her to be pregnant with his child, Wang Qingcai couldn't directly tell what she had done. Seeing Wang Qingcai mid-sentence, Lu Chen instantly guessed what she wanted to say, and then said, "Are you trying to say that you used Kung Fu to expel impurities from your body after you went back, so why are you still suffering from the disease? It's a move, right?" Wang Qingcai pouted and said nothing. At this time, Lu Chen raised his right hand, pinched Wang Qingcai's smooth and delicate chin, and said, "You think you can avoid being pregnant with my child? You underestimate me too much. Don't you know that someone in the palace got pregnant with my child after sleeping with me for just one night?" Hearing this, Wang Qingcai immediately thought of Chu Yukan. Although she rarely stayed in the palace, she still knew what happened in the palace. She also knew that Chu Yukan became pregnant with Lu Chen's child easily. Wang Qingcai thought to herself that it seemed that she had really been tricked, but she was not ready to be a mother yet. It was all this bad guy. It must have been this bad guy doing that kind of thing with him all night long, which prevented him from using his energy to expel the impurities from his body in the first place, so he fell into the trap. When she came into contact with Lu Chen, she had no way to take the initiative to use her Kung Fu, and could only be at the mercy of Lu Chen. Normally, she would wait until Lu Chen's affairs were done before using her Kung Fu to clean up her body. At this time, Wang Qingcai felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. No wonder this guy sometimes did not let go of himself after doing bad things. It turned out that he was deliberately suppressing the power in his body, so that he could not use the power to detoxify immediately, and then the plan was successful. This bad thing is so insidious. Wang Qingcai sighed inwardly, and finally accepted the fact. Just get pregnant. The yard where she lives now is quite big. There is no problem in raising several children, not to mention one child. Wang Qingcai then said, "Your Majesty, today is the day when I will marry you. Even if I cannot marry you, I still have to do what I need to do." This. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. What should he do? She is pregnant now, how can she do anything? He didn't want to do something that would hurt his child. Just when Lu Chen was thinking this, Wang Qingcai suddenly raised his slender hands and placed them on Lu Chen's chest. Then his hands quickly slid to Lu Chen's waist, directly hugged Lu Chen's waist, and turned over. Turned Lu Chen's body down. Lu Chen did not stop Wang Qingkai, so Wang Qingkai succeeded immediately. At this time, Wang Qingkai was sitting on Lu Chen. Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and said, "Hello, Mr. Wang, how dare you treat me like this? You little slave girl, you dare to ride on me? Aren't you afraid that I will punish you?" Wang Qingkai said with a smile, "Now that the slave family has the prince's child, the prince is still willing to punish the slave family? Aren't you afraid that the slave family will take action against the prince's child?" Lu Chen laughed and said, "Are you trying to use your child to intimidate me?" Wang Qingkai said with a smile, "It took a lot of effort for the slave family to catch the prince's weakness. Naturally, the slave family has to make good use of it. Why did the prince always bully the slave family in the past and use conspiracy and tricks to make the slave family pregnant with your child?" At this point, Wang Qingkai's hands began to undress and untie Lu Chen, and his whole body began to become dishonest. Lu Chen didn't stop Wang Qingkai. He had no choice but to let Wang Qingkai have his own child in his belly. He would let her have some control today. Looking at the red lanterns hanging in the palace, Lin Wanyun sat on the flower bed in the outer courtyard and sighed slightly. She didn't know why, but she felt a deep sense of loss in her heart. Although she had already been Lu Chen's woman and was prepared not to have any status in this life, she still felt a sense of loss when she saw a woman marrying into the palace. Some feelings of envy. At this time, Chu Yukin came and sat down next to Lin Wanyun. Seeing that Lin Wanyun seemed a little depressed, Chu Yukin asked with concern, "Sister Lin, are you worried about Miss Chen?" Lin Wanyun came back to her senses and said with a smile, "No, I just sat down and took a rest." Chu Yukin said at this time, "Sister Lin, you have already been Chener's woman, why not find an opportunity and let Chener give you a title?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wanyun said quickly, "I'm afraid this won't work. Now that the Lin family is still in the capital, if my adopted daughter marries the Northern King, once someone with intentions knows about it, some people will probably use it to attack the Lin family and say that the Lin family has taken refuge with the Northern King. This will bring a lot of trouble to the Lin family. Big trouble. Besides, Rong and I have the same mother-daughter relationship. Rong will definitely marry into the North Prince's mansion in the future. If I remarry into the North Prince's mansion, it would be unethical." Hearing this, Chu Yukin smiled slightly. She took Lin Wanyun's hand, looked at her face and said, "Sister Lin, not many people know about your relationship with Miss Chen. No one cares about your relationship. Look at me, I took care of Chener since I was a child and grew up. In the end, he married me into the prince's palace. Now no one says anything about us. You think too much about everything. As for your relationship with the Lin family, this may indeed bring trouble to the Lin family, but I believe Chener will be able to solve this problem soon." Lin Wanyun sighed and said, "Let's talk about this later." Chu Yukin stopped continuing the topic and asked, "By the way, how is Miss Chen doing in Swanyu Palace now?" Lin Wanyun replied, "She is fine. His Majesty has forgiven her, and now she still manages the entire Swanyu Palace." Chu Yukin said, "As long as it's okay." Having said this, Chu Yukin took Lin Wanyun's hand again and talked about some topics between women. About half an hour later, they got up from the flower bed and prepared to return to the yard to drink tea. However, when the two beautiful women passed by Wang Qingkai's yard, they suddenly heard sounds coming from the yard. This. The two of them were stunned. Why is there a sound? The new palace is different from the old palace. They have lived in the palace for so long and know the situation of the palace. The doors and windows of the palace are all specially made. As long as they are closed, the sound in the room will be cut off. Even if they can be heard outside, they can only hear it. I heard a very weak sound, and this sound could not be transmitted to the corridor outside the yard. But the two of them actually heard a sound in the aisle today, which made the two of them feel a little puzzled. Didn't that little villain open the doors and windows just for excitement? Thinking of this, the two beautiful women looked at each other. At this time, Chu Yukin said, "This bad guy must have left the doors and windows open on purpose." Lin Wanyun blushed and said, "Yukin, let's go to Yunrong courtyard quickly." Chu Yukin said, "Yeah, okay." Then the two beautiful women quickened their pace and walked past Wang Qingkai's yard. At the same time, in Wang Qingkai's wedding room, Lu Chen and Wang Qingkai were standing by the window, admiring the scenery in the yard. Lu Chen hugged Wang Qingkai's body and said with a smile, "I don't even know what to say about you. I will call you husband from now on, why should I call you master?" Hearing this, Wang Qingkai said feebly, "Anyway, in the slave family's heart, the slave family has always been your slave girl." Lu Chen smiled, then hugged Wang Qingkai and slowly returned to the bed. After returning to the bed, Lu Chen arranged Wang Qingkai's red wedding clothes and said while doing so, "Actually, you don't have to do this at all. Whether or not the bridal chamber is not that important to me is not that important." Wang Qingkai was already pregnant with her child. Even if Wang Qingkai didn't serve him, Lu Chen wouldn't say anything. However, Wang Qingkai insisted on serving him just now. In desperation, Lu Chen had to find another way. When Lu Chen was with his wives and concubines, his goal was very clear, that is, to get them to conceive his children, so he rarely engaged in crooked ways and never went astray. Seeing that Wang Qingkai's hair was soaked with sweat, Lu Chen raised his hand and began to play with her hair. He moved her hair to one side so that he could see her charming face more clearly. Seductive face. At this moment, Wang Qingkai's face suddenly changed and turned a little pale, and then she began to retching. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen quickly stood up and patted her jade back. Lu Chen said with a smile on his face, "I told you that you were pregnant with my child, but you still didn't believe it. Look, you started to suffer from morning sickness." After Wang Qingkai retched for a while, he turned to look at Lu Chen, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. "This isn't morning sickness, it's clearly. Lu Chen is a bad guy. Forget it, she had to do this anyway, and she couldn't blame Lu Chen." Lu Chen said, "Okay, that's it for today. Have a good rest and don't hurt our child." Hearing this, Wang Qingkai chuckled and said, "Is it possible that the prince is afraid of the slave family?" Hearing Wang Qingkai's provocation, Lu Chen laughed and then pushed her back onto the bed. This vixen really doesn't know how to restrain herself until she's done enough. Anyway, you have already gone astray, so you might as well keep going. At this moment, Daiyu's residence in Baiguo. Murong Shuer looked at the letter in her hand and fell into deep thought. Emperor Yu asked her to find a way to get close to Lu Chen, and then find a way to find out the origin of the mysterious weapon in the north. She had already heard about the mysterious weapons of the North Kingdom, but it was not easy for her to get close to the King of the North. The King of the North took another concubine today, and he already had no idea how many women he had in his harem. Although Murong Shuer is still very confident in her beauty, she knows very well that it is not easy to attract King Bei with her beauty. Although King Bei is lustful, he already has so many women that he may be too busy. No matter how you go outside to steal meat. Murong Shuer thought about it, how should she get close to King Bei? Just as she was meditating, a maid entered her room and placed an invitation in front of Murong Shuer. "Mr. Murong, a young man from Daqian is going to hold a poetry gathering in Yancheng. He invites you. Go and participate." Hearing this, Murong Shuer was slightly stunned. Poetry party? That's not a bad excuse. Since Yancheng became a business center, many businessmen and some literati have also come to Yancheng. During this period, some young men from wealthy families often held poetry gatherings or activities such as meeting friends through literature, and invited people with more status in Yancheng participated. The North Kingdom did not interfere with such activities, which also made the cultural atmosphere of Yancheng become better and better. Murong Shuer was thinking that King Bei has been promoting universal education recently. King Bei attaches so much importance to people's literacy, which proves that he is a prince who attaches great importance to knowledge. King Bei should be a man who is well read in poetry and books. Usually, some of the king's policies are closely related to the king's hobbies. King Bei's vigorous promotion of education for all is probably related to his hobbies. If I could use the poetry meeting as an excuse to invite King Bei, it is very likely that King Bei would come to participate. In this way, wouldn't I have a chance to build a relationship with King Bei? After making up her mind, Murong Shuer began to plan in her mind. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. Wu Yunwan sent an envoy to Daiyu but returned without success, which made some ministers in the court feel very unconcealed about her. Some people think that the relationship between Wu Yunwan and Emperor Yu is so good, and now that Daxia is at its weakest, it is entirely possible for the two dynasties to unite to destroy Daxia. As a result, Wu Yunwan cannot persuade Emperor Yu and Dahu to form an alliance. This is a manifestation of Wu Yunwan's incompetence. The failure of the alliance with Daiyu also made some ministers in the Dahu dynasty become conservative. Some people believe that if no one restrains the northern kingdom, Dahu's two-front war may put Dahu into crisis. From Yong'an County in the north to the imperial city of Dahu, it is almost all plains. The heavy cavalry from the north can directly enter the hinterland of Dahu. Once Dahu sends troops to Daxia, he will have to send heavy troops to defend the north. In this way, Dahu's attack on Daxia, the number of main troops will be greatly reduced. Even Emperor Wu, an emperor who liked to use force to speak, became a little undecided. He didn't know whether he should fight or not. Time passed day by day, and the world seemed to have returned to its former peace. Although the vassal kings of Daxia were still actively preparing for war, constantly expanding their troops, and quarreling every day in the court, no one dared to be the first to raise troops. Everyone is waiting. Waiting for the news of Emperor Xia's death. However, what no one expected was that nearly a year had passed. In the past few months, almost all government affairs in Daxia have been handled by the eldest prince. Emperor Xia has been recuperating in his palace and has not appeared in front of everyone. Some people even doubted whether Emperor Xia was dead. The eldest prince and the two prime ministers have not been announced to the public. A few months ago, there was news in the palace that Emperor Xia was in danger. However, after such a long time, Emperor Xia was still not dead. Some of the princes began to feel impatient to wait. At this moment, north. In the Buwang mansion, people were standing outside Chu Yukin's room, so people were waiting for the birth of Chu Yukin's child. At this time, a tall and handsome man entered the courtyard, and the maid quickly said, "The prince is here." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately made way for them. Lu Chen immediately entered the delivery room. Chu Yukin lay quietly on the bed, her face a little pale. When she saw Lu Chen come in, Chu Yukin showed a smile. Lu Chen walked to the bed and sat down, then held Chu Yukin's left hand and said with a smile, "Yukin, you didn't expect to take care of our children after taking care of me, right?" Hearing this, Chu Yukin rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, and then said, "You bad guy, you have the nerve to say that you have so many women, but you still don't let me go and insist on giving you a child." Lu Chen smiled slightly and combed Chu Yukin's hair on her temples with his other hand. Chu Yukin asked at this time, "When will the child come out?" Lu Chen said, "It depends on when he wants to come out." Chu Yukin continued to ask, "Have you decided on a name for your child?" Lu Chen said, "How about calling me Lu Cheng Wang?" Chu Yukin asked curiously, "Only one name? What if it's a girl?" Lu Chen said, "I have felt it, it is a boy." Lu Chen's rejuvenation hand can already clearly detect the situation inside a person's body, so he knows very well whether there is a boy or a girl in Chu Yukin's belly. Chu Yukin murmured, "It turns out to be a boy." Hearing what Chu Yukin was talking to herself, Lu Chen asked, "Do you want a girl?" Chu Yukin said, I don't want my children to experience the same thing as you in the future. Girls are pretty good. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen instantly understood what she meant. Lu Chen held Chu Yukin's hand tightly and said, "Don't worry, it is absolutely impossible for our children to fight each other." Chu Yukin smiled and said, "I hope so." As soon as Chu Yukin finished speaking, her face suddenly changed. Lu Chen instantly injected spiritual power into Chu Yukin's body. The next moment, Chu Yukin's original pain disappeared. After seeing the green light emitting from Chu Yukin's body, the palace's midwives and maids immediately took action. They already had experience and knew that Chu Yukin's child would be born soon. The next moment, the child's cry of "Wow, wah, wah," rang out in the room. Something happened today, only one update, 5,000 words. Chapter 299 The Far North. Hearing the cry of the child in the room, Chu Yukin was stunned for a moment. Yesterday, she asked Musician and Dezhou Xiaozhou about the process of giving birth. She heard them say that as long as Lu Chen was around, there would be no need to give birth to a baby. It feels like the baby can come out of the belly in no time. At first, Chu Yukin didn't believe it. She thought it would be a little difficult no matter what, but she didn't expect that what Musician and the others said was actually true. She really didn't feel anything at all. Her only son just contracted and the baby came out. At this time, Chu Yukin felt a steady flow of warmth pouring into her body. As Lu Chen's spiritual power entered her body, the stretch marks on her belly gradually disappeared, and other parts of her body also began to repair. Soon her body returned to the state it was in before giving birth. At this time, the midwife brought the child to Lu Chen. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, you are a young master." Lu Chen smiled faintly, took the child, then placed the child on the bed, and instilled some spiritual power into him to give him stronger resistance. At this time, Chu Yukin had regained her strength. She slowly sat up from lying down, then turned to look at the child on the bed, with a kind smile on her face. Chu Yukin's delicate hand gently stroked Lu Chen Guang's cheek and said with a smile, "Wang your dad is a bad guy. When you grow up, don't imitate your dad." Hearing this, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Yu Qin, what are you talking about? What do you mean I am a bad guy? What's wrong with me? Besides Wang is still young, he won't understand what you are saying." Chu Yukin looked at Lu Chen at this time and said, "Chen, I know you've been busy these days. You have nothing to do now. You should go about your business first." Lu Chen smiled and said, "You already have a child, why should you still call me Chen?" Hearing this, Chu Yukin's cheeks turned red. It had been so long, but she still hadn't changed. She was used to it. Then Chu Yukin whispered, "Husband, husband, you go and do your work first, my body has recovered." Seeing the blushing beautiful woman in front of him, Lu Chen lowered his head and whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, "Madam, you have a good rest. After a few days when you are not so busy, I will go to your room every night. Stay with you and the kids." Hearing this, Chu Yukin's face turned slightly hot, and she instantly understood the meaning of Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen did not continue to tease Chu Yukin. After he finished speaking, he stood up and left the delivery room and went to the study. He wanted to see what the system rewarded him this time. After entering the study room, Lu Chen sat in his seat, clicked on the system interface, and checked the system prompts. "Congratulations to the host for getting a heir, a reward of 200,000 troops, 2 Grand Master Generals, and a population of 1 million. Population implant identity, Dayan survivors, they are currently located in the far north. The host can send an instruction to them. Do I need to convey the instruction to them?" Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Let them go to the North Country and report to me the situation in the far north. The people of the far north have accepted your order, and they will arrive in Yancheng in 3 months." Lu Chen was stunned for a moment when he heard the system prompt, 3 months? So long? How far north is the far north? It only takes about a month to get from Daehokan to Yancheng. It actually takes 3 months to reach Yancheng from the far north, which is a full 2 months longer. It's already so cold in Yancheng. How cold is it in the far north? How can the people living in the far north survive? Just when Lu Chen was deep in thought, the maid's voice sounded outside the study, "Your Majesty, Wu Qunhe wants to see you." Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses and said, "Come in." The next moment, Wu Yuan pushed the door open and entered the study. Lu Chen had not seen Wu Yuan for several months since he asked Wu Yuan to supervise the construction of the railway. Lu Chen asked, "Is the railway almost completed?" The railway from Daehokan to Yancheng started construction at both ends at the same time, so Lu Chen didn't know much about the construction of the railway. He only knew that the construction speed of the railway was very fast. Wu Yuan replied, "It has been adopted and testing can begin in a few days." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled slightly, and then said, "You did a good job, I have worked hard for you during this time." Wu Yuan said, "This is the credit of Lord Xianyuan, my subordinates did nothing." Lu Chen thought of something at this time, and then continued, "When you go back later, tell the Lord of Xianyuan City and ask him to continue surveying the terrain to the north of Daehu City. I plan to build more in the far north soon. A railroad." Wu Yuan was stunned when he heard this. The far north? Why build a railway to the far north? The far north is so cold that no one lives in the far north. Just when Wu Yuan was thinking this, Lu Chen said, "There are my king's people in the far north, and I need to strengthen the connection with them." Hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Yuan reacted instantly. No wonder the prince wants to continue to expand northward. It turns out that there is still the power of the northern king in the north. Wu Yuan then said, "I understand, I will tell Lord Xianyuan later." After Wu Yuan finished speaking, the maid's voice came from the door of the study again, "Your Majesty, Commander Qin wants to see you." Lu Chen said calmly, "Come in." Afterwards, Qin Yushan pushed the door open and entered the study. After seeing Qin Yushan, Wu Yuan said, "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." Wu Yuan just came to inform Lu Chen that the railway had been connected. He had nothing else to do. Lu Chen said, "Yeah, okay." Then Wu Yuan turned and left. After Wu Yuan left, Qin Yushan said, "Meet the prince." "Your Majesty, good news. The Dongfang family's merchant ship has been renovated and successfully put on trial last night." Hearing this, Lu Chen was startled. Has the transformation been completed? So fast? Lu Chen then asked, "Did the steam turbine work?" Qin Yushan said, "It worked. The modified warships no longer require manpower and wind power at all. The steam generated by burning coal alone can propel the large ships. However, the current steamship converted from a wooden ship cannot run for a long time. The Dongfang family still left the sail on the ship untouched." After hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a moment. A wooden boat is a wooden boat after all. Even if the boiler's heat is well insulated, it may have a certain impact on the wooden hull. Of course, this is also the first time that the Dongfang family has transformed a wooden ship into a steamer, so it would be great if it can be used. Maybe when they gain more experience in modification, the insulation effect will be better in the future, and the impact of the steam turbine on the wooden hull will be weakened. No matter what, as long as it works. Lu Chen then said, "Tell Wei Siyuan immediately and ask him to transfer the army from Anping City to the east and use the warships modified by the Dongfang family for training." Now that the warship has been built, there is no need for Wei Siyuan's navy soldiers to stay on the shore. First, they trained with modified wooden steamships. When steel steamships are available in the future, the navy in the north will be able to adapt as soon as possible. Chapter 300 Wu Yunwan wants Dragon and Phoenix Tea. After Lu Chen transferred the soldiers stationed at the border of Qi State, he soon aroused the interest of the Daxia court. This made the officials of the Great Xia court a little confused. Didn't the northern kingdom want to go south for a long time? Why, now that Emperor Xia was seriously ill, he transferred the soldiers on the border of Qi kingdom. Could it be that something happened in the north, such as barbarians coming to attack the northern country again? If there was no threat from the north, wouldn't it be more convenient for them to help the princes they supported fight for the supreme position after Emperor Xia died? As soon as the northern soldiers from Anping city left, the two vassal kings in the south began to fight, and the exchange of words in the Daxia court became more and more intense. The secret fight between the various princes gradually turned into an open fight. At the same time, Dahu Dynasty. In the King Yun Hall, smoke filled the air. Wu Yunwan was half lying on the beauty's couch, holding a teacup and savoring the tea carefully. At this time, Wu Yunwan said to herself, I didn't expect Buwang's tea to have so many effects. Unfortunately, I will finish it soon. I don't know where this tea comes from. If I can buy it, all right. Wu Yunwan has been drinking dragon and phoenix tea frequently since she returned from her mission to the North Country. However, the dragon and phoenix tea that Lu Chen gave her was limited after all, and she tried to save as much as possible, but no matter how much she saved, it would eventually run out. Wu Yunwan has fallen in love with the taste of dragon and phoenix tea. Dragon and phoenix tea can keep her brain awake and make the skills in her body run smoothly. In the past, when she practiced Qigong, she often felt a faint tingling sensation in her dantian. Now these feelings are gone, all thanks to this tea. Wu Yunwan thought to herself that such good tea must be very precious in Buwang Mansion. How can she get it? Just when Wu Yunwan was thinking about how to obtain dragon and phoenix tea from the northern palace, a female guard entered the King Yun palace and said, Your Highness, we have information about the northern kingdom. Wu Yunwan said calmly, Bring it in. Then the female guard passed through the red curtain, entered the King Yun palace, and handed the information in her hand to Wu Yunwan. Wu Yunwan took the information from the guard's hand, opened it and glanced at it. The next moment, she frowned slightly, and then asked, Have you found out where the soldiers from the northern kingdom have been transferred? The female guard replied, It has not been determined yet, but judging from the information our people have gathered, the soldiers from the northern kingdom on the border of Qi state have most likely been transferred to the eastern part of the northern kingdom. Wu Yunwan fell into deep thought. Eastern Northland? What are you going to do when you are transferred to the east of the North Country? Isn't the sea to the east of the North Country? Is it possible that enemies also appeared on the sea, so the Northern Kingdom transferred those soldiers to the east to defend against the enemies on the sea? Or is it that the Northern Kingdom is trying to deceive others, seemingly sending troops to the east of the Northern Kingdom, but actually it is trying to make the Great Xia court relax its vigilance? Now that the information is incomplete, Wu Yunwan has no way to judge what Baiguo wants to do. After thinking for a while, Wu Yunwan really couldn't think of the reason, so she stopped speculating. She looked at the guard in front of her and asked, How much information do you have about the mysterious weapons in the north? The female guard said, Your Highness, our people have not found any information about the mysterious weapons of the North Kingdom yet. The information found are basically rumors from the people of the North Country. Hearing this, Wu Yunwan snorted coldly, They are all trash. Since Wu Yunwan came back, she has begun to rectify her intelligence agency. Although in her opinion, the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce is unlikely to betray her, she also feels that the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce is becoming less and less capable. She guesses that her own source of intelligence was too dependent on the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce, which made those in the Qunhai Chamber of Commerce lose the motivation to work and only used public funds to eat, drink and have fun. So Wu Yunwan created another intelligence agency. This time, the intelligence agency was handed over to the eldest son of the Qian family, and she also promised him that if he could do better than Qunhai Chamber of Commerce, she would arrange it for him in the future. A fourth-grade official position. They all promised that guy such benefits, but in the end he was still of no use. Several months had passed, and the second intelligence organization had not collected any useful information. Wu Yunhuan said to herself, "It seems that I trust the Qian family too much. They are really a bunch of losers." Wu Yunhuan decided to create another intelligence organization, this time not allowing anyone from the Qian family to participate. At this time, Wu Yunhuan suddenly thought of something. She then said to the female guard, "Write a letter to Jian Dehai and ask him to find a special tea for me. It seems that he can get some of that from King Bei. Plant tea." Having said this, Wu Yunhuan said to the maid beside her, "Go and bring some of my favorite tea to Yingyu, and ask her to send the tea to the north country." After hearing this, the maid immediately said, "Yes, Your Highness." Soon the maid took some of the dragon and phoenix tea that Wu Yunhuan drank, wrapped it in paper, and delivered it to the female guard. After the female guard took the dragon phoenix tea, she was about to leave. At this time, Wu Yunhuan reminded, "Tell Qian Dehai that you must find the origin of this tea." Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. "Yes, Your Highness." Wu Yunhuan waved her hand, "If you have nothing else to do, just go down. My subordinates resign." After the female guard left, Wu Yunhuan picked up the teacup on the table again and took another sip of tea. I don't know if Bei Wang's level has improved so quickly because he often drinks this kind of tea. Speaking of this, Lu Chen's handsome face appeared in Wu Yunhuan's mind. When she thought of Lu Chen, Wu Yunhuan sighed slightly. She couldn't help but think that it was a pity that such a handsome and outstanding young man was not a member of Dao, but an enemy of Dao. If one day Dao could destroy the Northern Kingdom, she would definitely capture the Northern King and put him under house arrest and make him her male favorite. Thinking of this, Wu Yunhuan said to herself, "I don't know if Dao will be Beiguo's opponent in the future. Now the North Kingdom already has a strong man in the heavenly realm, and the North Kingdom also possesses some mysterious and terrifying weapons." Although Dao has never competed head-on with the North Country, Wu Yunhuan knows that the North Country's military strength has basically caught up. Dao Dynasty. If a full-scale war breaks out between the Northern Kingdom and the Dao Dynasty, it's hard to say whether Dao can win. Fortunately, the Northern Kingdom is still in a relatively weak state. The Northern Kingdom attaches great importance to commerce. As a result, most of the food and supplies in the Northern Kingdom come from other dynasties. As long as trade is cut off, the Northern Kingdom will probably return to the previous situation of not having enough food and clothing. State. In this case, as long as the Dao dynasty is more conservative and sends a large army to drag the Northern Kingdom away, and does not confront the Northern Kingdom head-on, the Northern Kingdom's internal collapse will sooner or later. Is this the realm of heaven and humanity? It won't take long for Dao to have powerful people in the heavenly realm. By then, the only advantage the Northern Kingdom has is those mysterious weapons. Thinking of this, the corners of Wu Yunhuan's lips slightly raised. Before she left Bei Kingdom, the little man said that sooner or later he would turn her into his woman. I am afraid that in the end, it will not be her who becomes his woman, but the king of Bei who will become hers. Male favorite. One day, she will keep the little man who is playing tricks on her in captivity and play with him all the time. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.